9 o'clock, and we ask that you would please stand for the invocation to be given by Chaplain Charles Jackson with our Sheriff's Office, and then please remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance.
I ask you to pray in your tradition as I pray in mine. Let us pray. Creator of the universe, we gather for another Board of Commissioners meeting. May they use their skills and judgment to make impartial decisions as they consider the merits and pitfalls that would divide them and our community. Let each matter that is placed before them always be in accordance with what is best for the citizens of Henry County. Bless the citizens of this great county and its employees. Bless public servants in the performance of their duties and their families. In your holy name I pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chaplain. And good morning to everyone else. This meeting of the Board of Commissioners is now hereby called to order. We do have a note that our agenda has already been amended by removing item 11A, which is regarding the Stepping Up initiative. Also, we're removing item 13A regarding the Henry County Police Department's red speed detection cameras. And then we're going to add an item 13C from the Henry County Fire Department for ballistic vests. Are there any other changes or amendments to the agenda? Hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion to approve the amended agenda.
Move to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Thank you. The agenda is amended unanimously. We're now moving to our proclamations, and we have several today. And we'll invite up Ms. Melissa Robinson and also Erica Richards to actually help us read our proclamations.
Good morning, Chair and Board.
Good morning.
Today we have two proclamations. After reading both of the proclamations, we can get a picture of each. The first proclamation is recognizing National Emergency Medical Services Week, May 19th through the 25th. It reads, whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of Henry County Fire Department are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness and injury. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of emergency physicians, emergency nurses, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, firefighters, educators, administrators, and others. And whereas the members of Henry County Fire Department engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Henry County Board of Commissioners that May 19th through the 25th shall be known as National Emergency Medical Services Week in Henry County, and they encourage the community to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. This 7th day of May, signed by Chair June Wood, attested by Stephanie Braun, County Clerk.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners.
Good morning.
The second proclamation this morning is in honor of Older Americans Month. Whereas Henry County includes a community of older Americans who deserve recognition for their contributions to our nation and our community. And whereas Henry County recognizes that older adults are trailblazers, advocating for themselves, their peers, and their communities, paving the way for future generations. And whereas this year's theme, Connect, Create, Contribute, encourages older adults and their communities to connect with friends, family, and services that support participation, create by engaging in activities that promote learning, health, and personal enrichment, and contribute time, talent, and life experience to benefit others. And whereas we appreciate the value of inclusion and support in helping older adults successfully contribute to and benefit from their communities. And we are committed to raising awareness about issues facing older Americans and helping all individuals to thrive in the communities of their choice for as long as possible. Whereas our community can provide opportunities to enrich the lives of individuals of all ages by promoting and engaging in activities, wellness and social involvement, and emphasizing home and community-based services that support independent living, and ensuring community members benefit from the contributions and experiences of older adults. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Henry County Board of Commissioners that May 2019 be recognized as Older Americans Month, and we encourage every resident to take the time to acknowledge older adults and the people who serve them as powerful and vital individuals who greatly contribute to our community. This 7th day of May 2019, signed by Chair Jude Wood, attested by County Clerk Stephanie Braun. And if we could have a picture with some people from members of our Council on Aging are here to accept the proclamation.
Okay, great. Ford, if you would join us for the pictures.
Thank you. If the commissioners could.
No, it's not.
So we do want to continue to honor our fire department, and thank you so much again for the risks that you do and giving your lives and the training that you go through, and again, helping to keep our survival rates up. And then to our older Americans community, let's continue to honor those who are trailblazers, who have wisdom, and again, let's make sure that we honor them as well. So we thank you all for those proclamations. We'll now move into our next item, which is the recognition of Henry County employee retirements. So we'll ask Mr. Johnson to make those recognitions, and then we'll have to come and stand again for a picture.
That's right. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Good morning. We're here this morning to recognize two retirees from our county in the month coming. As you know, Henry County thrives on our service to our citizens. It's not possible without our employees, our team members, part of Team Henry, who make that happen every day. And they are the key reason Henry County is successful is our employees. And we want to take that time, and especially the ones who dedicate their service and lifelong career to Henry County. And as they retire, we want to recognize them. So I will ask at this time if Charles or Glenn Brooks, Lieutenant from the Fire Department, and Johnny Wiggins from the Henry County SO could come up, please. Deputy Wiggins, I don't see him in the audience. However, he has 9 years of service, and he's retiring from the Henry County Sheriff's Department. And Lieutenant Glenn Brooks has been with Henry County Fire for 32 years as he worked his way through the ranks to the Investigations and Prevention Office as an investigator through the years. And we want to thank him for his service, and the commissioners will have a moment for opportunity for a picture with him.
Okay, so Board, if we'll join again for this picture and then remain there, because we have another recognition with pictures coming after that. So after Mr. Johnson comes, we'll ask the chief to come to make his recognition as well.
Great.
So thank you again, Board. Okay, thank you again, and we wish, of course, Mr. Wiggins and Mr. Brooks the best in their retirements. And at this time, we'll actually recognize the Henry County police officers for the 2019 MADD Agency DUI Enforcement Awards, and we invite up Chief Ammerman, who will read the award recipients.
As they're walking up, good morning, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners.
Good morning.
I do come before you today to give you some good news. In April, the Mothers Against Drunk Drivers did hold their annual Gold Shield Awards, where they recognize agencies throughout the state for DUI enforcement to make the roads safe. This year, Henry County Police Department was named, received MADD's DUI Hero Award for 587 DUI arrests that the agency made in the past year. So there'd be, that was the whole uniform patrol. Also on an individual basis, we had several officers that were also recognized that are here with me today. Officer Palmer received his Silver Award for 97 DUIs. Officer Stone received his Silver Award for 95 DUIs. And Officer Parks received a Bronze Award for 37 DUIs. So all these guys in the Uniform Patrol Division have worked very hard this past year, and they're all to be commended for making Henry County roads safer with the amount of DUI arrests they made this year. Great job. If we can get a picture.
And yes, so you need us to come down again for a picture. Okay, this is definitely worth it as well. Congratulations, and that's amazing. Again, we appreciate the work and service that you're doing to keep our roads safe, and we just, again, recognize you again and commend you. So, Board, we thank you. I think those are all our pictures for the day, so we've got our exercise in this morning. So we're now moving to item 8 regarding our appointments. In Districts 3 and 4, we have appointments to the Library Board. So for District 3, we are asking Jane Mobley to be appointed to fill an unexpired term through 12/31/20. And then for District 4, we have Maria Ocampo, whose term would end in 12/31/22. So at this time, we are asked for a nomination from the floor. We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? I'm sorry. Did you have a point? I'm sorry. I'm showing District 3, Jane Mobley, for 12/31/20, and I did read District 4, Maria Ocampo.
Districts and C. C, got a C.
I'm sorry. I haven't gone through all of them. We're going to go by each of the boards to nominate, so we're not doing them all together. Okay, so we were, again, let me clarify what the motion was about, and second, it was for District 3 and 4 appointments to the Library Board.
Correct.
So, okay, that's the clarification. Okay, we had a motion and a second. Let's take the vote again. All in favor? Okay, those appointments to the Library Board are approved unanimously. We'll now move to the appointment of the Department of Behavioral Health and Disabilities. We have an appointee, Sidika Gibson, and I apologize if I didn't pronounce your first name correctly, whose term will end on May 7th, 22. In District 5, now the floor is open for a motion for approval.
So moved.
We have a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have a motion, a second. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, the appointment to the Department of Behavioral Health and Disabilities is approved. We'll now move to the appointment to the Parks and Recreation Board. We'll have Tyrone Anderson from District 4, who is being appointed. And again, this term, I do not have the date of when that term will end on that, but we do know that it will be for the term of the regular terms of the Parks and Recreation Board. So at this time, now we'll call for a motion to approve this appointment. We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you. That appointment also is unanimously approved. We're now moving to our consent agenda, and we have several items on that. The first one is from the Public Safety Police Department, which is a request to accept a grant in the amount of $70,000 from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council for the violence against women. We also have a resolution from the Henry County Fire Department for a resolution to accept a trauma equipment grant from the Georgia Trauma Commission for the Henry County Fire Department and approve an accompanying budget commitment. And then the final item on the consent agenda is a resolution to approve a request for the creation of a new streetlight district for Laurel Park subdivision on Highway 81 East in District 3. Are there any of these items that the board requests to remove from the consent agenda for further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussions? All in favor? The consent agenda is unanimously approved. We're now moved into our public hearing regarding the proposed FY 2019-2020 budget, and we'll invite up Ms. Sherry Hobson Matthews for that presentation.
Good morning, Chair and board members.
Good morning.
As Chair Wood has indicated, this is public hearing number 2 as required for our budget hearing. I do want to remind the board that we do have a call workshop meeting scheduled for May 14th at 9 a.m. to go through the budget and to specifically address any questions that you all may have as it pertains to line items within the various departments within the organization. We did decide to go ahead and proceed with this public hearing because we had already advertised it. And so this morning I will not go through all of the slides, but what I will do is go through the gist of the presentation and then open it up for the board if there's any specific questions that you all may have, specifically as it pertains to any additional items that are included in the budget. Again, this presentation is presentation number 2 for our public hearing. And again, this is a recommendation from our staff regarding our proposed fiscal year 19-20 budget. If you all will recall, during the budget presentation earlier this month, we looked at several assumptions in developing the budget. And again, we have 6 items that are on the overhead for your review and for those that are viewing as well. One of the things that we wanted to make sure is that the general fund budget did not include any use of fund balance, and that's something that we're really happy about in terms of making sure that we have a balanced budget and not have a balanced budget dependent on the use of fund balance. If you all will recall, one of the things that the board mentioned last year is that we needed to get away from utilizing fund balance to balance our budget, and in addition to that, that was also a policy recommendation from our financial advisor, the Davenport Company. And so again, we are looking at that within our budget. Some other assumptions that were made is all department budgets will be held flat to the prior year forecasts, with exceptions for budget priorities. Again, we're looking at our constitutional officers, public safety, and then other agencies like our libraries and senior services. We've had a lot of conversation with our department heads and with some of our commissioners in terms of what does that really mean when we talk about holding our budgets to a flat number. And what we've done is over the last 3 years, we've looked at where our department's revenues and expenditures, and more particularly their expenditures, where they've been. And we are hoping that within the budget that we're proposing, we've allotted funding for them based on how they've trended. One of the additional things that we've also looked at in the budget and assumptions that were made is our public safety position vacancies. Within the budget, we are recommending 10 additional positions in our police department and then 6 additional positions in our E911 center for call takers. Again, these have been included in the budget, and then our budget departments will also continue to work with departments to analyze all position vacancies. One of the things that we're going to start in August of this year within our budget department is we have budget analysts that are currently within our payroll that will be assigned to clusters, and every month they will meet with every department, go over their budgets line item by line item, figure out if they're trending where they need to be trending, or if they're not trending where they should be trending or collecting revenue. They'll be meeting with those departments independently to make sure that we're preparing for our budget, not at budget time, but throughout the year. And so that's one thing that we're working towards. Staff will continue to achieve savings through reassignments, attritions, and other organizational efficiencies. And what I mean by that is we've had some positions this year that just based on internal resources that we have been able to not fill those positions, and that has been some cost savings. We've also had positions where we have individuals that are kind of doing double duty, and they are working in some cases as cluster leads, but still maintaining some responsibilities within their respective departments. And so we've been able to look at reassigning individuals, and then in some cases where we have a lot of individuals that are retiring, instead of filling those positions with new employees, what we've done is in some cases outsource some of those services because we've been able to capture some savings there. When we're outsourcing, some of the things that we don't have to worry about is the benefits portion that comes with at a high cost for some of our departments. Some of the other additional assumptions that were made is the new personnel requests within the general fund. We did include in the budget 2 additional school resource officers in the amount of $135,000. And again, this is offset by the Board of Education reimbursements. And then we have some other department positions in the amount of $365,000. And I will provide that information to the board if you want to know specifically what departments did receive some additional positions. Again, new hires are budgeted at the entry level and are effective July 1, 2019. So if there are new hires that are being planned in the budget, they are budgeted at that entry salary, and that is included in our budget as well. And again, the county, or at least staff, is recommending to the board that the county absorb 50% of the 14% net increase to our health insurance premiums. You will hear later in the agenda a presentation on that as well. Now, other things that were included in the budget, and the heading is additional considerations, but these were actually items that were included in the budget amount that's being proposed, the 161. The Superior Court judges requested an increase to their supplement based on the information that was provided not only by the Superior Court judges, but in our research as well. We did find that our judges were well below the market value for judges within their area. Now, what that means is when we increase our Superior Court judges supplement, it does have a ripple effect on other departments whose supplements are set by the Superior Court judges. And so we're averaging that amount will be about a $200,000 increase, which has been included in the budget. We're also looking at installing security cameras at various county locations. We have spoken with a number of departments that have had some concerns in terms of security, and so we're looking at adding the additional $260,000 at locations throughout the county for cameras. The budget also includes a 2% COLA and 1% longevity for employees. If you all will recall, during the class and compensation study, we had some employees that did not receive anything as a result of the class and compensation study. And one of the things that I heard from the commissioners is come back with some idea of what can we do for those that didn't receive anything. Now, what this budget will do is provide an increase for all employees, which is your cost of living allowance, and then 1% longevity is in line with the up and over plan that we presented to the board. One of the other things that we're also including in the budget is employees that were capped at the $5,000 amount, and so that will take care of those employees as well. Another additional consideration was there was a request from board members to add constituent aides to the Board of Commissioners staffing, and so this budget does include part-time constituent aides for all 6 commissioners. It also includes a marketing manager for the Board of Commissioners to market any programs, activities, and special initiatives that the board may have. This amount is in totals $185,000, and I know there's been some conversation amongst the board in terms of what that constituent aid will look like, what the responsibilities will be, and that is something that we'll have to work through in terms of developing a job description and expectations for those constituent aids if the board moves to approve that. Again, we have salary savings for positions that have been vacant for more than 1 year. I did mention to the board during the last budget meeting, and I think I've said it a couple of times, that we've carried a number of positions within our budget for more than 3 or 4 years. And when you carry those positions, we have to budget for the positions, and it actually increases the impact on our budget. And so what we've done is any position that has been vacant for more than 1 year and the department has determined that there's no longer a need or they're just not able to fill the position, we've removed it from the budget and we were able to pick up an additional $300,000. Again, there are no built-in increases for ongoing expenditures. And what that means is that we've allocated funding for the departments based on how they have trended for the last 3 years. What we will do is at mid-year, go back, reassess those departments, and if we see that we need to have increases within those respective departments, then we will bring that to the board, and that is where you truly utilize your fund balance for those mid-year one-time expenditures. I'll pause here for a second in case there's any questions amongst the board. Okay.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, Commissioner Clemens, and then I'll have a comment as well.
The 2 school resource officers, last year we approved over $100,000 additional funds for resource officers, and I thought that it was going to put 2 officers in each school. So we're doing it again this year. So is that 4 officers, and which schools, and is this enough for all the schools? I need a little bit more clarification on that. You can give it to me later, but I really need to see what's going on with that.
Understood, and I'll make sure that we get that information provided.
Okay, Commissioner Wilson.
Sherry, last year we approved 23 positions for the fire department. This year you have 10 positions approved for PD. I'd like to make a recommendation that we add 10 additional police officers to that and look at what the funding mechanism is going to look like to do that. So that way we can grow our departments side by side. And
So, I'm having a hard time hearing you, but I think what I heard you say is that we want to, beyond the 10 positions that are being recommended by staff, you would like for us to look at adding an additional 10 police officers, which would give us a total of about 20 additional officers.
Yes.
We can certainly go back and look at that, and then we'll report back to you all on the 14th. But I will tell you that the cost for adding an additional police officer is about $137,000 per officer. And so if we look at adding those additional officers, that would be the increase to the budget. Now, there are other options that we can certainly look at, and I don't know if you want to have that conversation as part of this, or if you would like to have it more in the work session, but I'm amenable to having it at this point or later. You just advise.
Well, we know if we can't find it in the budget, we have to look at a millage rate increase. So you're saying that with the additional 10 officers, we're looking at maybe 1.3 million, correct?
That is correct, and you're probably looking at about a 0.25 increase to the millage rate to capture those additional 10 officers. You are correct that we can't look at it in the current budget because this current budget is based on what our expected revenues are, and we've got to have a balanced budget. And I would certainly not advise that we utilize fund balance because it is not a one-time expenditure.
So if we go 0.25 for these officers, according to my numbers, it's about, with a $250,000 assessment on a home, that's about 4 cents a day in increase in the tax rate. So that's pretty good dollar. That's pretty good money spent for 10 police officers. So my numbers could be off a little bit.
And what I'll do is I will prepare something for the board to look at in terms of a 200,000, 150,000, 100,000. Typically what we do during the millage rate meeting to give you all an idea of what that would look like and what the impact would be on a homeowner. I will tell you, if you're talking about a 0.25 increase, you're about right, but it just depends on what the assessed value of that home is. And so what I'd like to do is provide to the board a breakdown of what that additional cost would be, double check my numbers to make sure the 0.25 would be the number. And right now, I know we're not in the millage rate hearing, but what that would do is increase our millage rate, but it would keep it under the 13, because right now we're at 12.733. So if we increased it by the 0.25, that would get us up to about 12.98.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Holmes?
Discuss over the years about adding additional funding for tax allocation districts and community improvement districts for economic development purposes. Where are we with that?
That has also been included in the budget, but it's actually shown in the unallocated fund balance amount. And we show it in that amount because if we add it to the general fund budget, that will increase the 25% that we have to pull out. And so what we will do is provide to the board a listing of all of the planning studies because we have funding. I know within the planning and economic or planning and zoning budget, we actually have funding already allocated for the mega site. But we also have additional funds allocated within our unallocated fund balance amount for CIDs, TADs, and any other planning studies that may come up. So that is included as well.
You're saying, so we have those projects allocated in the unallocated budget. I don't understand that.
Yes, sir. So we have funding allocated in the unallocated budget because we haven't awarded any contracts. And so at this point, we don't know what the amount is going to be. And so we have a rough number of, hey, if we do 3 planning, if we do a TAD, a CID, add additional funding for the mega site, we're expecting that to be at this cost. But because we haven't awarded it, it's not shown in the budget.
What's the total amount in unallocated?
Give me 1 second.
And what's the total amount truly unallocated in that budget?
Give me 1 second, and I'll pull it, please. Give me one.
Okay.
Staff is pulling that spreadsheet up, so hold for a second, and then I'll come back to that question.
Okay, well, wait a minute, and I've got a point to Commissioner Barr.
Yes, Sherry, getting back to the police department, how many vacancies do we have current?
It's my understanding that we had 5, but I'm going to look at the chief and see if those 5 have been filled.
I can't hear.
Thank you.
We currently had no officer positions. I just got with Finance and HR yesterday. We do have several investigator positions. We have 7 of those. We're gonna hire, we already have people lined up. We're gonna fill those investigator positions with officers positions. It's gonna takes about 6 or 7 months to get an officer completely through training. Once I get them through, then I can backfill the investigator spots. So any additional positions, we're going through them. You know, when I took over, we had like 33 openings. So now we're down to this. So hiring's going very good, retention's going very good, and so things are looking good for us.
Chief, what is it? What do you need? Is there anything
More
that you
officers.
Still got the floor.
Okay. And how many additional officers are you looking for?
We've had all these openings, so I understand not adding additional positions to the budget, only creating more budget issues when I couldn't fill them. You know, historically, for like the last 5 years, we had 30. Now that have the ability to fill these positions, our studies show we need another 100 officers based on call volume and response time. I'm not asking for 100 officers. I'd like to see us get 20 officers now. If I'm able to fill them, then give me another 20 next year until we can build up to that. We have to be able to maintain the current pace with all the building and population that's coming in here. If we don't, we're going to be in big trouble. I don't want to get caught behind the gap. Or, you know, we've done very well. You know, the last time GBI came out with their crime index, we've always judged ourselves, and it's maps on our website about all the counties that touch us. Normally, historically, we've been 3rd from the bottom. Not horrible, that's good. Last year, of course, we had the lowest crime data out of all the counties that touch us. If we're gonna be able to maintain that, we need to keep adding additional officers due to the infrastructure, the zone sizes, they're too big. Right now, I currently can't even fill every zone without using overtime to have officers go in there. So we need to be able to increase that, 1 for safety and 2 for response time for the public too. So we're on a good path. We're able to fill the positions. It would be nice to see us get 20 this year if it's possible within the budget. If we're able to fill those again this year, then I would ask for another 20 next year. I understand about looking at the big picture, not putting such a burden on the county trying to fill 100 officers at once. I know that's not going to happen. The whole state's actually the whole country's having issues filling spots. But right now we are filling them, and we are retaining our officers.
All right, well, we thank you. Commissioner Barham has the floor, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Holmes and then Commissioner Clemens. But right now, Commissioner Barham's got the floor, so will you continue on, Commissioner?
Okay. And Chief, I can ask you this question. Sherry had mentioned $137,000 per officer. Can you tell me what that includes? Does that include the vehicle? Does that include everything? What is that $137,000?
That actually, I'm the one who gave her that number. That includes absolutely everything from the police officer being hired, taking polygraph tests, taking his medical, all the way down to the car, the computers, the body camera, the bullets in his gun, the tie he wears. That's absolutely everything. For a year, a new officer, that's $137,000. That's everything.
Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner? Okay, Commissioner Holmes, and then we'll come to Commissioner Clemens.
I just wanted to say I totally agree with you in terms of increasing the amount of officers you need, and I wouldn't be opposed to a slight increase in the millage to pay for it.
Thank you, Commissioner Holmes.
Okay, Commissioner Holmes, Commissioner Clemens.
And I just concur with Commissioner Holmes on that. We've been talking about this for a minute, but I would like to see the plan. How does that affect the districts? How many more officers will be on duty at a time? Especially when we still have Stockbridge that's out there. I want to make sure that we're looking at how do we place those officers and how does it affect the community as a whole with public safety by adding them. Because when we increase the millage rate, I don't think you get any backlash for people seeing that they're going to have more officers on the street. So I think if we're going to raise it, that's the reason to raise it. So I would want to know a plan for the new officers.
Okay, and my questions are also, and comments are along that same way. Definitely, we know that we're one of the fastest growing counties, and we, again, sound like we're just coming up to speed, and you're right, we've got to begin thinking ahead, just like it has been stated. I think that we need to look at not just the districts, but where do we see the future growth that is going to be occurring, coming online in the next year or so, because that then will allow us, again, to keep our communities safe. So I, too, am in favor. I just think that we need to, be specific on how we plan to get there. And it's not just with police. If there are other areas or other departments, that is struggling, we need to understand what that is. But I do know that our citizens, and I've heard this constantly, that our citizens are willing to make the investment to keep our community safe. So I would be in support of what the citizens are asking for. So, Commissioner Clemens?
I also
Yes.
consider that in our SPLOS, a couple of the districts have police stations coming in to them. So I would really want, I don't know if, I think there are people stationed in the one in Stockbridge, but we want to make sure that we just don't have a precinct that's closed and officers can go in, but really having them filled with officers being at the stations too. So look at that in the SPLOS.
I understand.
Okay, and then one other comment that I have is regarding the aides and the marketing manager. I hope that we can just have a good discussion about that on May the 14th when we have the workshop, because we need to understand what the descriptions are going to be and how that's going to operate, because I have some thoughts I'd like to share during that workshop for us, but I just still need to understand what the job descriptions are going to look like. Because we definitely need more help for constituent aides from the Board of Commissioners. I can definitely see that we've got to, again, continue to do what many of our commissioners are doing, which is to get out and have more good communication, to get ahead of communications about what the constituents are interested in. But again, I just think we need to have some conversation about that in the workshop. And then just for the board, we did receive an invitation again from the I-75 Corridor Coalition for $500 to continue its membership. This is not included in the budget primarily because I've heard from several commissioners and even staff that that group is not yet as further along. We still do want to have a seat at the table, but I just don't think that we should do it financially at this point. So I'll try to attend the meetings every now and then and keep you all posted. But I do respect the majority of what I've heard from the board, that I didn't even request that we include that in the budget this year. Any comments about that from the board? Okay, Commissioner Barr. Oh, I'm sorry, and then we'll come to Commissioner Thomas.
To the police department too. Chief, I think you've done a great job, and I commend our county manager and staff for getting our salary where it needed to be to get our police department taken care of, and I support these 20 officers as well.
Okay, Commissioner Thomas.
I definitely want to commend the chief and its department for the wonderful work they're doing. I do want to ask our county manager to take her staff to relook at the budget as we go through this. In addition to supporting a millage rate increase, what else can we do internally, financially, when you look at the total budget to support bringing on these officers as needed?
Other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Barr.
I'm going to get on another kick now. Ms. Matthews, I would like for you to sit down with Kathy, and I don't know how to pronounce her last name, Pulaski, with the library board. I met with her, and it was kind of surprising numbers. On Sunday in District 4, they have an average of 194 people coming in there throughout the day on Sundays. And excuse me, I got it backwards. 194 people on an average coming to the McDonough branch, and 165 going through the Stockbridge branch. And that, I was kind of surprised at those numbers. I mean, that's pretty big numbers. And I think we need to try to find a way to work with the library to see if we can open the libraries more up on Saturdays. I understand that a lot of our residents are going to Clayton County and Butts County and Spalding County, going to different counties to have that Saturday and Sunday. So I would like for you to have that conversation with her and see what we can work out, even through scheduling or whatever we can work out to try to have the libraries open more.
And we'll certainly do that, but I want to make sure the board is aware that we do have funding in the budget in the amount of $2.4 million for the library. And then I believe at the previous meeting, we re-upped the amount, or the previous allocation was brought to the board for consideration. There's been some conversations between my staff, the library staff, and I think our financial services team, because one of the questions we did ask when the resolution was brought to the board to bring them back to their amount that was previously allocated, would that help with increasing the library hours? And I think at that time, we were told no. We will continue to work with the library, but I also need some assistance from the board, because you all have appointees on the library board. So if you all can reach out to them and certainly express that that's something, some desires from you all, I think the more of us that's reaching out saying that, the better. But I certainly will make sure that we get a meeting scheduled and see what it is that we can do to get the library open.
Okay. My last question, you mentioned that there were other department positions. Will you, you plan to share that with us today or next week? Oh, Chief, I think thank you. And we commend you again. Thank you.
So again, I will provide this to the board, but the positions that have been currently approved in the budget is the 2 school resource officers within the sheriff's department, the 10 recommended police officers, but I'm hearing from the board that there's certainly a desire to look at increasing that number from 10 to 20. We also have a transportation planner that's being included in the budget as well. Senior services, we're approving 6 aides. Within our Parks and Rec department, we are including 2 recreational specialists and 1 crew leader. We've added some additional parks since our previous budget, and so we're having to add some additional crews for that. Within facility maintenance, we do have 2 custodians and a tech, but I do believe that's going to be removed because we have another option for some cleaning services that's on the agenda later this morning. The coroner did ask for an administrative assistant, and so that amount is included in the budget as well. Again, we have the constituent aides that are included for all 6 commissioners. In community service, we have 1 crew leader, which is needed because we are spending a lot of time picking up litter, dump tires, trash, and things all throughout the county, and so we're looking to add a 4th community service crew. In our animal control department, we don't have an administrative assistant, and so we have included within the budget an admin assistant for animal control, and then extension services wants to upgrade 2 positions, and so we're upgrading, or we're recommending the upgrading of 2 program assistants. I did mention to you we were going to have the 6 call takers within our E911, and then within the elections department, they did request 1 program assistant, and so those are the positions that have been approved thus far. Now again, this is not final until the board makes the final approval, and so this list will certainly be modified if it is the wishes of the board to add the 10 additional police officers and then any additional positions that we may have missed that you all feel that we need.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Holmes and then Commissioner Clemens.
Still waiting on the answer.
And I do have that ready for you. Okay. So, and so I'll make sure that I formalize this and provide it in a hard copy as well. But right now we have about $13 million of unallocated, and of that $13 million, we have $1 million that's set aside for planning studies, any type of feasibility studies. Now, also within that, we have tax appeals that are still pending. We have our TIP. If you all will recall, or at least some of you all will recall, 2 years ago, the board accepted a grant from the Atlanta Regional Commission, and as part of the resolution, it went ahead and authorized us to pull those funds out. And so that funding is sitting there as well. And then we just have, let's see, TIP, tax appeal, and the feasibility studies. So I think that's it, but I'll make sure that I provide a more detailed list so that you all have a specific breakdown on what those funds are being used for.
Okay, Commissioner Clemens.
Sherry, I know that we have really been talking about making sure that the county is run by professionals and people that specializes in the fields that we're hiring for. And I know that the average salary for college graduates coming out of school in 2018 was $48,000. I think that it's, for a county our size, for where we're trying to go, it's going to be super important that if we have college graduates with degrees and advanced degrees in this county, that they're making a minimum of $48,000 a year. I would really like to see this county get to a point that we don't have college graduates in here making $40,000 a year. It's already ridiculous that, you know, we have part-time people making, doing full-time jobs making less than $40,000. But I would really like to see that. If we've got $13 million unallocated, I don't know what happened with the class income study. There was $5 million put in there. I would like to know how much was used. How can we just do something and look at all of our county employees and make sure these county employees that have college degrees or advanced degrees are making what they should be making? Are we going to continue to lose them? So that's going to be a goal of mine to look at over the next, I think I'm done in 2020, so we got to take a look at that. I really want to see these college graduates and people with degrees getting more money than they're getting in this county.
And you're absolutely right in terms of making sure that we do have that special, and we call it incentive pay for those that may have a college degree. So that is phase 3 of our class and comp, and that's something that staff has been given a directive. Let's go ahead and get a plan in place so that we can get it to the board for consideration. Because one of the things that I talked about with the vacancies is that we do have a number of individuals that are professional staff with degrees, but we can't afford them. And so we're losing out on good employees coming to the county because the salaries are not comparable to that of the market.
We don't want to take too long to do it. The money is sitting there. And I think when we talked about the class and comp, one of the things that I kept saying when you guys were talking about longevity, you've been here 20 years, you get more money. How about if you got a degree, you get more money? And if you don't have a degree, we pay for your degree. I really want to see us getting to that point with education and higher education for our employees. So I would like to see something rather quickly. I see Brad over there nodding his head. That whoever has a degree, that we use that money quickly and make sure that these people at $48,000, look at the national minimum, because to give them, they at 40 and give them 42 is still, I mean, they can't even live in Henry County with that. So I really want to take a look at that, okay?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
look at the national average, and I want to see that we go to at least the national average for college degree employees in this county. And that goes to police department, public safety. We got to have the right people in place.
Okay, and I'm going to acknowledge myself, and then I'll go to Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Barr. Along those lines, I sure would like us to look into some type of internship program. Because it's similar, meaning that you want to hire college graduates, but I think it's also good to be thinking about that pipeline. So if we'll begin looking into an internship, that can definitely help us prepare for the workforce of the future. Not sure if we'll be able to do it this budget cycle, but I definitely would like to help champion that.
And Chair, if I may speak to that, we do currently have interns that are working within various departments. And what the department heads have done is they've come to HR and to the manager's office and said, look, I have a position that's either been vacant or I have an individual that's retired and I hadn't filled the position. Is it okay for me to use those salary savings to bring someone in as an intern and work within our department? I have a success story. Within our planning and zoning department, we had an individual that had interned with us, I believe, for 3 summers. And she is now fully employed with the county as a result of her interning with the county. She even elected to obtain her master's degree online because she was so excited about coming in and because of the work that she had done here in the county, and we were able to bring her on board. And so where there's an opportunity, we certainly do that. I also believe in our finance department, we have an intern that's working within that department as well. And so that is certainly something we need to formalize and make sure that everyone is aware of it. But we are looking to make sure that if there's an opportunity to bring people on board and can intern within the organization, we're certainly going to do that. And then again, Commissioner Clemens, we hear you. And so certainly that is something we'll work towards.
Intern? Yes, we trained her. She's great. She lives in District 2, degree, and now she's getting an urban cities degree.
Yep.
We're going to lose her at $40,000.
We're going to make sure we don't lose
Well,
her.
and thank you, because I've got the floor, and I think we're on the same accord, because we've got to think about retention. So that is that we can get people on board, but how to retain them is also the thing that we've got to think on. Okay, so I'm going to pass the floor over now to Commissioner Wilson.
So you talked about a phase 3, which is certification and degrees. Do we know about what that would cost?
Not at this time. And when we talk about adding incentive pay for certifications, for specialties, for college degrees, there is not a magic number that I can just throw out and say, hey, it's going to cost the county $2 million or $3 million. What we would do is look at the market and certainly look at other jurisdictions, have a market study completed to determine what is the benefit to the county because this person has this level of education or degree. I know within our crime scene department, we have 2 individuals that have a certification that very few people in the state carry. And so that certification is not only a benefit to the county, but it's a benefit because we have those employees that are working with us and they have that certification. So that's certainly not something that I can give you a direct number on. But I would imagine it would probably be in the ballpark similar to our class and compensation numbers. But again, I don't want to throw a number out because at this point, we haven't done any research to determine what that would be.
Okay. Other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Barr?
Yes, Sherry. As time goes on, we just got to look at ways to create additional revenues, and I think there's some out there. And I wanted to go through a list that I had kind of talked about, and I've been talking about this for quite some time, is the franchise fee, and I pay a franchise fee myself, but my franchise fee goes to the city of McDonough for Charter Cable. And I know we've had this discussion in the past, and our county attorney tells us we can't charge that franchise fee. And then when you look at the commissioner's handbook, it says we can charge it. So I would like for you to look into that and see why McDonough's collecting a franchise fee for people that don't even live in the city of McDonough. And I think, I don't have no problem paying that fee, but I think it ought to go to the county. The next item that I'd like for you to look at is we had a study done on our building fees, and it was determined that we wasn't charging enough for residential and charging too much for commercial. And, do you recall what we paid for that study?
I don't recall the cost for the study, but I do recall that as a result of the study, we also determined not only were our fees not in line, but there were several departments that were not being compensated for their share of work that's being done for the building department. And so that is certainly something that we can bring to the board. I don't recall, do you recall, Dante, the cost of the cost sharing fee? Dante said he believes it was about $50,000.
That we're leaving on the table?
No, sir, that is the cost of the study.
Oh, it's the cost of the study, but do you have any idea how much money we're leaving on the table by not collecting these fees?
No, sir, we can certainly, I'll bring that back to the board for discussion at our next available meeting if you'd like to go ahead and bring that forward.
I would. I don't know how any other commissioner feels, but I think we ought to put it on the table.
We'll certainly bring it back.
The other thing that I wanted to talk to you about is hotel motel tax. All the cities charge 8%, and we're doing 5%. I think Hampton's the only one that's stuck on the 5%, but that's another 1.5%. I think that's $200,000 or $300,000 that we could be receiving, and I don't know how that money could be spent, but I think we need to look at that.
Absolutely, and if you'll recall, we did bring a resolution to the board to increase our hotel motel tax to the 8%, and I think one of the concerns was who would be on the receiving end of collecting that 8% and how that would be divvied up. I also believe we had a workshop on it, but we can certainly bring that back to the board as well for consideration. One of the things that we'll need to know from the board, because when we move forward with it, I do recall that the concern again was who would be the receiver of that additional funding, because right now our hotel motel taxes goes through our CVB, our Convention and Visitors Bureau. And so I think that there was some questions, particularly how those funds are currently being utilized, what those funds can be utilized for. I know we had Ms. Luker here earlier last month to do a presentation before the board, but I certainly can bring back a resolution to the board as an additional revenue stream.
Okay, the other question I got is about impact fees. Are we in line with our impact fees? I mean, when has our impact fees been updated?
So the impact fee ordinance was approved, I believe, Commissioner, in 2008. But I will verify that. We have had some conversations not only with our impact fees and that we're in need of revisiting that, but also our stormwater fees, because that fee has been in place for some time as well. One of the things our impact fees ordinance does is it allocates where the funding sources will go. And so we do have a breakdown, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because as part of the impact fees, the libraries also collect impact fees. And so there are certain funds, and though the impact fees can't be used for hours of operation. I believe they can use it on capital expenditures. And so that is certainly something that we will, and that's one of the reasons we have the unallocated funding within our fund balance for studies as such. One of the things that was inherited as part of doing previous budgets is that there are no funds in any of our budgets or in our previous budgets which would have authorized any of our departments or the county manager to commission these type of studies. And so that's one of the things I want to get to, where if we have specific needs, where we need to bring someone in to do a study, or if we need to hire someone to do some type of analysis, that we have the ability to do that, and you all aren't waiting to get an answer from staff on it. So hopefully this budget will give us that ability to do that. But I will also stress that that doesn't mean the board won't know about it, because if the funds are available, the board still has to approve it. And so it'll come to the board for your consideration. But that is certainly something we will look at.
What are we charging for impact fees per lot now?
So it's $18.63 or $19.63 per residential lot. And I hope I'm right on that number. I don't think George is here. But that is per residential lot. Now, for commercial, it's based on the builders, the International Building Code, and the square footage for the building. But that amount is split up amongst public safety, libraries, green space, and then there's one more. And there's one more, and I can't think. And then administration.
Or transportation,
No, sir.
traffic or anything?
No, sir. We don't have any type of transportation impact fee.
And is that an option for us to have that?
Absolutely. Any revenue source is an option, and we can certainly look at that as well. We do require all developments that trigger a certain threshold to provide a transportation study to the county. And what we will do is, once that study is completed, if there are necessary road improvements, we do put that on the developer of the project, but we do not collect any type of impact fees for transportation. I will tell you that's also one of the issues that we have with the number of the annexations that are going on. When we have the cities that are annexing properties and they're annexing those developments that will have a direct impact on our transportation. I do know at least one city does collect transportation impact fees, but again, those fees don't come back to the county.
Okay, and since you mentioned that, I know that we charge a fire impact fee with a new warehouse or something comes in. Is that correct?
Brad, that's the question for you.
Yes, sir. We do have an impact fee. Part of our impact fees, I was looking up the scale at this time for that you're mentioning. We do have a portion of that percentage that is allocated to fire services.
Okay, so if it's inside say the city of Locust Grove or something like that, do we still collect those impact fees?
No, sir, we do not.
But we're providing the fire service.
You're exactly right.
But we're not collecting the impact fee, but if in the county, we charge the impact fee.
That is correct.
That is
That
correct.
just don't sound right to me.
And we have discussed that, part of our SDS, and we have discussed that with the city, that we do feel that there's some opportunity for discussion there because, for example, the one that mentioned is the one on 42 South, right up the street. That one is not paying impact for fire service that's provided by the county. The one up the street is, just a half mile up the street. So we have identified that and spoke to the cities about trying to make that whole.
Another question, y'all, bear with me, man, I won't get through this. I'm on a roll. The surplus property that we have, so we've got a lot of surplus property. How are we moving forward to put this back on the tax digest?
So we have a number of parcels in the county that are owned by the county, and in order for us to get rid of the property, we being the board, has to declare that property as surplus. And when we declare it surplus, we have to be able to determine that we no longer have any use for the property. Now, a lot of the property, and maybe I shouldn't say a lot, but there is a number of parcels that the county owns that are maybe located within subdivisions that was green space, undeveloped land that previous boards decided will assist that developer in taking that off of their tax roll. We do have readily available a listing of all parcels in the county, the acreage, if there's a structure on the facility that we can bring to the board for consideration. Now, one of the things that we always try to look at is that our future needs, we have to plan for if we have a tract of land and we may have a future need for a public safety facility or for some type of senior or recreational facility. And so we're not going to bring to the board any recommendations to declare surplus surplus property that we may need in the near future. But we do have that listing available, and can certainly bring that to the board for consideration as well.
One final question. The transit buses that we have, are our fees in line with other counties on what we charge to ride the buses?
So right now we charge, and I'm going to look at Ty, $4. So $2 if you're over 60, and then $4 for anyone under the age of 60. I would imagine that looking at gas prices, that we're not in line with where we need to be. And so that is certainly another revenue source that we can look to up or increase. In terms of being comparable to other jurisdictions, we don't have that information, but I'm sure that's something we could readily provide to the board for consideration.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's it for me.
Okay, well, we've got Commissioner Clemens, and I saw Commissioner.
Before you move on, I want
Yes.
to address one of
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Barham's questions.
Sure.
On the cable franchise fees. We do in fact collect cable franchise fees in the unincorporated area of the county. We're prohibited from collecting like franchise fees from Georgia Power and those types of providers. What the county manager and I have discussed is trying to find a vendor, perhaps somebody at the ACCG, who can help us audit the cable franchise fees to make sure that we're capturing all of those that we're supposed to capture, and only those we're supposed to capture. So I think that's something that the county manager and I can follow up on, but we do already collect some amount. I don't know how, I have no idea how much amount, but we do collect a franchise fee from cable companies, yes. And that's provided generally by law separately than, like a franchise fee. If you live in a city, Georgia Power pays the city a franchise fee, but they don't pay counties that franchise fee. So
I think my bill's like $7 a month, and it goes to the city of McDonough, and I don't live in the city, so I would rather for it to come to the county.
absolutely, and that is an issue. It's probably a difficult issue for the cable company, but it's one we can certainly help them get into compliance with, because they have no way of knowing where city limits are. Heck, half the time we don't know where city limits are because they change so much and they're so vague and they don't necessarily correspond with things like streets and rivers. So that is something that the county manager and I have looked into, and we'll reignite that effort.
And if I may, I just want to make one correction on the impact fee for residential structures. It's $1661.50. So I just wanted to correct my initial number, and that's
Okay.
for residential.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Clemens?
Chair, I just want to, go back to the hotel motel tax. You did bring it before us, and I heard you say that you'll bring it again. Before you bring it, it's a couple of things that I was concerned about then, and I'm still concerned about, that I've never seen the memorandum of understanding with our CVB of what they should or shouldn't be doing and how they report to the county. What type of oversight do we have over the funding spent? I know that by state law that it could be used for economic development, tourism. Green space is a huge issue for us here in Henry County, and we've got transportation needs. Hotel motel taxes can be used for all of that. So if we increase, I would like to see an audit first of how have we been good stewards of what we're already collecting and what is going on with CVB, an RFP for the additional funds if someone else is going to take it over, or that it goes out for an RFP, or we bring the additional funds in-house. And then it needs to be dedicated to something. It needs to be a dedicated funding. We don't need to just continue to get money and not know where it's going to go. So I really would like to see a plan of how we're going to use the additional funds, and that it be more than tourism, because our transportation needs are needed, even if it's walking trails. I know that a lot of the cities and counties use hotel motel taxes for trails and path as matching funds for the PATH Foundation. So we want to make sure that we're using, good funds of it, good use of the funds.
Got it.
Okay, Commissioner Holmes, and then we'll come to Commissioner Wilson.
Sherry, as you know, we're not getting a return on investment from all the warehouses that have been setting up in Henry County, and the semi-trucks are killing our road infrastructure. Is there some type of infrastructure road improvement fee that we can charge semi-trucks or warehouses that will help us keep our roads resurfaced and maintained?
Once
It has to be.
Once they're built, you can't really charge them a fee. That fee, the place you could capture that fee would be an impact fee. You could, however, look at creating special service districts or tax allocation districts. When you identify a need for additional road work within a specific area, you could isolate that area and only tax the property owners within that area for those specific improvements. That's something you can look at. That gets pretty complicated from an administrative standpoint.
What about a semi-truck tow when they exit off onto our local streets? They pay a toll before, on their way to the warehouse. Is there a way we can do that?
We can certainly look into that. I'm not sure you could separate, without having ever looked at it, I'm not sure you could separate. You can certainly have a differential toll for different types of vehicles, but I'll have to look and see what local government authority on toll roads is. Okay. I'll look into that.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions from the board? Commissioner Wilson, I think you had a comment.
Going back to the hotel motel tax, did I hear a couple of weeks back that 1.5% can be unrestricted?
That is correct.
Can we get a list of what unrestricted, what can we do with the 1.5 unrestricted funds?
Okay, that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other questions or comments, because this is the introduction to the public hearing. And I think there's been some good discussion. Any other comments or questions from the board before we begin the public hearing? Well, very good. So at this time now, we will enter into our public hearing, and anyone wishing to make comments regarding the budget and the comments that have been made today, each person will have a total of 5 minutes. And so, again, we now invite anyone up to wish to speak during this public hearing time. If you will come forward, state your name and address, since we don't have cards for you to pre-register, we would like to get that information. So at this time, we're calling for anyone wishing to speak on the budget. Okay. Or do we have comments? Okay. Okay, again, if you will state your name and address, and we will be given a total of 5 minutes. So thank you. So at this time, thank you.
Yes, my name is Catherine Gilbert. I am a resident of Stockbridge, 120 Willow Hill Lane. And I would like to address a couple of issues that were discussed in the budget, most particularly the library issues and library funding. Commissioner Barham, thank you very much for your support of the libraries and your desire to see us opening more days. Prior to the recession back in 2006, 7-ish, the libraries were open 7 days a week. All of our libraries were open 7 days a week. Now, I realize we added 2 new libraries after that time, during that time, and all of the Henry County departments are back to full hours, and the libraries are still not back to full hours. There are only 2 libraries open on Saturdays, half a day on Saturdays in Henry County. We have 5 libraries. These are critical resources for our children and our families, and we need to make sure that they are available. The libraries were, prior to the cutbacks, were open all day Saturday, not half a day. And half a day on Sunday. We need to make sure we get back to that level. It's critical to our quality of life, our potential for economic development. Our schools need the support and the resources of our libraries. Our staff applied for and received 2 state grants for facilities, upgrades, and repairs. Specifically in Stockbridge, new flooring. Yeah, it's a 10-year-old building, but you heard Commissioner Varham talk about how many people are going to that library on a regular basis. The floors are worn out and becoming a danger, which is an insurance liability. These buildings belong to the county. We, as I'm a former library board trustee at this point, but we as library trustees have to be good stewards of your property. Now, these grants from the state, the other grant is for lighting upgrades to the McDonough Library, which is also a security and a safety issue, have been funded to the tune of $87,000. I believe that's the amount. But they're matching grants. Are you willing to throw away the $87,000 that our library staff has applied for and received from the state of Georgia? I think that shows a lack of responsibility on the part of your stewardship of our work to maintain your property. You talked about salaries and wanting to make sure that you have comparable pay for comparable experience. When I first got on the library board, I heard of a very sad, we have a retention issue with the libraries as well because of low pay. We had a degreed librarian on our staff that was unable to qualify for Habitat for Humanity because she did not make enough money. That's unforgivable. And so I'm here as a citizen who is an advocate for our libraries, and I will be here before this board and commission going forward, because I believe that libraries are critical to our county and to our quality of life. And I ask that you will support us. I heard some conversation about some funds that were just allocated last meeting for libraries. That was funds that were cut from last year's budget that were returned to us and were promised to be returned to us. But we're just asking. We also have a situation where our funds must be, you have to have a maintenance of effort for state funding to continue. I don't think you want to lose the $4,000 approximately of state funding that we get, $4 million, excuse me, that we get, and we could be at jeopardy for that again.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak during this budget hearing time?
My name is Carolyn Ingram. I live at 125 Price Drive West, Locust Grove, in District 1.
Good morning.
Pardon the noise, that's my extra foot. I have several issues that I would like to address, and please excuse me, I'm going to read it because that makes it quicker for all of us. I made a copy of the proposed budget for 2019-2020 off the county website a couple of weeks ago when it was posted. That same copy is still available to people who go in there to look for a copy of the proposed budget. Now I'll tell you about that. I compared it to the current budget and found discrepancies that I was prepared to discuss at the last board meeting, only to find that there was a new budget presented that did not match what I copied from the website. Yesterday, I went into the agenda for this meeting and found a very different proposed budget. My question is, when will we be presented with a budget proposal that's real and that is presented in a manner that it can be reviewed without a magnifying glass and someone to answer questions about the bulk sums that are assigned to the different departments? My next concern, why should we pay additional people to do the job that we elected the commissioners to do? There's no doubt in my mind that each person who ran for and was elected to office knew what the job requirements were going in and all knew what to expect. If anyone who went out and encouraged people to vote for them doesn't feel capable of completing the terms that we're elected to hold, then they should give serious thought to retiring from the position. I voted for an individual based on the campaign promises that were made, and I expect the individuals that were elected to the position of commissioner to live up to their promises. I heard the county manager say an amount of $185,000 to pay part-time staff for the commissioners at the last board meeting, and it came up again at this board meeting, and it's obviously, well, it's still up there now. I say no, no, no. Do the job that you came out and asked us to vote for you to do. You knew what it was. My third and last concern is that I want to see another meeting added in order for people to get an opportunity to review what the actual budget will be when it's voted on by the Board of Commissioners. At this point, I have 3 differing versions, 2 that were published, 1 that was presented at the last meeting, and the one that we've just seen presented that I assume was a verbal report of the one that is in this week's agenda. I don't give up easily. I will continue to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak regarding the budget?
Greetings, I'm Sadiqa Gibson and I reside at 7045 Coatsworth Drive, Stockbridge, Georgia. I would like to discourage the use of warehouses because they bring no value, they're an eyesore. I would like to continue to bring businesses that support the community and offer job opportunities for our youth. To one of the commissioners' point regarding increase in pay, I believe that that is very important. I have a young student who will be headed off to college, and he's been talking about moving to Buckhead when he gets his degree, and I'd like for there to be opportunities for him and his peers to be able to stay in the county that he's been raised in. He's a smart young man as well as his peers, so they would definitely add value and talent to our county. So I believe it's important to keep the talent in the county, and so we need to be able to offer our youth those opportunities. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak during this public hearing?
Elton Alexander, 920 Maple Leaf Drive, McDonough, actually in the city limits of Stockbridge.
Good morning.
I want to thank you all this morning for having us. These are tough decisions that need to be made, and I honor the process because it looks like you all are doing your due diligence. You're looking into the numbers, you're examining every bit of the process and making sure that you're making thoughtful decisions. You're not just rushing to make judgments. It's tough. It really is. Today, I'm here to advocate on behalf of the Arabia Mountain Heritage Area and Panola Mountain that we embrace and that we impact multi-use trails in the community. It was encouraging to hear the commissioner speak about using hotel motel tax. And what I would say to you today is every day that you don't collect that tax, you're losing money. Do the study, but collect the tax. Start collecting it now so you can use those funds, and you can do the same time. You can suspend the spending of those taxes while you collect them to put the plan together. But every day you don't collect that tax, you're losing thousands of dollars. It's been great and very beneficial to us. I want to encourage each and every community as a representative of Stockbridge and a representative for the community at large. I want every community in Henry County to embrace sidewalks, trails, and multi-use paths. It was very encouraging to see Commissioner Holmes institute some multi-use trails in his SPLOST proposal that is forthcoming. I'm very excited that the Panola Mountain Greenway process is finally moving forward and that we're going to be having a groundbreaking here pretty soon, bringing that trail into Henry County. That will be an outstanding day. And picking up that trail from Fairview Road and bringing it down Fairview Road to the new park would be exemplary. And I appreciate the recommendation to extend it down East Atlanta Road to the city of Stockbridge if that is to be included. Then it is incumbent upon us as representatives for the city of Stockbridge to embrace it. I encourage each commissioner to look deep inside your budget and your SPLOST proposal to examine where you can connect this community. Connectivity drives economic development. A few years ago, there was a study done that said the Silver Comet Trail generated $47 million annually. I'm sure that's escalated since that point. The Atlanta Beltline has generated $1 billion in new development as it moves along. It was encouraging to understand as a representative of this board, the Arabia Mountain Heritage Area, that we're this close to connecting to the Atlanta Beltline. The proposal to connect from Highway 155 to Georgia Perimeter College, the bid will close on May 15th. What that will do is it will allow a bike, someone who's cycling or jogging or long distance runner to be able to go from Panola Mountain all the way inside I-285 at that point. It is encouraging that the city of Atlanta has moved forward with the Southeast Beltline Trail. That is where we will connect from the south side. As the north side communities work on Connect the Comet, they're connecting the Silver Comet from the top side. We call our trail the South River Trail, or the AMP, the Arabia Mountain Heritage, the Arabia Mountain Path, which is the short name for it. But we need everybody, every one of these commissioners, you guys to look at maybe on a countywide option on the SPLOST or on a yearly budget, dedicating a line to sidewalks. Because when you put it in that lump sum category of roads, bridges, and sidewalks, well, we'll get to the sidewalks eventually, and we have pedestrian safety, which is at risk in this community. And we need to make sure that we're doing our part because GDOT is doing their part. As Highway 42 is widened, there will be a 10-foot path from McDonough all the way to Stockbridge, and Rock Quarry Road. There will be a 10-foot path from from Eagles Landing Parkway to Highway 138. A couple of other items. I want to support the library wholeheartedly and thank this board for opening the Stockbridge Library on Saturday. It's packed there every Saturday if you go by. Also, I want to encourage this board to keep working and put some money in the budget for a CID for Highway 138. I was out there this weekend, and I appreciate the pre-work that the county did to set that up to make sure that we had a successful day cleaning it up. One of the things that Commissioner Holmes spoke about was the truck impact. We could look at developing a DOT division amongst the police department to actually do some inspections when these trucks are off route. Thank you so much.
Okay. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Perkins, and I live in Villa Rica. You've met my husband, Rusty Perkins, on several occasions. He's more the speaker of the family. I don't even like talking to Alexa. So we used to live in Rockmart, but I wanted to let you know that we honestly considered moving here to Henry County because of the good schools that you have and the public safety departments you have that you recognize today. You have some beautiful land, and it would put us closer to my daughter's grandmother and me closer to work. We spent countless hours looking at property and houses in the area. One was a beautiful house that I hated to pass up on Nell Road. But we decided against moving here. And I know a few of you are saying hallelujah because you met my husband. But we decided against moving here because of the traffic in the roads and the growth that y'all are constantly adding. Not only does it help the growth help votes for you, but it causes more problems for the traffic in the roads. The plans that I've heard today that y'all have recommended sound wonderful, but it kind of sounds like you've already put the cart before the horse. But one of the things that I heard brought up just a few minutes ago was something about the warehouses and the trucks and wanting to charge tolls for trucks coming into the area. Well, I want you to consider all your groceries, your clothes, your building supplies for all this construction that you're wanting to do is delivered by truck drivers. If they get feed for having to go into an area, that raises the cost you know, the cost gets passed on to y'all. So, and then the warehouses, my mother-in-law works at one of the ones here. And I mean, if you have to close down all the warehouses, your deliveries are going to be coming from a different location, which again, adds more cost to, you know, other things. So what you're trying to save will cost more money in the long run by adding, you know, making it more difficult for the truck drivers to deliver the goods and having the warehouses move somewhere else, and that's even a more distance and more cost to you guys. Thank you.
Come on, you may come forward. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Bernardine Broadus. I reside in Clayton County, but I'm a member of the Grace Baptist Church, 2178 Highway 138 East, which is in Henry County. I'm also the chairman of the Youth Educational Project Yes services that we provide in the schools, not just in the schools, but we partner with any other nonprofit organization. And I'm here to support additional times for libraries. One of the things that I notice as I go around in many schools, and I'm all over Henry County in so many different schools, I find that there are a lot of young people, contrary to popular belief, do not have the internet in their homes. And the library is a place where they can go. When it's an academic year, young people can't go during the 5-day week, so they only have Saturdays or in Sundays in some cases. So that's why the additional hours would be so helpful to them. And because we are investing in our young people, it is paramount, and I'm sure you all agree as you have put forth, that we continue to do whatever it takes. And additional library hours, we got to get kids to a point where they are wanting to read. They're just not wanting to scroll. We want them to read. The library helps do that. The access to actually hard copies of books sometimes seems passe, but you'd be surprised how many young people really want to have a hard copy of a book in their hands. That's just based on my experience and what I've gleaned by going out with and working with the school systems and in the schools and talking to the young people. So I'm just here to support your position that you and encourage you to really whatever it takes that you have to do to take that and invest it in those young people, because now when they're in libraries later on, 10 years from now, 11 years from now, 15 years from now, then that investment will pay off. And I say to people who are investing in young people, if you're not investing in them, what are they doing on Saturdays? Where are they going? What are they getting into when they have the alternative to be in the library? If I wanted to take my group from one of our programs, Project Yes, to the library on a Saturday morning, how many options do I have? How many options do the young people have? So I'm just here to encourage you, appreciate the fact that you are considering it, and to encourage you, because I know that my pastor, the Reverend Clinton McFarland Sr., would certainly enjoy and appreciate having an additional time on Saturdays for our young people to go to the library. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Again, anyone else wishing to speak during this public hearing? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, that does conclude our public hearing regarding the budget. So we'll now just open it up for any more comments or questions from the board. Okay, I had a question or two. Regarding the questions that we've had about the library and the request for extended hours, and especially as it relates to education, do we have any partnership with the Board of Education regarding funding for the libraries and so forth? And if not, should we?
So that has been part of a number of conversations that my office has had with our Director of Library Services in terms of contributions from the Board of Education. It is my understanding that there is no agreement between the county and the board or the library and the board in terms of funding. One of the things that, and certainly if I'm incorrect, someone from the library can certainly correct that. But one of the other things that we also suggested were looking at other grant opportunities and then working with our cities as well in terms of seeing what funding they can assist in providing for the libraries. One of the things that we've talked about with the library is making sure that library hours are available for those that want to utilize the library. And so we've had a lot of conversations, but ultimately that decision to open the library, to determine the hours of operation, lies within the hands of the library. We will continue to have conversations with them in terms of seeing if they are amenable to adjusting the current hours. But my understanding is that based on the current funding level, they're just not in a position to make any changes.
Okay, and then I had another question. It was mentioned that there's a retention issue with the library staff. Was the library group included in our class and compensation study?
No, ma'am, because those employees are not county employees.
Okay, that's okay. So therefore, okay, all right. And regarding the connectivity, and all of that is included in our comprehensive transportation plan. So, or do we have any, I guess, future actions that we're going to take to help implement further along our comprehensive transportation plan, which includes transit network? We've got a feasibility study. We've gone through some things, but what are we going to do now to get the overall joint plan implemented?
That is one of the reasons why we're adding and hoping that the board will approve that transportation planner position within this proposed budget, so that we can have someone that it really has their eye on not only the road and infrastructure, but the transit component as well. There was a transit feasibility study completed several years ago, and there were some short-term, mid-term, and long-term recommendations within that plan. And so the desire is certainly to, one, get our hand around what are our true priorities within the county, but two, also to look at other mechanisms for transit. One of the things that we have done as a result of the feasibility study, and certainly as a result of a request from Commissioner Holmes, is the pilot route that we have that's running in Fairview. We're also looking at the McDonough area to start another or a second pilot to move individuals that may be in the McDonough area to the South Point area. And so that's something that we're working on internally at a staff level that we will be bringing to the board for consideration very soon.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, Commissioner Thomas.
In reference to the library, and of course, we definitely want to support students in our community and have a place for them to have access to the internet. Have we considered looking or making an agreement with the school system where they open their libraries on Saturdays and we do the support staffing of it, something of that nature, where we have a shared cost in this whole process? It definitely would make sense, since they have the books available, they have the internet available, and the iPads or the computer system that the students have been allocated are already aligned to access that internet, to make some type of arrangements like that. And most of the libraries within the schools are located near the front part of the school, and they have the ability to shut off different sections of the school now with this gateway system that's there. So it definitely would make sense to see how we can build some type of relationship with them and say, you support us by opening your libraries, we support you with support staff, and put some numbers to that and see how that could work.
Certainly, I'll certainly reach out to the superintendent and see if that's something that we can start some conversation on and then bring it back to the board for consideration.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Barnes?
Yes, going back to the libraries, I don't know what the school board used to do. I don't know what that number is, and you probably don't have it available. But my understanding, during the recession, they cut that back to about 20,000, and I think the number was a lot larger at that time. We don't have an issue with the books. The books is not the issue. It's just opening the libraries up for the children. And there's a lot of kids, and you may not, I mean, everybody in this room probably has internet service, but there's a lot of families in this county that don't have internet service. And it's my understanding they go to the parking lot at the libraries just to get internet service. So, you know, education should be one of our priorities. Thank you.
Right. So if we can, again, move forward, we're coming back with something to bring back to the board regarding a partnership with the Board of Education regarding the libraries.
So noted.
Okay.
And also look into, I know that we have a lot of money out there for crossing guards at schools that children don't walk to. So we could take a crossing guard away from a school where children don't walk and open up a library. So the school system can't get everything with the budget higher than ours. So we got to make a decision on what do we fund that helps all of the citizens of this county, and what do we fund that helps nobody. So I would like to take a look at the crossing guard funds.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments from the board? It sounds like we need a joint meeting with the Board of Education. Okay, very good. All right, if there are no other comments regarding the public hearing for the FY 2019-2020 budget, we will move forward, and just do note that on May 14th, there will be a Board of Commissioners workshop that is scheduled, okay? So as previously stated, item 11 regarding the resolution to support the National Stepping Up Initiative has been removed from the agenda, so we'll move now into item 12 from Senior Services and ask Ms. Diane Reed to come forward to present a resolution requesting approval to award the RFP 1920 to the Trusted Hands Senior Care and Glory Home Healthcare Services for a one-year contract. So
Good morning, Chair,
Good
members
morning.
of the board. As stated, proposals were solicited for vendors to provide in-home services to senior adults. Evaluation committee reviewed the proposals, and both agencies were found to meet all the minimum requirements. We are asking for approval to award the contract to both listed vendors.
Okay, we've heard the presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Clemens?
Ms. Reed, do you know how many seniors that we have that are receiving in-home services?
Yes, ma'am. As a combination between direct services provided by our staff and the agencies, approximately 200.
Okay. And do you have that broken down by areas?
By regions that they live. We have addresses, of course, but I do not have a readily available report that would tell you how many for each service are divided by the districts. No.
And I'm concerned about how do the seniors know to apply for this in-home services? And is there any cost to our seniors for the services? And do we have a waiting list for seniors that want services that don't get services?
I'll start with the last one first, if I may. We do have a waiting list. We try to include all the information, of course, on the usual sources, our website, any printed information. Our funding comes from three primary sources. The CSBG funding is targeted for the lowest income in our community, and there is no cost share for any services those clients receive. Other seniors, we have funding through the Atlanta Regional Commission as well as county sources. ARC, we look at income, but there is no specific cost share. We look at their income and we give a suggested cost share. And some clients do have that they send in every month.
Okay. And Sherry, the reason I'm asking about it is because we do have a waiting list, and if you would get us that list of seniors that are waiting on to be able to have in-home services, and I don't know if we're having a conversation with ARC about our senior growth in our county. I know from a tax perspective, we have a lot of seniors that are requesting exemptions. Our seniors are not leaving our community. Our seniors are aging in our community. We want them to age healthy, but we don't have enough services for them when they become homebound or needing the services. And to have a waiting list, we continue to build. I know that we're adding more money for the senior centers, but we're not really adding more money for those seniors that are homebound and making sure that they have the services that they need as well. So we need to have a conversation with ARC about more funding.
Well, I would say that the ARC is definitely focused a lot on the aging population in the Metro Atlanta area. I know Ms. Mildred Schmitz, you're out there. Do you have any comments that you would like to add? Because she actually represents Henry County on the Council for Aging at the Atlanta Region Commission. So if you'd like to make a statement, that would be good. And if not, we can definitely invite you back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I don't really have any comments, but I was under the understanding, and the members of the board of on the board of the Council on Aging, we were understood that the additional $100,000 that we had gotten from the Atlanta Regional Commission was going to wipe out our waiting list. So if Ms. Reed could address that.
The waiting list that the additional funds were, we had a waiting list for folks at our congregate sites, senior centers, that were on a waiting list for the reduced cost meals. Those were addressed with the additional funding that was referred to. The waiting list that I was explaining for you was for our homebound seniors. It's comprised of home-delivered meals, respite for caregivers, homemaker services, and personal care.
So Sherry, that goes back to what we were talking about, so that $100,000 went into the senior centers and towards the meals, people that are, and the meals is a whole another issue for me. We are collecting money for meals with no credit card machines. They're taking cash. There's no audit about how much money is coming in at those senior centers. So that's a whole nother thing that we definitely need to look into. I want to make sure that monies that are coming in, that there's some oversight, that we know what's coming in and that it's turning around for more money and that the seniors are being taken care of in this county. Thank you.
Okay, are you okay? Go ahead, Commissioner Thomas, and then I've got to come in as well. Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to know, are your senior citizens taking advantage of the Child and Adult Food Program, the federal program that provides meals for senior citizens as well?
The SNAP program?
No. Child and Adult Food Program where they provide free meals based upon the number of meals that you serve to senior citizens. Well, if they're not, then apparently that's money that you're missing, because there is a program that's federally funded where they will provide your breakfast, your lunch, and a snack for them, or you can turn around and make it snack and dinner and another combination and have that paid for by the federal government through a reimbursement plan. So if the senior centers are not taking advantage of that, then we definitely need to make them aware of that program so they can have that taken care of and move this money to maybe the home care or the personal care or the hand care services that you need, because that can be paid for through another program as well.
And I will share that some of the funding that we receive, we are given specific direction on which programs that it can be spent on. And we try to follow those guidelines. Yes,
and I do think accountability is very, very important, especially if we have seniors paying cash, because we're not sure who's going to what door and how that's being managed. So that needs to be managed.
That every day, those deposits, they come to our accounts administrator. They are verified 3 times. They are deposited daily, and we track every dollar that's brought in for the congregate senior center meals every day. Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Thomas has.
Another thing too, when she was talking about the waiting list that you have, it's very important for us to know where that waiting list is, like she said, by region or by district. Because I want to make sure, and just like she does in District 2, that seniors are well taken care of, and we need to know that. So while we're going through this budget process, where we need to spend some additional money to make sure seniors are well taken care of. So please make sure that information is gotten to us as readily as possible.
Okay. I have the addresses. I could try to do a sort. I know cities and I know addresses, but I don't have it currently broken down by commission district.
Okay. Thank you.
You are.
Okay, Commissioner Clemens.
Sherry, can we make sure that, and I'll get with Ms. Reed to find out what are we going to do about making sure that we have credit card access in these senior centers, because I had a big complaint from a senior that tried to pay for her meal with a credit card and was turned away because she couldn't even pay for her meal.
Yes, Commissioner, and we already have it in our notes to make sure that that is an available option at all of our senior centers.
And that should be able to happen in 5 days. I don't want another senior turned away who can't use her credit card to eat.
Got it.
Okay, if I can make one statement as well before we get too far, especially we need one voice when we go down to the Atlanta Region Commission. So if there's some communication or clarification that we need to make sure that we all having the same voice for dollars that may be available so that we can bring it back home to Henry County, please let me know, because I know we've got individuals sitting on the council, I'm sitting on some boards, but we need to make sure that we have the right message so that we can get the funding back to Henry County. Okay? All right, Commissioner Thomas.
One other thing I wanted to invite you to try and do is make an appointment to talk to administration of the county manager by having access to the grant writer that has been brought on by the county. There are so many grants out there that we need to tap into to serve our senior citizens. And now that we have somebody on board, we may be able to help you find other funding as well to help take care of the needs of the senior citizens. Okay.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, so we do have a request for a resolution to approve this award. Is there a motion from the floor?
So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion or comments? All in favor? Okay, it passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, our next item, 13A, regarding the resolution for the agreement between Red Speed Georgia and Henry County has been removed from the agenda. So we'll now move into item 13B and invite up Captain Jeff Maddox and also Deputy County Manager Brad Johnson to present a resolution regarding the purchase of a Bearcat and some other equipment, and definitely make a mention of how all of this plays into part from the training we had when we were in Emmitsburg. There was a lot of emergency preparedness training and recommendations for equipment, so please make that connection if you will.
I will, Madam Chair. Thank you again for having us up, and thank you, Board, for your continued support. As Chair mentioned, back in, I would say a little over a year ago, our EMA team, Director Ash and his team, applied for a grant that was issued throughout the southeastern United States in our FEMA Region 4, which would allow a large group contingent from one community to go to a instructional class for 1 week in Emmitsburg, Maryland, that would teach you how to handle and recover from catastrophic events in your community. Not just the response to the event, how to mitigate that, and how to recover your community back to a normal state during that event. And we took about 60 people from Henry County, from all disciplines, from administrations to every aspect, from finance to DOT. We have a state GEMA representative, state health department, commissioners, city council members, mayors, and so on. So during that training opportunity, we came together and developed some action items. And one of the action items was, how do we respond to active shooters or any kind of domestic or terrorist event in Henry County? And we found some gaps. We found some gaps with that, and we're working towards that action plan. Since then, we developed an executive committee with the police chiefs, the EMA director, myself, training officers. It's been working for about 8 months now since we came back to put boots on the ground and develop a team approach to get everyone out of their silos from the cities, counties, county departments, and make it a team effort to be successful in mitigating any issues that might come about in Henry County of that manner. Sadly enough, on April 2nd or April 4th of this year, we had a catastrophic event in Henry County that we were not prepared for. Getting there, we have requested or put in the planning stages and ready for implementation stages of some capital equipment. As we mentioned in our last meeting, we've also conducted several gap analysis since that incident happened because it was unique to Henry County. It was the first time we've had something of that magnitude hit us that lasted so long and was that aggressive. We've also since then, the team approach has started a rescue task force. Rescue task force is a new concept where in the past, the police officers respond to an incident with a shooter. The other public safety resources stage until the scene is completely safe. What was found through documentation and research is that lives were being lost. Lives were being lost because people were bleeding out, not from the initial, or they weren't being killed from initial gunshot wounds, they were being killed from bleeding out from laying on the ground for hours at a time. The Rescue Task Force works together as a public safety team to go in, secure the area, and bring the medics in to control and extricate the victims to safety, which has already documented saving lives. And again, putting everything together, the incident on April 4th, say escalated, but kind of fit in to finding our major gaps in our departments. So as we mentioned last meeting, I'm bringing today to the county commission the request to fill some of them gaps with helmets, night vision, throat mics for our SWAT team, and an armored vehicle. This is part one of our next item is part two for the fire for the rescue task force. But today I'll let the chief explain it more in depth. But this is the gaps we found of the equipment we did not have on April 4th. Moving forward. Chief, if you would explain about the armored vehicle and the other equipment we're requesting.
Well, after the incident on April 4th that was so widely televised and talked about, we had to call for assistance from several of the counties around us After the incident was over, I sat down with Mr. Johnson. We looked at some of the things that we were short on. We came up with a list. One was an armored vehicle, and we are requesting a Bearcat. That particular incident, we had to rely on our friends from Clayton County Police Department and Butts County Sheriff's Office to come up. We needed the Bearcat to place in a position where a team could be ready to respond because they were still receiving gunfire from the home. Clayton County's Bearcat got shot somewhere between 6 and 8 times. We used Butts County's armored vehicle to transport people and equipment so it wouldn't be in the kill zone, and their Bearcat, their armored vehicle actually got shot 6 times. So I say all that, it's unfortunate we had to wait for this kind of incident to happen, but the county is in desperate need of having an armored vehicle for the safety of its officers, its SWAT team, and the citizens of Henry County. So that's definitely one item. We went down, we looked at some of these shortcomings we wish we had, like Mr. John said, the helmets and the comm equipment. Those upgrades, those items we're asking for is just bringing us online to what the sheriff's office has. So we need to be able to upgrade that communications equipment. The night vision, that's another thing. This incident took so long and went into the night. We need to be able to have the capabilities to be able to see in the night to better work the problem and situation. We also came up with some other items. One was a gas launcher, level 4 plates, and med kits. Those are items when we looked at it, I was able to find within the current budget to be able to purchase those items now. So we did what we could as a department to be able to fill some of those shortcomings, but these other items are things that we desperately need now to try to reach our shortcomings where we're at, like you said, like the gaps.
Thank you, Chief. I think this is important, Commissioners, for, I guess, filling that gap. And we do this for every large incident we have in the county where our public safety team is go back and what do we do right, can we do better, and what areas of concern do we have. As we mentioned earlier with our retirees, is our personnel is most essential, and our citizens are essential also to keep safe. And having this capability for, as our changing world is today, it's sad that we have to actually have an armored vehicle, but as the world change, we need to be prepared to mitigate them incidents and save lives where possible. So it's not just for a type of incident we had on April 4th, but maybe an incident in the school system. One of our businesses have an issue. This will be able to take our team in safely for that. And it was identified in our FEMA as they took us down the pathway of incident response and mitigation. It was identified that was one of the missing links we had on our checklist, even back in August. So, Madam Chair, we're asking the board today to consider the use of some fund balance fundings of the amount of, let me find the total amount there, Chief. You got total amount on your resolution?
383,174.
Yes, ma'am. And that was for the armored vehicle, the night vision, helmets, and the upgraded comm system.
Well, we thank you for the presentation, and of course, our heart still goes out to the White family, and we definitely appreciate the training from all of the public safety officials that day. And I will tell you, when we went to Emmitsburg, we kept hearing about the Bearcat. So obviously, we're here today. Let's continue to think forward, as our community continues to grow, but I'm glad to see this. So any comments from the board? Commissioner Clemens.
I have a question for Chief Emmerman. Is it, so the robot is not on here?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner, we have talked about that. We're still studying that and seeing what opportunities we have for additional. The full robot system, I think, is $750 plus with the transport. So we're looking at now what options we need, what are our gaps in Henry County. Keep using gap analysis for a documented way of approaching new aspects rather than just going at it. And Chief is definitely looking at how to do that and what size, what capacity we need and what for. We want to make sure our moving forward is not just a police robot, is a multi-facet for hazmat, for search and rescue, that type of thing. So
I'll just share with the board. I know that during the incident, there was a robot. I'm watching the news at home, and the robot goes in to see what's happening inside. It protects our officers from having to go in, and they still have anything that we can do to make sure that they don't have to go in, and we can have the technology to go in before we send our officers in. So I just want us to keep that in mind.
Sure.
Don't disregard it, saying that the county can't afford it, and then we have another, hazard with our officers.
We haven't forgotten about it.
Okay.
And with the rescue task force and all the chiefs and all the police departments coming together and the fire departments, that's something I've been talking with the other chiefs about. If you're looking at getting this kind of robot, maybe we can look at getting this kind. They make different kinds that you can actually throw in and roll around, and like the kind you saw on the news where actually you'll climb stairs. So we are talking about it so we don't duplicate services with our other partners within the county.
Okay, Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Wilson.
My question is, in your purchase here, did you include any type of maintenance agreement or any type of upgrade agreement so that we can make sure that that the investment is maintained up to a level of performance expected?
Sure.
I'm Captain Maddox with the police department. I'm over special operations, and I'm actually the SWAT team commander. I can help you with that answer, ma'am. It does come with a warranty. Lenco Bearcat warranties their product. It's just like buying a vehicle. I think it's a 3-year warranty on it, just like you would with a car. Also with the helmet systems, they have a limited warranty with them as well, but they also 3M works very close with the company that makes Peltor, and they are willing to come down and replace parts on site and do a lot of maintenance work, and it comes with a pretty good guarantee as far as that part.
And Commissioner, our fleet director, Jody Swartz, also has been in contact as part of the process of making sure we can maintain any issues that come up. And typically how it works out on our specialty vehicles is our personnel, if capable, can actually do the warranty work, and they pay us to do that work. But he has been in contact to make sure we are compatible moving forward, to make sure we can maintain the equipment.
Okay.
Other question, Commissioner Wilson.
As you mentioned before, how we got to this point, but my understanding is that when the EMA, they applied for this grant, we was competing with other states as well.
Yes, sir. I think it's, if I'm not, 9 states. Don, I think it's 9 states in the FEMA Region 4. That's the whole entire southeastern United States. They only give a grant once a year, and I think it rotates through GEMA regions because it is pretty significant and logistical significance to get everybody there. But we were definitely successful in getting it, and it's been a help. I will tell you, it brought everybody. I was in a meeting just last Thursday morning with all the police chiefs, the executive team, getting briefed about what training is going on and how it's produced and how they're working together, interdepartmental, multi-agency, multi-discipline, to come together one mission. And actually training started yesterday with the troops, the boots on the ground, to make this a success.
So we're like the first in the state to implement the program, correct?
I think we are probably to be the first in the state to implement a multi-jurisdictional, multi-discipline. There are other agencies that have their paramedics with vests. They've been issued vests in the state and some of the metro areas in the north side. I want to thank, through our training officers, when they told us on Thursday morning, we'll be the first multi-agency, multi-discipline trained in a rescue task force in the state of Georgia, if not the southeastern United States.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? All right, the floor is now open for a motion. We have a motion. Second. And a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? It passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, well, we'll move now into the next agenda item, which is one that was added. It was item 13C, and this is regarding a resolution to the purchase of the ballistic armor, and we invite up Mr. Brad Johnson for that presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got Chief Phillips and Chief Burnett coming up also to discuss. This is part 2. We want to apologize. I guess first thank the commission for actually adding this on the agenda. We had some issues making sure that we were compliant with our purchasing policy, because we're going to make sure that's number one, and a timely matter. So these guys got the information that was delayed from the vendor and got through purchasing and made sure we did it the right way late on Friday afternoon. So what this did is part 2 is the rescue task force is the paramedics that respond in to the initial call will now not stage. They will be, I guess they'll additionally stage. Once they clear the first part, the safe area, the warm zone, the PD officers will escort the medics in to start retrieving victims to save lives. So what that takes is the helmets, the SWAT vest, or ballistic vest that will have enough for all apparatus in the county. And in this exciting times, exciting, number one, save lives, and number two, providing a higher levels of protection for our responders in today's environment is huge. So I'll let Chief Phillips discuss the vest, and there's a demo right here in front of you of of what product we want to buy.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good morning, and thank you for having us up here. This project has been ongoing for us since about 2017, since the early part of 2017. Understand at that time there were very few resources for fire departments to obtain this type of protective equipment. Typically it was done through regional or local law enforcement agencies who loaned them that equipment. A lot of that equipment was past useful service life for police officers. So this, just to kind of add on to what Mr. Johnson said, in addition to the incident that we had in April, we also had a sort of a test run, if you will, when we had an active shooter call come out at Walmart. And you're talking about a worst case scenario. Chief Gardner, I was out of town, Chief Gardner was available. We had one ambulance coming from the hospital and one engine in the area that was there because we had two fires going on at the same time. Now that ended up being a false call, but had it been a real call, we would not have been able to go in. And as you said earlier, the key to saving people's lives in these events is to be able to move in with law enforcement, quickly assess and treat those that can be treated, and move on and plan for their removal. This what we're asking for today. This is the ballistic vest right here. We did lots of research on it. The reason why we chose this particular vest is because, number one, it looks like a turnout coat that firefighters wear. The one thing I was intractable on was the fact that I didn't want to look like SWAT officers on calls or on scenes. We didn't want it to be black. We didn't want Molly on there. We don't need a bunch of hooks and loops and all that sort of thing. We want everybody to know that it's the fire department for safety. These are not only to be worn during an active shooter event. Thousands of EMS workers and firefighters are injured every year, but through local things that we don't hear of, stabbed, shot, things of that nature. We have a preliminary SOG that's going to dictate how and when we'll wear these. It's not a daily wear item like the law enforcement community wears. It is an as needed item on here as well. These are adjustable from size 25 waist to 60. They're adjustable in the shoulders. Recently had an event at the department, and our smallest department member, who's about 100 pounds, put it on comfortably. And our largest department member, who's not 100 pounds, also put it on very comfortably. So these are the best fit for us right now. This includes also helmets, some medical supplies, and some training supplies. The medical supplies are tourniquets, breathing devices, and chest seals for chest wounds. Take any questions that you may have.
Okay, we've heard the presentation. I see Commissioner Wilson, and I've got a comment as well. Commissioner Wilson.
Chief, we know that when you receive the equipment, that you're not going to put them on the trucks and expect everyone to go into these situations. So kind of let us know how the training program is going to attach to the equipment.
Okay, how the training program is going to attach is since these will be available on all of our vehicles, all of our fire apparatus, all of our command staff vehicles, and other staff vehicles, we'll be able to easily integrate into that police model. What's going to happen when this happens is the ambulances will roll up, get turned around, and start treating patients. As the engines and other apparatus come in, they'll start being assigned as 2 as 4 into it. It will save us time in not having to locate additional equipment from law enforcement or from other sources, or not having what we need to go in to protect us.
So your medics are not going to be toting any weapons, correct?
No, sir, not at all. We will, however, do a familiarization with the weapons that the police department uses, just in case that becomes a reality in what we're doing to be able to help them out.
All right, thank you.
All right, and that's one of the comments that I wanted to make, is that the training in Emmitsburg basically said we want to stop the killing, we want to save the dying and comfort those that are hurting, and it really encouraged the police and fire to work together in a safe manner so that, again, police does what it needs to do, fire does what it does to help those. So I'm glad to hear that we're moving towards the equipment, and that was the unique thing about that training that I applaud, so I commend you all for moving forward on that. Okay, any other questions or comments? Commissioner Barham?
Yes, I just want, the helmets are bulletproof too?
Yes, sir.
And the ratchet system, what is the ratchet system?
It's just like in our helmets, that makes sure that your helmet has a nice snug fit on your head. You just ratchet it down in the back to tighten it onto your head as much as possible. If you were to lose a clip or your strap, the helmet would still stay on your head and offer you that protection.
And will the turnout gear fit over this vest?
We can fit this over our turnout gear.
Okay, that's all I got.
Yes, sir.
Okay, other questions or comments from the board? Okay, where the floor is now open for a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? The resolution passes unanimously, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yay. So we'll move now into our Parks and Recreation presentation, and I'm going to ask our Vice Chair to help facilitate us through as I take a quick break and come right back. But we invite up Mr. Tim Coley to come and present the resolution regarding the authorization of lease equipment with Jerry Pate Turf and Irrigation for the Parks and Recreation Department. So thank you.
Good morning. Yes, this resolution is to authorize the lease of lawnmowers and workman utility vehicles for the Parks and Recreation Department. The existing lease we have expires this month. And the lease will be for 10 mowers and 5 workman utility vehicles. The equipment is on state contract. The vendor is Jerry Pate Turf and Irrigation. The leasing company is PNC Equipment. It'll be ran through Campbell's, which is a Henry County company, but we don't buy directly from Campbell's because Jerry Pate has a state contract. So the local company will get benefit from this. And the monthly lease is $3,404.01, and this does include the Toro warranty.
Okay, we'll go to
Yeah, Sherry, I have a concern about this. I know that a lot of times we'll go through the state contract to avoid bidding it out. I think this has continued to happen. I don't know how long this company has had this. There are a lot of companies on Industrial Boulevard, John Deere, Mason Tractor, there's a whole lot of them, and we continue to just use people that are on the state contract, and I heard Tim say that a local vendor, that's not sufficient. This was not bidded out, is that correct?
That is correct, because it was part of a state contract.
So I don't want to hold it up because I want my grass cut, but I would like to see if there's some way that we can do this the proper way instead of just keep saying, oh, we're just going to let the same person keep getting this, same person keep getting this. We don't know if there's other rates out there. And just because the person has a state contract, I mean, they're monopolizing the system, and that's what we're trying to avoid. So I don't know if we want to wait or how we want to do this. Yeah, but I'm really concerned about this. I mean, right now, we have more, and we keep getting mowers every year.
Now, we can certainly bid it out. It's going to delay the process in terms of us moving forward, but there's still nothing that would preclude this contractor from bidding on the proposal as well.
That's
now,
fine.
or the bids could come in much higher than what's on the state contract. So we do run that risk, but we have no problem if the will of the board is for us to bid everything out, then we can certainly do that, because I know there's been some concerns before. And in some cases, we did go the route where we didn't select from a state contract, we bidded it out, and that was one case where we were successful because we were able to get it at a lower cost. But if the board wants us to, rather than looking at the state contract as an option and bid out certain services, then just make me aware of what those services are. Or if we just want to do it for all things, we can certainly start doing that. I think
we use that to circumvent the system and go around the process of bidding it out. We have a procurement department that should do their job. Even if we go through the state contract, if the procurement department has not looked at this and said this is the best thing, then I don't know why we would go to that. And if the procurement department can say, we looked at this, we vetted this was the best route, I mean, he's sitting there.
So
I don't know if he saw this.
what typically happens for any type of contractual, professional, or any type of service that the county is rendering, it goes through our procurement department.
So this went through procurement.
Absolutely, and what procurement will do is make the department aware.
Y'all saying two different things. He's sitting behind you.
Well, the procurement reviews all of the purchases that come through And if it's a state contract, then they will make the department aware that this is on state contract. I'm not sure what David is saying.
What I wanted. I'm ready. What I wanted to say, Commissioner, was that the state goes through that same procurement process in terms of vetting all of the vendors. And so they've already done the job of determining who would be the best, most responsive, and lowest provider. And selecting from the state, it doesn't preclude us from doing the same thing, but it certainly helps us in that we don't have to go through that process for them. And that's the purpose for them being on the state contract. But I certainly understand your concern about certain vendors being continually selected from the state contract.
Yeah, that's my concern, especially since we have several people that are local that can do the job. Just let them bid, and may the best man win, but we should go through the process.
I'm not sure if Mr. Bourne or Mr. Thomas should raise their hand first, but go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to support the process that Commissioner Clemens is putting forth. We definitely want to have an open bid process. We don't want to see consistently the same companies just automatically seem to get the same type of bids over and over again. That's something that the community is tired of as well. They want an opportunity to work in their community. They want an opportunity to have access to these contracts as well. And we should do whatever is necessary to invite them in to have the same opportunity to bid on these contracts. And I do want to hold it up. I do. I hear what you're saying about, okay, well, I don't want to hold up the grass. The process should have been followed. And I really do want to see how we can make sure it's instituted to give everyone a fair opportunity to bid on this contract.
Chair, because I want to make sure, I'm sorry, Vice Chair. May I speak?
Go ahead.
Okay. I do want to just clarify that the process was followed. There is nothing that staff is doing to insinuate or to circumvent the process. This has been the process, and typically with things being on state contract, David is absolutely correct, it's already been vetted. What I'm hearing from the board is we want to make sure that we're giving everybody an opportunity to provide a proposal for services that are being provided. And that's so noted. We will going forward, the directive that will be given to staff is let's take this through the process of making sure that we're bidding it out. I think Tim is trying to echo in, but I think right now what we're trying to do is get this awarded so that we don't hold up or stall any of the grass cutting that needs to be done at this point. Now, if it's the will of the board for us to hold on issuing or awarding this contract, then that's something that we certainly, if the board votes to do that, then we'll just have to move forward with that and then get with purchasing to solicit proposals. Now, I do believe that will take anywhere from 30 to 45 days for us to do it because we will have to write up the proposal, and not to say that we can't do that, but there will be a delay in us getting that back to the board.
Yes, and we've talked about this before, and we've actually got on a policy that if it's local vendors, we were going to give them an opportunity. But my question to you, Tim, is any local vendors that do this type of leasing?
Here's the thing. Campbell's is the Toro representative from Henry County. Campbell's located in Henry County. These lawnmowers will actually come from Campbell. They'll be maintained by Campbell. The warranty work will be paid to Campbell on Highway 42. They work through Jerry Pate because Jerry Pate is a regional sales, and they have the state contract. So even though we go through Jerry Pate, the lawnmowers will actually come from Campbell's and will be serviced by Campbell's, which is on Highway 42. And I don't know if that's McDonald or Stockbridge, but.
Yeah, but my question is, I mean, when y'all vetted this out, did we give John Deere and Kubota and all these other businesses in Henry County, did we give an opportunity, and did they lease mowers?
No, we didn't. And one of the reasons, Commissioner, is this isn't all the mowers. We have mowers. This has replaced one fleet of them. We rotate them every 2 years. And it's a lot easier for us if we carry one blade, one set of belts, one set of spark plugs, one set of everything to maintain it, than to have 3 John Deere, 4 Kubota, 3 Exmarks. You know what I'm saying? Then it gets very maintenance. A lot of storage, buying parts, maintenance, and everything to maintain them.
So, in other words, y'all do all the changing of, we don't take everything, I understood you say we take all our.
We do our daily
equipment up to-
maintenance. We do all our regular changing oil and changing belts and stuff like that. If there's an engine with, an issue with the engine or something like that, it would go to, Campbell's to get the warranty work done.
So, this contract expires when? It says May.
So 4 years.
Do what?
4 years.
But it says it expires May 2019.
The one we're in right now.
Yes. What date does that expire?
The 30th.
The 30th? The last day of the month? I didn't see that, but, so what happens if we do bid this out and don't get this done within the length of time before the contract runs out? What happens to our mowers?
Are you asking what happens with the current mowers
Yeah,
that we have? Well,
what
once the contract,
happens if we decide to bid it out and open it up to all our local vendors, and then we don't get it in time for our contract to run out, are we gonna be out of mowers or what?
At the end of the month, these mowers belong to the leasing company.
Correct.
The leasing company actually buys them, and we pay the leasing company to lease them. So they can come and get them, they could charge us whatever they want to charge us for us to lease them for another month, I guess.
right, because we're no longer gonna be under a contract.
That being said, I think we don't really have any, we just gotta move forward with this time, but in the future, we're gonna have to look at this. I mean, we can't go without mowers. I don't know, any other commissioners got any thoughts? We didn't vet it like, we didn't do it like we said we was gonna do things. That's management.
County Manager, how does the state guarantee that they're giving us the lowest price?
That's a great question, Commissioner. I know that to get on the state contract, there's several forms, quotes, quantities, and things that they must provide to the state. But in terms of the guarantee that they're giving us the lowest cost, I can't answer that. I do know that we had a situation maybe about 2 years ago regarding some vehicles, and we were going to pull those vehicles from a state contract, and we ended up bidding it out and actually got a lower cost, but at the end of the day, the vehicles were coming out of Huntsville, Alabama. And so it ended up costing us a little bit more to get those vehicles here. I believe it was police cars, maybe? It was police cars. So I wish I could provide you with the guarantee answer, but I can certainly have our purchasing team check with the state and see what their checklist process and what that looks like. But again, there are cases where sometimes it comes in lower. Would the board be amenable to us getting with the current provider to see if they will offer a 1-month extension to give us an opportunity? And I think we should be very upfront with them and just let them know that we're looking to bid it out. But would that be something that the board would be amenable to rather than entering into this long-term agreement, maybe extending? Now, again, that is contingent on the provider saying that they will give us that 1 month. But if not, then I may have to ask the board to take action on the May 21st agenda.
I just understand that the issue here is that the process. We need to refine the process to get local vendors more opportunities to engage. So my thoughts are, I would love the 1 month extension, make sure that we've got the best price to invite in local vendors, but we definitely need to include something that's going to bring us closer to changing the process. So that we go through this process of opening up to local vendors in a better way. So that, to me, sounds like the biggest issue that we're dealing with right now. And we are right in this time where we better get these mowers and get this grass cut, because if not, I'm telling you, we're gonna get a bunch of calls. So we definitely need to continue, not just what the constituents are gonna be concerned about, but to keep up the beautification of our counties.
Yeah,
I agree, but also check and see, because it looks like we're buying mowers every year. So I don't know if this company is good enough to keep providing us mowers either. So we definitely need to look at the process of who's providing and what type of equipment they're providing. If John Deere lasts 30 years, we might need to buy John Deere. So we need to definitely, I would be in agreement with what Chair Wood just said.
And Commissioner, just point of clarification, these are lease turn-in, so we have to turn them in, and so we're under a lease agreement. And we do it for that reason, so that when the wear and tear happens, then we can turn it in, then they're replacements.
Okay.
But yes.
So we have a presentation with the commissioner comments, so we have a motion.
Yes, I'll make a motion. I motion that we extend it for 1 month to allow the staff to go back and actually revisit and invite in more local vendors. I also include in that motion that we bring back to the board a process, an enhanced process to engage more local vendors as we continue procurement processes between local and state participation.
Second.
With that motion is that if we go through a procurement process, that process is going to be about 45 days, and if we don't act on the lease, then we'll go through a whole summer of complaints from our constituents because the grass is not getting cut in a timely manner. So that's my only issue. Do you guys see it differently, or?
The only bigger concern is we're definitely at the mercy of the current provider. Again, they may come back and say, we'll extend it for a month, but it's not going to be at the same rate that you're extending it at now, and then we'll have to make a decision in terms of it's worth us doing that. I think Tim did indicate we do have some mowers that are available. I don't think that this would take us down, and please correct me, Tim, to where we don't have mowers, but it certainly could impact how quickly we are able to get out and cut the grass.
It'll definitely make a difference in the level of service, because we try to do half and half and rotate them every 2 years. These mowers run every day, 8 hours a day for the most part. At the end of 3 or 4 years, they're done. I mean, there's no resale value. We tried to run them through the auction several years ago, and we weren't getting anything for them. And it was just a better process to lease them and turn them in. We do the same thing that Hutch does with the grounds. They lease them, turn them back in and you have different fleets. So these will be for 4 years, and the ones we bought 2 years ago will come back up in 2 more years.
Chair, I'm sorry.
Procurement process. Also, I think we need to put some teeth into that minority participation procurement resolution we approved about 1.5 years ago. So I'm okay with moving forward with approving this, and the county or you guys working on tightening up those procedures that we currently have in place. I don't know about anybody else's district, but I think I probably get the most complaints in terms of right of way, and I have a pretty big district, and I don't feel like getting any complaints. I mean, that takes up pretty much my whole week, so I don't care who gets this agreement. Just get me some lawnmowers out there on the road.
All right, well, based on Commissioner Holmes's comments, I'd like to amend my motion just a bit. One, that we do extend it for the next 30 days. However, if it is not amenable to the vendor, then I think we need to move forward. And then the second part of what I would like to say is that we got to shore up our local procurement process to invite in more local vendors. So that's my motion. So you had something to say before I concluded?
I'll wait until the second, and then I'll.
Okay, so I've made that amended motion.
So you have, the motion is to extend it for 30 days
If
they'll
possible.
allow it. And after that,
We
we
bring
have to
before
go
the May
through
14th.
the process for local vendors.
No, my motion is if we extend it for 30 days if possible, and if not, I suggest that we move forward with the resolution that we have. And then we've got to have a second process by which we go back and look at the procurement process to involve more local vendors and minority vendors as well. So that's my my motion on the table.
Okay, Commissioner Barnes.
Chairwood, would you put in your motion that we will put this up in 2 weeks from now when we meet the night meeting and address this? At that time, if we don't get this worked out, go ahead and move forward?
Well, from what I understand, that's a workshop meeting, but if we're going to vote on some items, I'm okay with that, because we definitely don't need to extend past the 30 days is what I'm saying, but I know that's supposed to be a workshop meeting, so.
So just point of clarification. So we have a workshop meeting in 1 week, which will be the 14th. And then we have a scheduled BOC meeting on the 21st. I know I initially suggested 1 month, but maybe we need to look at 3 months, and that'll give us, or at least 90 days, which is the same as 3 months. That'll give us an opportunity to bring back to the board some resolution on our procurement process. Truthfully, I don't want to commit staff to having something available in the next week, because I don't think that that can happen in terms of a resolution with amending our current purchasing policy. So if it's the will of the board, then if we can extend it for longer than the month, I think that gives us at least 3 months with the lawn equipment that we have. And hopefully that'll cut down on complaints from the citizens. And if not, then we'll just have to work within the parameters that we've been given. I'm sorry.
We'll be into the fall in 3 months, and then you're talking
About a 45-day procurement process, so it really doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well, I've got a recommendation. I suggest that we have 2 different agreements, one regarding the mower situation and one regarding the procurement process. The motion that I'm making regarding the mowers, which is the one that we're discussing right now, is that we extend it for 30 days or until you get a chance to, oh, no, let me change it. I think that if we can, to go ahead and amend it until May 15th, May 14th, which is our next Board of Commissioners meeting. You all can bring back us an update from the vendor about what has been extended. But at that time, we can, again, vote on whether or not we're going to hear back from the vendor or vote on the resolution that you have here. And then the other part I'll just bring as another motion. So again, just to clarify, I see some confusion. We've got to get these mowers.
What she's saying is May 15th.
Yes. Well, I was clarifying my motion.
Resolution, if it doesn't pass, then amend the resolution.
Okay.
Amend your motion.
Okay. So again, I will make a motion to clarify. My motion is that we at least extend it to May 15th to hear back regarding this, so we can vote on it at the next Board of Commissioners meeting.
Why don't we just table, I would like to just table this into the next Board of Commissioners meeting.
But wait a minute, I made a motion, so it's got
Okay,
to be,
so-
we got to go through the process, Mr. Vice Chair.
Motion.
So it fails.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion that we table this agenda item to the next board meeting, give staff time to bring us some information back based on all the conversations that we had, but mainly to say they won't extend it, they will extend it, and then we understand where we are with this process and what the process will be going forward. And we can just table it to the next meeting.
Okay. We got a motion to table at the next meeting. Second. Mr. Holmes, all in favor? All opposed?
Thank you, Tim.
Okay. You tossing it back? Okay.
Right.
So we're now moving to our next Parks and Recreation item, and that is regarding the resolution to approve putting green at the Village Park.
Yes, Commissioner, this resolution would allow for a synthetic turf putting green to be put at the Village Park. It would be large enough to be a training and practice type facility, introduce young people at the camp and everything to the game of golf. It's District 5 impact fee money, and it will be about a 10,000 square foot putting ring with cuts, sides, and also imitation turf bunkers as well. So it'll be chip and putting. all aspects that the youth golf has, except for the drive and the drive chip putt. So,
Presentation, are there any questions or comments?
I just want to say I'm looking forward to this. And, I want to thank Commissioner Clemens for the resolution on splitting the impact fees a couple of months ago. I think this money is going to benefit all of our districts significantly, and this is going to be a great benefit to the community and also the local school golf programs as well. So I am going to move to approve.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Okay, it passes unanimously. Thank you. We're now moving to our next item from EMA 911 is a resolution approving a contract with Harris Corporation for the enhancement and increased coverage of the Public Safety Emergency Communications Network.
Good morning, Madam Chair and
Good morning.
Commissioners. As a part of the Splash 4 project, we were awarded $7 million to do an upgrade to our public safety communication system. Of that $7 million, $624,000 came from the city of McDonough. This was a county-wide splash project that we put in place. The project has been implemented through the county with the funds providing. What we're looking to do is that we have some funds into our splash project that was not spent, and we're looking to expand the ability to provide radio coverage throughout our county and enhance the public safety communications. The way and the route we're looking to do this is by adding the LTE module. And specifically what happens is in an LTE situation where we may not have traditional radio coverage, we can use the Verizon network to enhance the radio coverage. And it really extends the radio coverage for our deputies or our EMS units that are traveling outside the county. They're able to get onto this network. And what's important about this network is seamless. So there's no user interference that the user has to do. It picks up the signal and it converts over to the other network. These funds are in our Splash project, and these are funds we set aside for such contingencies in our project. And what I'm asking the board to do is to approve us to move forward with this project with Harris Corporation to implement the LTE into our network and our public safety. Our public safety team has met and tested the system, and we have the buy-in from our entire public safety team.
Okay, we've heard the presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the board? I just have one question. Is this something that has been tested in other jurisdictions?
It is.
And
It's
proven to
been
be
used. Harris has used it out in Houston, Texas area, so it has been tested. And we have tested extensively in our county with our police and our law enforcement and our public safety team.
Okay, other questions or comments? Commissioner Barnes?
I got a question, but it doesn't relate to this. I'll wait till after the vote, and I'd like to ask Dawn another thing.
Okay, so we've heard the presentation. The floor is now open for a motion.
Move to approve.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Further discussion? All in favor? It passes unanimously. Okay, Commissioner Barnes, you had a question for him.
Don, due to the recent storms we have, and it seems like we're having more and more storms, I've had a lot of people reach out to me about the sirens that we have, and in a lot of areas, they can't hear them. Is there any grants out there, or is anything we can do to add more sirens to Henry County?
Thank you for that question. As a part of our mitigation program, I've worked with the deputy county manager and we've had discussions. And on Friday, they did release some hazardous mitigation money available for hazardous mitigation projects. So I will submit a list to him and we will have some discussions. Tornado sirens can be a part of that, but we have to remember there is a match usually in those hazardous mitigation funds. So if we seek those funds, and that's how we got some of the original sirens, we would strategically place them out throughout county. So those funds are available and we just got notification on that grant.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, we'll move into our next human resources item, and we'll invite up Mr. Michael Gassis and Christopher Clark and Ms. Shannon Sagno regarding the resolution to approve and adopt the Henry County Employee Benefit and Medical Insurance Plans for 2019-2020.
Thank you for having us back before you today. If you recall, we were here about a month ago and gave some preliminary information about the renewals with the promise that we'd be back with the final recommendations as well as the employee contribution scenarios that the board could choose from.
But just a little background before I turn it over to the interim director. The plan year for the benefits program is June 1st, and a couple of years ago, we had a couple of years of coverage with Blue Cross, and at the end of that period a year ago, they were seeking a very large increase, and we went through an RFP process in conjunction with the county in the process, and ended up moving to Cigna at that point in time for a 6% increase. Here just recently, or as I'm sure the board is fully aware, the county's going through a computer system replacement upgrade, if you will. And as part of that process, the transition overlapped the typical plan year, the typical renewal time of June 1st. So we were able to get an extension, a 3-month extension with the carriers before any changes were to take place to September 1. So we had but you have to have a open enrollment at least every 12 months so that employees can make changes or update their flexible spending accounts if they choose to. So we had what's called a passive enrollment a few weeks ago, and mostly that was just folks who wanted to renew their flexible spending. That's effective June 1, and then there'll be a full active open enrollment in July for an effective date of September 1. For the current year, we track the claims and do some reporting on that throughout the year, so we knew that the renewal was likely to be a bit challenging, and we began working with Cigna on that well in advance. When they ultimately released a renewal, it was at 16%. They wanted to release it higher, and we negotiated that a little bit further, got it down to 14. We had an initial renewal from Kaiser at 0, which we were able to negotiate to a -3.5. In terms of dollar figures, what does that represent? The Cigna increase is about $2.75 million annually. The Kaiser reduction is a little over $100,000 annually in a reduction. And so the total overall impact is about $2.64 million between the two of them. And then there were some scenarios put together in terms of how that increase might be shared between the county and the employees with the different rate changes that would be impacted depending on how that decision went. And with that, I think I'm going to turn it to the interim director to speak as well as read the resolution.
Thank you and good morning. We did make some changes to the resolution and the executive summary late yesterday evening, and it is my understanding that you all each have a copy of that before you. So I ask that you refer to that one and not what may be available online or in your books. And I'd like to share the resolution with you all now. A resolution of the Henry County Board of Commissioners to approve and adopt the Henry County Employee Benefit and Medical Insurance Plans for 2019 through 2020. Whereas the Henry County Employee Benefit and Medical Insurance Plans for employees, retirees, and their families shall be renewed for the coverage plan year effective June 1, 2019 through May 31st, 2020, with the rate changes effective September 1st, 2019. And whereas county staff consisting of representatives from Human Resources, Budget, Finance, and the County Manager's Office reviewed renewals from Kaiser and Cigna. And whereas the Cigna renewal reflected a 14% increase based on the 2018 through 2019 medical plans, representing a $2.75 million increase. And whereas the Kaiser renewal reflected a minus 3.5% decrease or a negative $110,000, with no reduction in benefit from the 2018-2019 coverage plan with the addition of Senior Advantage Plan for retirees. And whereas Cigna shall continue to provide the dental insurance at a rate guarantee with no rate increase. And whereas Cigna shall continue to provide the vision insurance at a rate guarantee with no rate increase. And whereas Cigna shall continue to provide the Employee Assistance Program, EAP, at no additional cost to the county. And whereas Cigna shall provide $75,000 in wellness funds. And whereas group basic and optional life insurance will remain with Voya under a rate guarantee. And whereas long and short-term disability insurance will remain under Cigna under a rate guarantee. And whereas the administration of FMLA will remain under Cigna under a rate guarantee. And whereas Chart Snyder will continue to provide FSA, HRA, and COBRA administration for the 2019 through 2020 plan year. And whereas Aflac plans will be offered to employees for designated insurance products at no cost to the county. And whereas a monthly tobacco surcharge of $50 shall apply to tobacco users, employees and/or employees' dependents. And whereas a monthly spousal surcharge of $50 shall apply for employees whose spouse is eligible for health insurance through the spouse's employer, but elects to enroll in Henry County's health insurance plan. And whereas an incentive shall apply for employees enrolled in the county's current year group insurance who elect not to enroll in the county's 2019 through 2020 group insurance plan. And whereas an incentive shall apply for employees who are currently not enrolled in the county's current year group insurance and remain unenrolled in the county's group insurance plan, instead enrolling in a spouse's medical insurance plan or other qualified medical insurance plan for the 2019 through 2020 plan year. And whereas an incentive of 25% of the rate change shall apply for employees who complete the biometric screening. Now therefore be it resolved that the Henry County Board of Commissioners approves the Cigna and Kaiser plans, renewals for medical insurance, Cigna for dental and vision insurance, Voya for group, basic, and optional life insurance, Cigna for long and short-term disability insurance and FMLA administration, and Chart Snyder for FSA, HRA, and COBRA for the 2019 through 2020 plan year. Be it further resolved that the Henry County Board of Commissioners will incur 50% of the Cigna medical premium increase for this annual renewal at a cost to the county of $1,378,945 net of commissions, and absorb 100% of the Kaiser medical premium decrease for this annual renewal at a cost reduction to the county of a negative $110,000 net of commission. Be it therefore resolved that the Henry County Board of Commissioners authorizes the board chair to sign all documents required to execute this resolution.
So that concludes your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we've heard the presentation and the floor is now open for discussion. Commissioner Wilson, then Commissioner Holmes, I believe.
Sherry, last year we had a discrepancy on the biometric screenings. What physicals could be accepted and which ones could not. Now, this year, are we in that same boat? Are we accepting certain physicals, and is there a timeline? Or because I know last year it was kind of messed up. Yes.
Commissioner Wilson, last year the county elected to allow the employees either to participate in the county's on-site biometric screening and health risk assessment, or we allowed employees to go to their own not pediatricians, I'm sorry, physicians for the screenings. We had a lot of issues with getting the information reported back, and then with one of our providers, we had a lot of issues with getting that data turned over to the county to determine if and when the employees actually conducted or participated in the biometric screening and completed the health risk assessment. So this year, there's one process to participating in the biometric screening. All biometric screenings will be held on site here at the county, and employees will be required to utilize the providers that we have on site. Now, it's my understanding through staff that there will be one exception to requiring employees to participate, and that is for our fire services, because they have a much more in-depth physical that's required, and that information can easily be transmitted over to the county. But all other departments will be required, if the employee elects, to participate in the biometric screening that's going to be held on site.
All firefighters going to be automatically have a 25% reduction.
If we receive information, because it's my understanding that they go through a much more stringent process, and then there is a list that's provided to the county indicating that those employees have completed all of the necessary paperwork and they've been cleared for everything, so those employees will be approved through that process. And also understand the county does pay for that as well.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Wilson, you done?
But I'll circle back around. I have one more question.
Okay,
Go ahead,
Commissioner Holmes.
So, up until this year, the county has paid up to 80% of the premium for our employees. This year, it looks like we're only paying 50. I mean, that pretty much eats into the increase we've given all the employees across the board. I noticed that you have the biometric screening in there. Can you discuss the additional benefit of doing the actual screen for the employees, or the employees doing it?
So two things. Last year, the board absorbed 100% of the increase for our insurance. And one of the things that I heard from the board is that we've got to start looking at other cost measures so that we can reduce the impact on our county budget as it pertains to the claims. And so one of the things that we've done is, obviously, we've opened up the Wellness Center, and we're hoping that we'll be able to see some reductions, obviously not this year, but as we continue to utilize the wellness facility, see some reduction to our claim history. One of the benefits to having the biometric screening is for our providers to be able to get an idea of what are our pain points in our organization. It's not for us to figure out who's overweight or who has high blood pressure, but more or less for us to figure out what percentage of our population has a bigger issue in some area and where do we need to focus. And so one of the things that the biometric screening will do is we'll be able to take that data, share it with HealthStat, or that information will be shared with our providers so that they can focus more on those areas in which we're seeing a higher number of claims. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Holmes?
So, in the case of our employees taking a biometric screening, that means we would pay more in terms of covering their premium?
Yes, sir. And I'm sorry, I left that part out. So what we're recommending is that the board take on 50% of the increase. If an employee elects to have the biometric screening completed, then the employee would no longer have to pay the balance of that 50%. They'll only pay 25% of that increase, meaning the county would take on 75%. Now, one of the things that I think is important for the board to understand is that, yes, that would be an increase to what the county's paying, but we're able to offset that increase by the surcharges that we're collecting for those that are tobacco users, the spousal surcharge, and then the biometric screening is actually paid for out of our wellness funds. So Cigna will pay for our biometric screening. I'm not sure about Kaiser. I'm looking at our broker for that, and so I may have to get some clarification on that.
So how is that additional 25% covered in or reflected in our budget?
So the budget, we will budget at the 75%, and then what we'll do is offset it once we determine how many employees are going to do the biometric screening and how many are not. Because we have to approve we've got to go ahead and get this approved. We have no idea how many employees are going to do the biometric screening and how many will not. So we'll budget at that amount, and then we'll adjust the budget once we determine how many employees elected to do the biometric screening and how many employees elected not to do the biometric screening.
So do you know if that 75,000 in wellness money, do you know if that will cover all of our employees?
So the 75,000 that's in our wellness not only covers, it will go towards the biometric screening, but it also goes towards the wellness coordinator that Cigna has on staff. And then it goes towards any of our fitness or healthy eating classes that are held in our wellness facility.
If I might add, in addition to the 75 for the 2019 through 2020 plan year, we do have roughly 25,000 of carryovers.
Thank you, Shannon.
And clarification, Kaiser said they would pay for their members' biometric screenings.
Very good.
They've agreed to do that. And one other point of clarification, you pay about 90% of the employee's insurance currently. And they're asking for you to pay 50% of the increase, not lower the amount you're paying towards employees' insurance, just to cover 50% of the increase, which would keep you paying a large percentage of employees' and families' insurance.
How does the Kaiser premium work? Are we paying 100% of the Kaiser premium?
I'm sorry?
The recommendation is for the county to absorb 100% of the reduction. With the incentive of 25%, the county would then pass on 25% of the reduction to the employee. And that would be how the employee would get any cost saving under the Kaiser plan, is if they complete the biometric screening.
And Cigna is covering the costs for the screenings for Kaiser?
Just for Cigna. Michael mentioned that Kaiser would cover the cost of the Kaiser employees' biometric screening. Those with Kaisers would be covered under Kaiser.
Got it.
Commissioner Wilson?
You mentioned that this increase would go in effect in September, correct?
The agreement is, county asked for 3-month extension because going through the implementation of the Tyler Munis system, didn't want to have all numbers having to be inputted while you were inputting other information. So the insurance companies agreed to give you, with the rate increase effective June 1st, but they will collect it starting 9/1, so till September 1st. So they'll collect the 12-month increase over a 9-month period. Now, Kaiser, it doesn't matter because they have a decrease, so that won't affect you.
So the numbers I'm looking at on the increase is going to be incorrect, basically, because now you got to roll 12 months of increase into a 9-month period, correct?
But it's the same amount.
Yeah, but these numbers are not reflected on 12 months.
Right, it's all reflected in 12 months, but it'll be collected over 9.
Let me speak to that. I did the spreadsheet, so.
Okay.
So the increase is bigger per month because it's only going to be over 9 months.
Yes.
So it was adjusted for that. So by the time we get to the end of the full 12 months, it'll be the correct total.
But this is based on 12 months, not 9, what I'm looking at here.
No, it's based on 9 months.
This is
It's just
based
the
on 9
change
months.
only, yeah. So basically, we'd stay exactly how we are for 3 months, and then we'd change to these numbers for the
To this-
remaining 9
okay,
months.
okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Thomas?
Yes, I wanted to know, this 25% incentive that's built into this package, is there no other way to pay for it than to have us absorb paying for that?
Is there any other way, Commissioner? I didn't hear the last part.
Is there any other way to pay that incentive, that 25% incentive that you have here? Is there any other way to pay for that? Can that come out of this wellness fund that you were talking about? Can they increase their wellness fund to absorb some of that cost?
So the 25% reduction for the employees is a cost to the employees. And so the way it's set up right now, if we have employees that elect not to do the biometric screening, they'll pay 50% of that increase. If they elect to do the biometric screening, then they'll only pay 25%. So that would be put on the employees.
So But then we pay the other part.
Yes, we would pay the 75%.
Is there another way to redirect the part that the county has to pay?
We would. So
We only
you're,
receive $75,000 a year as that wellness fund. Has that ever been increased, or that's just that's it?
that is the amount that's allocated from Cigna, and it's my understanding, I do believe it did go up this year. Did it go up this year, Mike? It went up last year. And so that is a decision that's made by Cigna. I'm sure we could certainly ask of them if they would be willing to increase it, but the cost of our claims would really fall back either on us as the county or the employee. Now, the only way around that is that we don't offer the incentive to the employees, and we just tell all employees that the 50% would be the amount that's allocated, and you can still do the biometric screening, but there will be no incentive for you doing that. One of the reasons we recommended it this way is because last year, one of the issues that I heard from the board is that we're penalizing employees by charging them a surcharge for not doing the biometric screening. And so this year we wanted to present a proposal where we're not penalizing the employees, but we're leaving it up to them to determine if they want to reduce that cost that's going to be assessed to them. But we can certainly amend the resolution, if it's the will of the board, not to give that 25% and then just keep with the 50% recommendation from staff, or you all can look at the other absorption rates, where if the board wants to do higher than the 50%, they can certainly do that. I think I'm hearing from you, you're looking more for a mechanism where there doesn't have to be a greater impact on the general fund for the increase.
Absolutely, or does it have to be 25%?
Okay.
That would be a question, and can Sigmund increase their wellness fund to meet us somewhere in between? And if everything else was negotiated, why was that not negotiated as well? So that would be a question that I'm concerned about. The other thing I would like for you to consider in this whole package is that you seem to have put the administrative of this process in with this resolution. Shouldn't that have been a separate resolution so that we could see what the administration cost is to Charter Snyder as well? And then you mentioned it again that the $1.3 million is net of commissions. So we don't know what the administrative cost is to us because it's in with this resolution. Shouldn't that have been a separate resolution altogether and kept your health benefits in a resolution to itself?
So
We pay for the Charter Snyder, all the charges.
You all pay all the charges there?
We pay
Okay.
for the FSA, HRA spending account.
And Commissioner Thomas, when he says we, he means the Mike Gassis company pays any administrative costs for
Okay.
that service.
Well, see, that wasn't clear in here, and I wasn't aware of that. Okay.
And on the biometrics, if I may say, the objective is try to get information, not by a person's name, but overall health benefits, health status of your employees. So you do biometric screenings and the reports will come back. You got a lot of people on pain medication, you got a lot of people on tobacco, a lot of people with heart disease, and it targets the areas. Then we can go back and offer programs to reach out to those people. So that's why the biometric screenings actually help a lot. And they won't do them in the past. Historically, people don't do it without an incentive. They won't just walk in and say, okay. You know, it's hard to get some people even go to the doctor.
Another question from the board. Commissioner Wilson.
How about the retirees' insurance? I don't have a chart for them. You said it's gonna be a 25% increase, correct?
Yes.
For the retirees?
That is,
Well, the retirees always charge $100 more than an active employee. So that would just
So
flow us.
just add 100 to what we
You
have
would
here?
add 100 to the
I've
employee.
also
cost.
had some complaints about from retirees, especially the ones that's on the different insurance from Cigna, about the type of service and the cost and what they're not receiving and what they told that they was going to be provided. So have y'all talked to any of the retirees about that?
We had more than one meeting with them, and they've always been told to bring us what's not being paid if it's not being paid. They all probably know me anyway. So they have a Medicare Advantage plan with Aetna with no deductible.
And Commissioner Wilson, if I could speak more to that, when we switched to the Medicare Advantage plan for our retirees, it was at a time when they were previously under the Blue Cross Blue Shield plan. When we met with the Aetna team, one of the things that they presented to the county is that if we switch to this plan, it's going to be the same level of service that your retirees were currently receiving under Blue Cross Blue Shield. And so for us, that's not a change, that shouldn't create any hardship. What we were not aware of, and what Aetna was not aware of, is that Blue Cross Blue Shield was picking up all the costs for the retirees. And we weren't made aware of that until after we had entered into a contractual agreement with Aetna. And so what we were hearing from the retirees is that in the past, they were able to go in and have a procedure done, or they weren't paying any co-pays because for some reason Blue Cross Blue Shield was picking that up. We did follow up with Aetna and express to them our concerns because the retirees were told, this is what you're getting, it's going to be the same level of service. And Aetna, again, did not realize that Blue Cross Blue Shield was picking up the differences, which resulted in it being the same plan, but a different set of benefits. I do know that when we've had concerns from our retirees, we have sent them to our broker, and he's tried to work through whatever those issues are with the retirees. But if you all are being contacted by our retirees, please make sure that they contact our HR team, and we'll make sure that we get them in front of our broker to figure out what issue needs to be resolved.
Okay, thank you.
And one of the reasons for that was when you had it with Blue Cross, you were paying a full premium on retirees instead of a Medicare supplement or Medicare Advantage. So Blue Cross was just paying everything Medicare doesn't pay, and nobody has that kind of a plan. Everybody has Medicare, and then you either have a supplement or Medicare Advantage. When we put in the Medicare Advantage, it automatically saved the county between $300,000 and $400,000 a year. And we have about 140 people on the Medicare Advantage plan, and they are staying on it. They haven't called to drop it because there's something better out there available. So it's a very good plan.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Barham, and then I've got a question.
Yes, my question, and I've had some retirees asking me about the dental. They don't have the dental now, right?
Right.
So, some of them asked me, the retirees, is if they could be included on the dental, even if they had to pay the extra costs for that.
That would be a county's decision, but the insurance company certainly would do it. Yes, we can do that.
Okay. My question is, just because employees or whoever's watching does not have the spreadsheet that I have, can you share with us the current rate and this proposed rate for the employee and also for the family with the 50% that the county would cover if it is approved by the board?
Certainly. For Cigna, I'll do the 80%. I believe from my records, majority of our Cigna employees are under the 80%. Yes. So under the 80% plan, for family, that is $339.99, and that's at 50%. For employee with children, it's $198.85. Under Kaiser, it would be 100%. This is without the incentive. And for the family, it will be $149.90. Employee and children, $92.56. If the board agrees for the incentive with the biometric, for 80% under Cigna, for family, $266.83. For employee and children, $158.07. That would then take under Kaiser. We'll go to the second scenario. And that will be $136.68 for family, $85.17 for employee and children.
All right, thank you. All right, Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay. Hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion. Hearing again, the floor is now open for a motion. Hearing none, there is no resolution at this time. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, I'm going to pause. We are just now getting to half of our agenda items today, board. So it's a pleasure of the board to take a quick break and at least request something, and then because we got an executive session, that maybe we could eat while during the executive session. So take a break to get a lunch order, and then come back, and then while finish the agenda, then go into executive session. We can eat during that time. Is that the pleasure of the board? Take a break? Okay. All right, now I ask Michelle to take orders.
We have lunch that was catered for us.
Okay. So anyways, we'll take a quick break and then come back 5 minutes, please, just to go ahead and confirm it. Okay, Commissioners, if we can go ahead and reconvene. I know Commissioner Thomas is around somewhere, but if we can go ahead and get back together. They've got it catered in. That's why we need to go ahead and move forward. I don't know. It is. Okay. I'll wait till she comes back, and then we're going to reconvene. Well, we knew it was going to be, so. Thank you. Good job. Glad to hear about the lack of vacancies. Thank you. All right, Commissioners, we're going to now go ahead and reconvene so that we can continue on the agenda item. Okay, our next item is a stormwater resolution to rescind Resolution 18-221 to McElroy for Lake Dow pipe replacement, and we invite Mr. Rocky Romero up for that presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members.
Good afternoon.
Henry County Board of Commissioners approved the award of bid number 1913 for Lake Dow Road pipe replacement to McElroy on November 19th, 2018. The county and McElroy entered into a contract. McElroy incur in costs associated with the contract with the county. McElroy is requesting $16,829.50 for the expenses for the county redesign of the project. Staff recommends rescinding the resolution 18-221 and approval of payment of the $16,829.50 to McElroy Inc. I'll take any questions.
Okay, we've heard the presentation, and I see Commissioner Barnes got a comment.
Yes, Rocky, I certainly accept this, but I wanted to see if you could give us a brief update where we are on Lake Dow.
Yes, sir. Back, of course, you know what happened on Lake Dow back last year, back around May of last year. So early this year, we still haven't had the full design of the plans. So at that point, we cancel that contract and we hire another engineer to go ahead and get the design done. At this point, we have already installed there's 3 pipes out there on Lake Dow. There's 2, what I call that 2 outer pipes, 1 pipe on each end, and 1 in the middle. We have replaced the ones on the outer pipes. Right now, we're waiting for the water to go down. As you know, on Good Friday, we received 6 inches or more of rain. Before that, the lakes have been dropped roughly about 1.5 feet. With all the rain, it came back to the normal pool. So what we're looking at now is hiring somebody to put a cofferdam. So that's where we're at, because if we wait for Lake Dow North to drop 6 feet, it's going to take a long time. And then we'll have another rain event, and we'll be back in the same spot we are today. So hopefully within the next 3 weeks to 4 weeks, we should have this completed. Once we can get the dam in place, it'll take about a week to do the actual work. So that's where we stand right now.
Okay, other questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
Move to approve.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussions? All in favor? Okay, it passes unanimously. Okay, we're now moving to the next item, which is SPLOST, relating to a resolution to approve the budget amendment for the construction of the Simpson Mill Road and Hampton Locust Grove Road in SPLOST 4 in District 2, an intersection improvement project.
Yes, Chair. Simpson Mill Road at Hampton Locust Grove is an approved District 2 SPLOST 4 intersection improvement project. A budget amendment in the amount of $1,173,221 is needed for utility and construction. Staff recommends using the funds needed from the District 2's State Route 155 project, the I-75 to Bill Garner. The improvements of State Route 155 will be improved by Georgia Department of Transportation. Therefore, the funds are available for the Simpson Mill Road and Hampton Locust Grove project. Seal bids were solicited through the purchasing department for the intersection improvements. 6 bids were received and reviewed. The lowest bid was from CMES at $1,531,092. Staff recommends the approval of the bid and also of the budget amendment. In addition, there's a note for the chair or the county manager to approve any change orders less than $50,000. I'll take any questions.
Okay, well, we've heard the presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. The floor is now open for a motion.
Move to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussions? All in favor? Okay, the resolution passes. We're now moved to the next item, which is a resolution approving the design services for the I-75 and Bethlehem Road interchange.
Yes, Chair. The new interchange on I-75 south of State Route 155 is an approved county-wide SPLOST 4 project. The purchasing department issued a request for proposals number 1921 for the design services. 3 proposals were received and reviewed by a committee of Henry County staff and professionals. The committee consisted of the Transportation Project Director from SPLOST, Engineer 3 from SPLOST, Engineer 3 from DOT, the Chief Planner from Planning and Zoning, and the GIS Analysis 3 from Stormwater. The committee reviewed all submitted proposals, and the proposals were scored and ranked. Pond and Company provided a fee for the design of I-75 at Bethlehem Road intersection in the amount of $4,190,568. Funding is available within the project budget. I will take any questions.
All right, we've heard the presentation. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Clemens.
I'm looking at a newspaper article that said after the IJR is given federal approval, the county will be able to bid out preliminary engineering and environment impact study. The design phase should take 2 to 3 years, and the environmental study must be approved by the Federal Highway Authority before proceeding further. Right-of-way acquisition needs to start, and there are no cost estimates available at this time for that phase. Also, what is the total amount needed to complete this entire project? Because I cannot see us being fiscally sound, commissioners of this county putting $5 million, $4 million on a design that has not been, when the new addition to the highway has not been approved by the Federal Highway Authority. We have not acquired the land. If you spend $5 million, how much more do we need from the state, and do we have an approval from the state? This is very scary to me because I know Jonesboro Road was supposed to be done. There are many highways in this county that were supposed to be done, and we were depending on the state's money. We spent $5 million with no guarantee that we're gonna get money is not good fiscal sound responsibilities. So talk to me about how much more is gonna be needed and why are we doing this prior to having the Federal Highway Authority saying this justification report has been approved and this interchange has been approved?
Okay, so let me start from the beginning. This project is part of SPLOST 4, $5.5 million.
I'm saying it goes away, but
Well,
I
I want to, for the public to understand how we started. So $5.5 million, SPLOST 4. Out of the $5.5 million, we first had to do a feasibility study. The feasibility study basically says, is it feasible? Does it make sense to put an interchange right here? At which location, first of all? The feasibility didn't choose this particular location. There was 4 locations. That was sent to GDOT. GDOT gave the okay with it. The next step was the interchange justification report, IGR. So the IGR, that information, or that report goes to GDOT and also goes to Federal Highway. So we did that. At that time, with the IGR actually shows a specific location.
Does it show this one?
Very close to that one, yes, ma'am.
It shows this one specifically.
Wow, there's many versions. I don't know which version is this one. This is from the concept, from the design for this part. So yes, it was this area, Bethlehem location. So is it exactly below it or above the existing bridge? Is near this location. It didn't specifically tie down the design, because the design will be done, the tie down of the exact location. If it's 10 feet, 20 feet from the existing bridge, that's part of this design concept that we have to do. So we submitted that to GDOT. GDOT reviewed it. They had some comments, came back to us, to our consultant. They made the changes, was resubmitted to GDOT. It was sent forward to Federal Highway. Federal Highway sent a letter to GDOT September 20th. And in that letter that they sent, they said that the interchange proposal is acceptable. They didn't say they approved it, they say it's acceptable. That's the first step, to be acceptable. Once it's acceptable, there's 2 conditions for the final approval, which is the environmental process. You can't do an environmental process without having a concept and a design done. You cannot do that. You gotta follow the process. And you gotta do a concept. After you finish the concept, you finalize the alignment. It may be that, it may be different. Then you can do the environmental part. But in addition, they ask for the project to be in the tip.
Right.
And the tip is ARC, it's not Henry County.
That's right.
Now, Henry County has to submit this to the tip. So.
And they also ask for reevaluation.
Right, the reevaluation of the environment, for the environmental.
Okay, Commissioner Clemens has the floor, then we'll come to Commissioner Holmes, and then I have a comment as well. Commissioner, okay, so Commissioner Clemens.
Can you put the letter up there so we can see everything that they required, because they've not approved it?
We're trying to get the, he placed the document on. What do we need to do to show that?
Just read it, Rocky, you can.
Okay. The IGR for the proposed interchange I-75 at Bethlehem Road in Henry County has been reviewed. The proposed interchange is intended to provide traffic operation, mobility, and access to the interstate system, as well as enhance economic development. Based on FHWA operation and engineering review, the proposed interchange is acceptable. If there are no major changes to the proposed design, final approval may be given upon completion of the environmental process an addition of the project to the tip. This approval is subject to reevaluation if significant changes occur in the final design or if the construction is delayed as specified in 23 CFR 771.129.
And so that's my concern. That if for some reason it does not go in the tip, because the GDOT has been known to delay Henry County projects, there is no guarantee that Henry County gets projects. We can spend $5 million of taxpayers' dollars today for a design with no guarantee. Now, if we had a T-SPLOS in place and we said we could go forward, but we can't even fund this whole interchange. This is not our road. This is a federal highway. Why would, and had I been on the board, this would have never been on SPLOS. But I don't say it goes away because we need it, but I don't think that we need to be spending $5 million on design until we have had conversations with GDOT that we see that it is in the tip, because the Federal Highway just said they're not approving this unless it's in the tip. So that's just my comments. The board can do what they want to do. I'm one vote. I just think this is really bad that this is coming before us when this letter says reevaluations, not accepted yet. It needs to be in the tip. There are a lot of steps before we go to spending $5 million to an engineer company or somebody to do a design. And I want to know who our consultant is also.
It's Pond Engineering, but if I can show this here, there's a breakdown and it's break by phases. So even though the contract is for 4.1 million, we will do it by phases. So the first phase will be the concept design, and the second one, which is the one that Federal Highways wants us to have done, is that database and environmental documentation. So, you know, it's by phases. It's not like we're gonna, and we have to approve each phase. So we will not go to preliminary plan spending until the concept and the environmental has been approved. So I understand your concern about 4 million. So just want to make sure that they understand, everybody understands, it's by phases, and we don't go to the next phase until we complete one. Now, if we spend the 500 and the 800,000, and Federal Highway says you can't, it's not approved, or they don't have the final approval, then you don't spend the rest of the money. But you have to spend some money to be able to get the process started.
Okay, Commissioner Thomas, and then I'll speak. Commissioner Thomas is next, and then I'll speak.
Okay.
Okay. Thomas?
My question would be, and I do agree with what Commissioner Clemens has said, I really do not see the importance of spending this type of money right now on this particular project, but I do see the importance of spending this type of money now on our infrastructure that needs to be done now on our highways, that we can alleviate some of the traffic burdens that we have now on our local roads in our districts to help the transportation burden, whereas this may be done somewhat down the road, but we could actually have a great impact right now in our area in Henry County. So my question would be, could we use this money on other areas, other highways, other part of our infrastructures to help with our transportation problem and not have it right here on this particular project that has not been approved, hoping it'll get approved, have not purchased the land, have not done what we actually need to do to secure that money. We have, our citizens now are just griping over the fact, without a lack of term, of the transportation burden that we're carrying right now. And this could alleviate some of that. If we could redirect it and do it now, then to have to put it on a futuristic project that we're hoping to get approved, that would be something I'm interested in.
Well, the project was included in SPLOS 4 for the design only. It was never for the entire project, because a project of this magnitude is going to be over $40 million. And of course, we will be requesting federal funding for the right-of-way and for construction. Mm-hmm. But you got to start somewhere. If we don't do the first two steps, we're going to be far behind in the future. So it will alleviate, but if you don't start today, we're further behind if we don't spend the money to get the concept and the environmental.
Okay, well, My comments are that I strongly support that we move forward with the design. This whole concept has been around for a while. It has gone through the interchange justification report, which includes the Georgia Department of Transportation. It has been submitted to the Federal Highway Administration, which I was very surprised that they gave a response as quickly as they did. I also say that even as there have been discussions at the Atlanta Region Commission, this has been noted as a key project in the state, and I totally agree that Henry County is so far behind in just about every major project that we have that is state and federal. And part of what Henry County has got to do is to come together on one voice and advocate, just like I see happening with every other community, and identify its priorities. This project also ties into the whole freight issue. We hear all about traffic, traffic, traffic. Yes, we do have warehouses, and yes, are they going to go away? We hope not, because they do have 17% of our tax digest. What we've got to do is address the concern of the traffic congestion. This is also a safety factor. The good thing is that this interchange justification report ties into a whole Atlanta region concept that ties into the commercial vehicle only lanes, so that it then will help address some of the issues, especially coming through Henry County and even into the whole metro Atlanta area, because we've got citizens that are impacted by what was decided some years ago. Now, do we need to go back and come together for this interchange? Yes, we need to go together for the Jonesboro Road. We need to come together for 2081. Just about every highway, Highway 138, Highway 42, every one of those projects are things that the county and the cities need to come together so that we can get the same attention and support. Every project that we have here listed in our plan, our comprehensive transportation improvement plan, is going to require some state funding. Our challenges here in Henry County is that we've been nitpicking. I want this project, I want that one. We need to come together on some key projects that's going to help improve the traffic flow, that's going to also address some of the safety issues that we have here. So I say that we've got to definitely address this, because that is one of the major issues that our community is speaking about, is public safety and it's transportation. And we've got to come together. Now, do we need to bring some long-range projects into the TIP? Yes, we do. Long-range projects mean that it's 6+ years out. The TIP, the temporary transportation improvement plan, says let's bring it in within 6 years, so that we can begin identifying what projects Henry County definitely want to identify as key projects so that it will get funding in the next 6 years. We've got a project list that we need to send to the Atlanta Region Commission in partnership with GDOT by August of this year. So there's going to be a lot of conversation about what are those projects going to be. Henry County needs help. And yes, it does make a signal when the voters have already voted in SPLOST 4 that they wanted to support this interchange development. Yes, there's some work, but part of the key things is we don't even start with the design. We don't really know all of the details, so this is a critical state. And I do say that the board needs to come back and discuss more details about it. But right now, we're talking about at least identifying the design so that it at least moves us forward. And again, this is funding that the voters have already voted for. So, Commissioner Holmes.
I was here 6 years ago when we voted to put the $6 million in SPLOST, and I heard all the same arguments, and 6 years later, we're here today, and I'm surprised that this project is not even on the tip. I saw the letter was written by, I think it was his name, McMurray. The person that was in McMurray's position 6 years ago told me that this project would never happen because the interchanges are already too close. So I've always had questions. You can go back and look at the meeting we had a number of years ago. So I've always had questions, and I think I was against. Matter of fact, I know I was against this project. I can't remember if I voted because it was part of the total SPLOST or not. But I always knew that this project would never happen. I still don't believe that this project is going to happen. So I'm with Commissioner Clemens on this until we actually get clarification that the Federal Highway Authority is going to fund this project. I think we look for another area to redirect these funds.
If I can make a comment, the Federal Highway is not going to move forward if we don't have an environmental done. So we can put it on the tip and we can do the environmental.
Why has it taken us so long to put on the tip? It's 6 years later. I mean, it should have went to the tip like the next day.
project in the tip, ARC has to have a call for projects. We can't just send
We've
a.
had six years of calls for projects.
So what they've done is, when we've had a call for projects, typically what they're looking for is projects that are, you at least have some type of concept or design work completed. And what Mr. Ribeiro is saying is that in order for us to, there's no need for us to go to the ARC and ask them to put this in the tip if we don't have a design, because we need to know right-of-way costs. We need to know what all that is going to include. And so that's one of the reasons why it's not in the tip. But I also believe one of the things, and I know we've had a lot of conversation about reallocating the funds, because these are SPLOST 4 capital Tier 1 funds, you've got to spend it within that group there. We can't take it and put it on other projects that are not a part of this approved SPLOST list. So I want to make sure I'm clear on that, because the resolution that was approved at the time that SPLOST 4 was approved locked all future boards into completing those Tier 1 projects. So I just want to put that out there and make sure that the board is aware of that.
Sure, we reallocate money for SPLOST all the time, and this project is no different. This project will stay on the list, of course, until we take it off or the citizens take it off. But we can reallocate anything in SPLOST to other projects that are more important.
So,
At
Commissioner,
any
you're
time,
absolutely correct. We
if
can
the vote is
reallocate funds that are on SPLOST projects, but I wanted to remind the board that this was a capital project. And so if it's capital, then the board would have to all agree, correct, would have to agree to move those funds. That's all it is a point of clarification.
Okay, anything else, Commissioner Holmes? Okay, we got Commissioner Barham, then Commissioner Clemens, and Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, Rocky, the total we put in the SPLOST was $5 million, is that right?
$5.5 million.
5.5, so we've already invested probably
We
1.3.
spent about 300,000. There's about 5.2 million left. And since SPLOST 4 passed, Commissioner, we have worked on the feasibility. That took about over 2 years, and then the IGR. So we've been working diligently to get this to this point.
And my comments is we voted on this as SPLOST, and this was supposed to do a lot of relief on traffic on 155 and some of these other roads that we need some relief on. And I know we've gotten $72 million set aside for 155, but we hadn't seen any of that money yet from GDOT. But you know, if we don't move forward with this, it just sits, and I mean, until we get this environmental done and the conceptual design, then it just sits there. And you know, I believe we got to move forward with it. I don't see how we can sit on it and not move forward. And that's about all I've got to say. I'm gonna support it.
Okay, Commissioner Clemens, and then Commissioner Wilson, and then I have another comment.
Yeah, and it's just hilarious to see us talk about unity and ARC and believing in the tip when 155, we got $5 million, look, $4 million. We've got 155 that needs help for our citizens. We've got Jonesboro Road that needs help for our citizens. We've got the Western Parallel Connector that needs help for our citizens. But we'll sit up here and fight for the freight to get $5 million. So I'm really concerned about these commissioners that is so concerned about the freight traffic moving in and out, and we can't even look at how do we clean up what's at home with the Western Parallel Connector, 155 and Jonesboro Road. I have no faith in the tip. We talk about putting this on the tip, it has to go on the tip, and we can name all the projects that we had on the tip. When this board, before I got on this board and everybody was excited about the Jonesboro Road and the 155 projects that got on the tip, they've all been scratched. So you can get on the tip, but that doesn't mean you're going to be funded. We've got to fund our own stuff that we can control. $5 million is not going to even be a dent in what's needed for an interchange. Why would we spend $5 million unless we know it's approved? And the tip, it's already on the tip with the guarantee, and there is no guarantee with the tip. So 155 needs help.
Commissioner Wilson?
I agree, it does need help, but this right here is going to be one of the helps that we can put our money toward where we can relieve the truck traffic. So I support this as well, because this is the next step that we need to take. Once we get this in place, I think it's important that we start reaching out for federal and state funding. Now, the way we do that, we do it through our state representatives and our state senate, and through our federal represented as well. And we've done our part, y'all do yours. And, because I think they've been in conversation they've been at the table as well since day one, is these guys from elected officials since 2008, is that correct? So I think we need to move forward as well.
Okay, I have a comment and then I'll come to Commissioner Holmes. I just want to speak to the fact that, first of all, this current board definitely needs to be respectful of the boards that have existed before then, but this board is much more assertive in trying to get things done. And I will tell you that one of the things that I know that when I'm sitting on the Atlanta Region Commission Board and I'm also talking to GDOT, I'm not just talking about the interchange. I'm also talking about State Route 81 widening from Lemon Street to Bethany. I'm talking about US 2342 from downtown McDonough to State Route 138. I'm talking about Jonesboro widening from US 1941 to I-75, and I'm definitely talking about I-75. So there is, again, we've got to identify those major thoroughfares, and the information that I have is information that talks about crash and traffic volume for every major thoroughfare for Henry County. Again, when I'm sitting on those Atlanta Region Commission boards, I am sitting there asking for information and also navigating on what Henry County needs to do. And what we've got to do is come together and understand that we've got a whole county that we're trying to address infrastructure for that should have been addressed 20 years ago. Now, just about every roadway and highway that we have does not happen overnight. But we're going to have to fight together on things that are important to what we say is needed, which is our infrastructure. We need to continue to come together for our doggone public safety as well. We've got to continue to come with some major things that's going to help launch us into the 21st century. And one of the major issues we have is around Highway 155 and Jonesboro Road and 2081. Those are the top three I know that I've been looking at crash volumes and data about. So again, I do understand that we're not talking about a full funding, but if we don't get a design, at least moving forward, and again, a board or the majority of the board to help identify a major opportunity, then I think we're going to be, again, 20 years from now, sitting here doing the same, talking about something that a previous board should have done. We don't need to be that previous board that should have, would have done it. We need to take action now, at least for the design. So Commissioner Holmes.
Rocky, you said the proposed cost for this interchange is about $40 million?
Yes, over 40 million.
What does that mean? Because I remember it was around 40 million 6 years ago, and costs have increased.
I don't think I have it in here, but yeah, it's definitely going to be over 40 million, most likely. Yes, sir.
Probably double. 40 million?
Oh, not. Well, if you do it 20 years from now, it'll be double, but not if you do it in 5 years from now.
Well, we put this money down 6 years ago, and we
But
still
it's
don't have it.
one of the things on this project is that, and the chair mentioned, GDOT has the commercial vehicle lanes design going on right now, and they're proposing to end that project within this interchange. So that commercial vehicle lane, that should be a good argument for the county to go and ask for federal funding for the construction and to the state, because they're looking at to end this, they call it the commercial vehicle lanes in Henry County. So what other place than this is what they're looking at to stop in those lanes. So,
Rocky,
and it's right there where all the commercial, that instead of having all that traffic on 155, you'll have all the trucks at this interchange, which is below 155.
So Rocky, we probably have the most state routes out of any other county in the state. And we have not gotten much money from the ARC or the state. I think it was announced maybe 2 years ago that we were going to get $14 million for 5 miles worth of road. You can't even buy right. Is that for right of way or actual construction?
I'm not sure. If you tell me exactly the road,
It's
I'm not
Bethany
sure.
and I think Rock Quarry.
So the money that they gave us was for right of way,
And what year are we supposed to receive that money?
fiscal year 2020. So this coming summer, it's going to
Okay.
be available
And that money's gonna be for right away or construction?
right away only.
And then what happens after that? Are they gonna
Af-
fund
af-
construction of
after
those
that,
state
After
routes?
that, we're going to have to go after construction money from the Federal Highway or ARC.
So we're about 10 years out on that as well.
Well, then again, we need to go as a one voice to the federal government and ask to request for more funding.
So my fear is we keep saying we need to put skin in the game, we need to put skin in the game, and then they're gonna come help us. But when we put skin in the game, we don't hear from them, or we don't see them, or they don't invest in Henry County. I mean, if you look at all the money that's been invested on the north side of the county, they're investing millions, billions of dollars on the north side, but we're not getting nothing on the south side.
All I can
Why
say,
is that?
All I can say, Commissioner, anything that we have put money in, like Eagles Landing, like Black Hawk, Jodico, any project that we have put money from the beginning, we have finished the project. You got Eagles Landing, you got
That
Black
was
Hawk.
Barack Obama.
Black Hole at Jodico.
Barack
you got,
Obama gave
you got
Henry County that
81,
money.
81 at Kiss Ferry. So all the projects that we have supported through SPLOST, getting federal fund, we have moved forward. Same thing with 81 right now, with 81 widening and Rockport Road. We received federal money for the design, and we received money for the
That was
for the
all
right of way.
Obama.
So
I would like to add to that you want to know why the ARC and GDOT is concerned. We've had a perception from Henry County that Henry County wanted to go back to dirt roads. We've heard the feedback from GDOT specifically, and I know our GDOT commissioner has basically stated that the reason Henry County has not moved forward is because we have not come with some specific projects, and we stayed on those projects, and we've watched the dollars. We've been having a seat at the table and have not been following up on what is very important for Henry County as it relates to transportation, as it relates to even senior services and other things. But you've got somebody now at the table who's willing to definitely join in with this board, get together with GDOT, get together with the Atlanta Region Commission, and even our legislators to help identify what Henry County needs so that we can come out of this slump that we've been in for the last 20 years. Now, I do ask, why hasn't this been put in the tip before now? All I can say is that we're fighting for it right now, and we should, and it's not just as interchange. We better figure out how we're gonna get Jonesboro Road into the tip, and any other major thoroughfare into the tip. And again, the way the solicitation works, every year, each community identify which projects that it wants to move forward. Not all projects are fully funded across the state, but I'll tell you what Gwinnett and others do. They come together, they got a project. They don't have individuals out there who says, I want this project, I want that project. They come together on what it is that they're gonna stick with, and they watch it through the process. That's what Henry County needs to do. That is what GDOT, I know, has specifically told us to do. And I would just say that one of the things that I think we really need to do is invite in GDOT to this conversation. We need to invite in the Atlanta Region Commission to this conversation for accountability purposes. So that is my recommendation. So Commissioner Thomas, then Commissioner Clemens.
What I want to say is that this whole conversation on this board, which I am very new to even about this project, it sounds like to me we should have had a work session about this. We can't put Rocky in front of us to try to have this conversation. You're telling me you have things from ARC, you have a notebook of information. That should have been presented to us in a work session. Then we should have had the opportunity to decide what are those priorities that represent Henry County. He can't make that judgment standing there. That should have happened. So I'm very concerned about that conversation has not taken place. It has not been presented. I don't know anything about it. I should have had that opportunity. Now, the $4 million that's before us right now, we have an opportunity to make a difference in Henry County on some Pacific roads. We need to table this and go into some type of work session and decide how to maximize these dollars for Henry County, and not sit here and try to decide how to spend $4 million on a project that may cost $60 or $70 million. It shouldn't work like that. How can we maximize the money we have now for the roads we have now, for the citizens we have now, and we need a work session to make that happen. Rocky can't answer that for us. Him standing there can't make that happen.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Clemens?
I want to be very clear that there were some projects that were on the tip. Jonesboro Road was on this tip that y'all talking about. 155 was on this tip that you're talking about. You talk about we have representation down there. Until y'all get my money back from Jonesboro Road, this interchange is going nowhere. If you're down there and you got people advocating and you're doing such a great job, where's my $40 million for Jonesboro Road? Where's this county's money for 155 and Jonesboro Road? It was on the tip. We put before this board a T-SPLOS. Said, hey, let's bring skin in the game. Let's put a T-SPLOS up. It was not there. Nobody in this county even knew that the Jonesboro Road money had been gone, and they sitting down at ARC. I had to bring it to the attention of the county manager and the chair about Jonesboro Road money gone. When they came down here and met with us, they said, well, you guys, the money that we had in for Jonesboro Road years ago, because now the property values have went up, it's not enough money. So the tip means nothing, and ain't nobody down there speaking for us, because if they did, then that $40 million wouldn't be gone and 155 money wouldn't be gone. So we can do whatever we want to do. This interchange is going nowhere as long as I'm on this board until we get our money that was already on the tip.
Well, I want to address one thing and then I'm going to call question for a motion. First of all, I will agree with Commissioner Thomas that we need to table this for further discussion and involve GDOT and the Atlanta Region Commission. Second of all, the information that you are inquiring about, this is information that I asked about. It is something that is going to be discussed with the full board because I just got it, so it wasn't as though that there was any attempt to try to hide anything. As a matter of fact, we were just trying to get some answers so that it can ask the county manager to bring forth a workshop session or a discussion. But more importantly, the end in mind was for all of us, including some of the city mayors and city council members, to go down with a united voice to ARC and GDOT about what are important. Now, to hear about the concerns about the interchange, I hope we can work through all of that, because I will tell you, as we're sitting here as commissioners, every one of these major thoroughfares is going to cross through just about most of every district. So I don't think that we can sit here and speak about my district or my road. Matter of fact, they belong to the citizens. And it's something that we as commissioners need to be working out as a big picture as to how we're going to help address the traffic flow that goes from one end of the county to the other, from north to south and east and west. So I'm calling question. My motion is that we actually table this to invite in GDOT to help address some of these questions and timelines and to talk more about what the TIP process is all about. It also gives our community an opportunity to hear and get educated about the full process, not just about getting the project in concept, but what's the full process that was required. I think it is also important that we understand how significant it is that we do partner with all of these other agencies and to bring in the skin into the game. So I definitely support that. I make that motion and ask that we support that. Yes.
First, I just want to say first, nobody up here, every commissioner, nobody up here has mentioned anything about a specific district, their district or anybody else's district. I think all the commissioners think from a county perspective, so I want to make that clear. But when when somebody makes the motion, I think we need to hear from more than just GDOT and ARC. I think we need to hear from somebody from the Federal Highway Authority. That's who we need to hear from. That would make me feel a lot more comfortable in moving forward with this resolution.
Okay. Well, I thank you, Commissioner Holmes, and I do want to apologize to the board if I've made some impressions that were not accurate or that kind of was a misrepresentation. I ask for your forgiveness in that way. And I do agree that we need to have all stakeholders involved in this discussion to better educate us and to help us move forward. Commissioner Clemens.
I would like to know, when was this bidded out to PUND, and how did they receive this bid to be able to get this?
Purchasing department, and there was 3 bids, or 3, not bids, because there was RFQ. It was gone through the quality-based selection. So we went through the Brooks Act, just like, since we know we're going to get a federal funding for it, so we just follow the federal process on this.
So we didn't do a regular process for this?
Yeah, it's a regular process.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Barn?
But you didn't actually bid it out.
No. Not cost, it's quality based, so it would RFQ, so select base, highest grade.
So part of the bid process is not included in with that. We just
No
pick
price,
a
no
person
price is included, no price.
And if, you like them, then
No.
they're okay. If you don't
No,
like them, then they're
it's
off
a committee.
the list.
It's a committee. It's not you like or dislike, it's a committee, and whatever they put in the package, as long as they put all the information required, and they get score, and based on that score, whoever's got the highest score, then we did an interview on the top two, because they were pretty close, and then after that, we rescore them again for just the interview part, and then you have final score, and your score sheets are in your packet.
Okay, Commissioner Wilson?
So Rocky, if the state was gonna put in a new interchange, would they go through the same process of selecting someone for
The
design, or
same-
would they go to a different process?
Same process, sir. Same process.
So you followed state guidelines for this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, Sherry?
I know there's been a lot of conversation regarding this agenda item, and truly, this is the purpose of us putting items on the agenda so that we can hear back from the board in terms of what direction we need to take. But I think, Commissioner Thomas, you may have said it best. Rocky is not the one that we should be directing these questions to, because I think there are a lot of concerns about what the state hasn't done, what the federal government hasn't done. And I'll remind the board that this week, and I sent to each board member, that GDOT will be on hand here at the County Administration Building to go over every project that they're working on. And it is imperative that the board members participate in that open house so that they can hear what your concerns are. One thing that staff does really well is we make sure that we're representing our county government and making sure that when we have transportation priorities, they're at the forefront. And I'll give you a perfect example. 2 days ago, I received a letter from GDOT indicating that we were going to be responsible for funding a part of Western Parallel Connector. I said, absolutely not. That was not what was agreed upon. The state agreed to give us funding for it. And so at 4 o'clock this week, they're going to be here. I think it's tomorrow or Thursday. They're going to be meeting with us because that is not what the agreement was. We too share the same frustration that you all have, but the one thing I can stand here and say is that our SPLOS project list with our transportation projects, Rocky and his team are moving those projects, and they're moving them because that's what the voters voted on, and that's the projects that they want to see happen. But I want the board to understand that Rocky's charge is to bring to you all resolutions, and if the board doesn't want to move forward on it, that's fine, but we need some direction. And so this morning, this was good, fruitful conversation, but I don't want you all to beat Rocky up for it because he's trying to get some direction. And it sounds like, one, we need to have some more meetings amongst the board. 2, we need to make sure we have all the partners at the table. And then 3, we need to understand what our priorities are. What are our priorities when it comes to transportation? Because at least once a month, I'm getting a call, not from our commissioners, but from our state representatives, from other jurisdictions, from the city saying, well, Sherry, we need to look for funding for this project. Well, it's not a part of that priority. So this was good conversation so that we can move forward. And what we'll do is work towards getting a meeting scheduled, making sure that everyone is available to participate in the meeting so that we can ask the right questions. Because for years we've heard, we put all our money in state roads and we're not getting any return on our investment. We agree with you. But right now, the only alternatives that we have are our state routes. That is our thoroughfare through all of the traffic. And that's the unfortunate part about it. And so we're having to take money off of our local roads to help supplement what the state isn't able to do. So I hear you. I don't disagree with you. We've just got to move forward on making sure that we get that meeting scheduled and get the right people at the table outside of our internal staff, get the right people at the table, and then hold everyone accountable for their commitments.
All right, Commissioner Holmes and then Commissioner Clemens.
I just want to say, Rocky, I hope you didn't take any of that personal. I don't think anybody meant to direct any comments towards you. It's just the frustration of putting money down and waiting for the state or the federal government to come back and make the investments that were promised to Henry County, and also the frustration of watching the counties on the north side or north of I-20 prosper as we suffer down here with all these state routes that we have to maintain and invest in, invest our local SPLOST dollars in. So you're doing a great job on SPLOST. You've done a terrific job in the northern portion of Henry County, and we know that's going to continue. But just wanted to let you know that you're doing a great job.
Thank you, sir.
And I would just like to say, Rocky, I concur with what Commissioner Holmes is saying, but it's one thing to sit up here and complain, it's another thing to have a solution about what you're complaining about. And I would just like to say there are a lot of solutions that we could do out there. One, I think that it's really a disservice to our community when we spend SPLOST dollars on state roads, when those SPLOST dollars should be used on our local roads to expand our local roads. And that was one of the things that I know that we talked about with the Flippin' Road extension. That's something that 100% we can do. There are local roads that go north-south that we control 100% of. We do not have to worry about the state that we could start looking at. We've got smart people like Rocky and Ron to say, hey, if y'all want to do something that you guys can totally control, these are the parallels that we need to look at going north to south, going east to west. And then there's some instruments that the state has put in place like T-SPLOST. We could get $156 million or more in T-SPLOST if we would just sit on this board and vote for T-SPLOST. Now guess what? That's no money out of our taxpayers, that's no money out of our millage, there's no money out of our budget. Vote for T-SPLOST. We don't decide, all we vote to say is let the citizens decide if they want the visitors that's coming. Commissioner Holmes, you're talking about how do the trucks pay? They pay if we got a T-SPLOST. We've got to put these, we're sitting here talking about smart people. Are we smart, board? Why don't we have a T-SPLOST? We should not be acting like recipients, wait, hands out. Well, the state don't have to give us nothing. We can fund all of these projects ourselves. If we would just vote to say we're going to put a T-SPLOST on the ballot and let the people decide. That's it. So I'm not coming here complaining without a solution. I'm not coming up here having a conversation and no solution. There's a solution. Let's see what we can do. So I just wanted to put that out, that I don't complain without a solution.
My final comment is I just want to remind us all that there are funding that our taxpayers are already paying already at the state level, and it occurred through HB 190. We've got to begin to come together to get a portion of that money back to our county. So yes, I agree we need to make local investments, but it is not fair for our taxpayers to pay state taxes as well and not get a portion of the dollars that is going to be for these big projects that our taxpayers should not have to bear alone. So again, I'm looking forward to the conversation that we will have to speak with all of our partners and to identify projects that are important and priority so that we can again go back and fight for dollars at the state and federal level and continue our local investment as well. So I make a motion that we table this and to involve in the, you can go ahead, if you, go ahead. You made the motion, go ahead.
I would like to make the motion that we table this and that we have preparation done for a complete workshop so that we can identify how we want to move forward.
And I'll second it. Are there any further discussions or comments? All in favor? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. That just as a note, okay, you made a note 5-1, one declined it. Okay. Okay, well, we'll now move into the next item, which is item 18C. And it is a resolution approving a budget amendment to reallocate District 1, District 2, District 3, and District 4 SPLOST 4 funds from various projects. So we invite Mr. Rocky Romero up for that again.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Resurfacing, widening, and surface treatment, District 1 and District 2 and District 3 and 4 are approved SPLOST 4 projects. We have different budget amendments. I'll start with District 1. We have a budget amendment to reallocate funds to Bill Garner Parkway and also to the resurfacing, widening, and surface treatment line item. There's about $269,328 available to reallocate towards resurfacing and also to Bill Garner. I'm not going to name all the projects. It's in the booklet there, but there's a shortfall on Bill Garner Parkway, $8,000, $400, and then the rest, the $260,922, is going to go to the resurfacing line item. In District 2, there's available $113,695, and all these projects have been completed. So there's additional monies that were saved So we want to relocate towards the resurfacing. And then District 3 has $746,083 from various projects completed, and we want to relocate that towards resurfacing. And finally, District 4, there's $145,036. We want to reallocate $100,000 towards rock quarry widening for the purpose of, we have to do some wall foundation investigation. There's certain walls that are going to be part of the design that was not included in the original because we didn't know there was the fields, and we didn't, once we put it out, we didn't know that part. So we're asking for about $100,000 for that, and then the rest, the $45,036 towards the resurfacing and widening. I'll take any questions.
Okay, well, we've heard the presentation. Are there any questions? Okay, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Thank you. The resolution passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. There is a question from a member. Do we want to break for lunch and come back? So what is the pleasure of the board? We can. Okay, we got a motion and a second for break. All in favor? Okay, well, we'll take a break and come back in about, let's say, 30 minutes. So that'll put us at 1:35.
There's lunch.
We're going to go ahead and get started. At least another commissioner comes in. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and reconvene. And we ask our commissioners to please join us. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene now. So at this time, we'll move into the next agenda items under planning and zoning, items 19. And I understand we've got Mr. Dante Gibbs, our Planning and Economic Development Director, who's going to come and present some annexations. And of course, our county attorney is going to be involved. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, and the first annexation is one from the City of Hampton's annexations, and so we'll be ready when you are, Mr. Gibbs.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
We received notice of annexation from the City of Hampton regarding 2 tracts of land located on Southampton Road, one of which is 2.22 acres plus or minus, and the other being 41.01 plus or minus acres. They are proposing to annex these 2 tracts into their jurisdiction, and the current zonings in our jurisdiction as they exist are residential agricultural, which is RA, and they're intending to rezone to annex them and assign them a zoning of R3. What this means is that they will also need to amend their future land use map, and so with that, they would have to amend their future land use map to become medium density residential, whereas our current future land use map is rural residential. And from a technical perspective or review, that does raise a conflict with our future land use, our comp plan, our zoning, as it relates to the zoning that they would potentially be annexing it to. And so having said that, Patrick has drafted a resolution of objection if the Board of Commissioners decide to go that direction. If not, then they would annex these 2 tracts into the City of Hampton, and they will become an R3 zone property per the City of Hampton zoning ordinance.
Are there any questions from the board before we get to the objection? Okay. All right, you may proceed, County Attorney.
So, thank you. Good afternoon. So, as Dante has explained, the annexation is accompanied by a rezoning by the City of Hampton that would be inconsistent with our future land use map. And as you've sort of become experts on annexation law over the past year or so, you are probably aware that when a city annexes property and seeks to rezone it in a manner inconsistent with the county's future land use map, the county may, but is not required to, but may object to that annexation and rezoning. Once that objection is made and delivered to the city, there is a dispute resolution process that we will engage in. Typically, that involves discussions with the property owner, discussions with the city, and if those aren't successful, we then move into the more formal resolution dispute process. So that is available to you. The resolution I have prepared asserts an objection, and it asserts an objection for those purposes allowed under the law. And I will add that today is our deadline to assert objections. It's just the way the calendar fell this month. So if it is important that the board acts today, because we do have to, if we're going to assert an objection, we have to deliver that objection today. So.
Okay, are there any questions from the board? Commissioner Clemens?
I have a statement, and then I have a question for our county attorney. I actually, the mayor has been sick over in the city of Hampton, but I had a conversation with a few of the city council members about this property, what their plans were, and just to bring the board up to date, this property owners or the developers that's trying to do this property has 400 acres adjacent to this 40 pieces of acres. And so the council member said that the concern was that with the 400 acres and the amount of houses that they were trying to build on 400 acres, that they needed a second entrance and exit. So they needed to buy this property because they don't have enough on the frontage. They needed to buy this additional 40 acres to create that second exit or entrance. And so then I said to the city council, well, have you guys zoned the 400? And the answer was no. They've not even, the 400 has not even come to them. They have not had a discussion as a council about the 400 acres, but they're trying to, get us to support the de-annexation of this one. And it's 100% de-annexation. And so, Patrick, my question for you is, would it be in 100%, what happens with, if this board decides to object to the de-annexation and follow protocol of what our planning and zoning has recommended?
Sure. So to give a little context, this piece right here with the sort of the darker boundary is the subject parcel. The dark pieces are pieces that are already in the city. I cannot explain to you why this piece is in the city when it doesn't appear contiguous, except it likely crosses this body of water. I'm presuming that's a body of water. That's really neither here nor there. So what the process would be is if you objected, the city's official action would stop until our objection is resolved. And we can resolve our objection by any means that we all agree to. We could withdraw our objection. We could make an agreement. We could enter into an agreement with the property owner and the city about the details of the annexation or the timing of the rezoning or something like that. And in fact, in the next meeting or two, I'll be presenting one of those agreements that we have tentatively come to, subject, of course, to this board's approval on one of the McDonough annexations. So your objection today would not be fatal to a project. It would not necessarily kill a project unless this property owner is on some kind of deadline that's got to happen today. I'm not aware of that being the case. I typically don't reach out unless I have a question about what I see on the paper that's unclear. I typically don't reach out and ask people's intent. I think my job is to present to you what they tell us they're going to do. So if you do nothing, if you don't act, they can annex and rezone at their next meeting after they meet their advertising requirements, and you would have no involvement whatsoever. If you do object, then we can work the process, we can have those discussions, and we can make sure that at least you're aware of what the bigger picture is, what the plan going forward is. And it may be that going forward the plan's not that bad. It may be that you find that the proposed density on this piece is very similar to density here, very similar to density here. I don't know exactly what those density numbers are, but it looks to me like the density in these pieces here and here are already probably approaching the R3 standards.
Correct. In the Cobblestone Ridge subdivision to the southeast, the lot sizes are very similar to that you will find in an R2 or R3 zone subdivision.
And I don't know, do you know what that project is, what PD is?
That's the one that they own, that PD.
Okay.
So, I think you're correct, I'm sorry, Chairwood. I think you're correct, Dante, in that what they're trying to do is to, that PD, and see, that's what it is. The city of Hampton could not explain to me what was going on with this. So, to that, I don't know if anybody else have anything to say, but to that regards, I don't see how I personally could support it when we don't even know what's going on.
And I would add this, the city may not know what's going on. A property owner has applied to the city to annex and rezone, no differently than a property owner applying to you to rezone. The fact that the property owner has applied does not mean that the city's in favor of it. It does not even mean, I'm sorry?
The city reached out to me first.
Good. Well, that's
Yeah.
good. Yeah,
Yeah.
but we don't know necessarily what the city is going to do. In fact, I believe there was a McDonough annexation request recently that McDonough voted down. Maybe within the past 6 months or so. I don't follow all of them that closely. But this was initiated by the property owner, not necessarily initiated by the city.
So just for a little bit of clarity, the PD is for planned development, but it has R2, R3 mixture in there.
So Commissioner Clemens, what I'm hearing is if you don't support the project going forward, then the appropriate motion would be a motion to object so that I could transmit that objection to the city.
Let's see if there are any other questions or comments from the board. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
I would like to make a motion that we object to the de-annexation.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
There's a second. Any further discussion or comments? All in favor to the objection? Thank you. It passes unanimously. Okay, we have another annexation. On the table, and this one is from the city of McDonough. And again, we ask Mr. Gibbs to present that.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chair and Commissioners. The next annexation for your consideration is we received notice from the city of McDonough of the intent to annex approximately 183 acres along Campground Road, consisting of approximately 8 parcels. And the city of McDonough intends to rezone the subject tracts from their current county zoning of RA to the city zoning of R75, which is for single-family residential zoning. And what that means is that the net dwelling units per acre will exceed what our current future land use and comp plan limit these tracts to. Our current future land use map shows these tracts of land as low density, where the cap is up to 2 units per acre. And what the city of McDonough is proposing will have a density of 2.27 units per acre, and that is a gross calculation based on our evaluation. Having said that, there is again technical grounds for legal objection, and Patrick has prepared a resolution to state that objection.
Are there any questions regarding this proposed annexation? Okay, hearing none, we'll now allow Patrick to present the resolution.
Right, so very similar to the previous presentation, this annexation, again, would violate our future land use map and does give rise to a potential objection. And it would be the exact same process. We will initiate that conversation. Obviously, we'll deliver the objection today. We'll initiate a conversation. If that's unsuccessful, we'll proceed with the formal process. And again, this, I would say unlike the Hampton annexation, this annexation not only does it exceed our future land use map density, but it is also a long way. This is a pretty long stretch, I think, for the city of McDonough. That's not necessarily a basis of our objection, but I do think it's worth noting that this will extend the city really further than it's ever been before, going north, I think. So it's before you, and again, the exact same process will happen. We'll assert the objection if the board so chooses. We'll have that conversation. If we're able to work it out, we'll bring an agreement back to the board. If we're not able to work it out, we'll proceed with the process.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Thomas? Mm-hmm.
This piece of land, are there other parts in between the city and it that's not a part of the city? Or does this connect to the borders of the city?
Ted, if this were to be annexed in, it would meet the contiguity law requirements in that it would touch the boundaries of the city of McDonough. To the south and west, I'll point to it
Okay. All right.
here, would meet that requirement.
You're going to love my answer. The answer to your question is both. So not only does this property meet or touch existing city limits, it is also separated from existing limits. And the best way I can show you, if you bear with me one moment, I'm going to pull up the tax map. This is a really busy map, but this is from the Henry County tax map. All of the purple is city, well, the purple down here is city of McDonough. The property we're dealing with is up here. So you'll see they gain they meet what we call the contiguity requirement down here by this piece connecting up here. But there are parcels south that are not part of the city. All of these little parcels all down here. So, you know, this is, if you think about the discussion about the confusion with cable franchise fees, this is sort of the cause of that. The city boundaries aren't clean. They don't follow any kind of logical boundaries like rivers or highways or anything like that.
Do we, I'm sorry, may I ask another question? Do we lose anything significantly financially with this annexation?
Potentially. I mean, I guess significance in the eye of the beholder, but what we lose is under the current scheme, under the SDS agreement, to the extent the city of McDonough benefits from a rollback in millage rate, we lose that amount of rollback in the millage rate. You know, this is going to be residential properties, so you're not looking at really any significant revenue producing property uses, but you do lose potential for impact fees. But the biggest issue, I think, is how we service that property. Because, and Brad, tell me if I'm wrong, I think we provide fire protection in that area.
We do. We are first in fire service, and Station 7 is just a quarter to a half mile.
Yeah.
About half mile up the street would be the first in.
So
and
again,
they would collect our
recall-
impact fees for fire.
Yeah.
We go to the McDonough and
That's
not to Henry County.
So as houses are built, we won't receive impact fees, but we will receive an impact. We will be providing, we'll be the first people on site if there's a fire or other kind of emergency. But, you know, it's not like anybody gives us a check per parcel. So it's not that we're losing a tremendous amount of money, but there is a financial element to this. There is a cost, a burden to the county, and there's a loss in some portion of revenue. So.
Other questions? Okay. Hearing none, the floor is now open to a motion regarding this objection.
Yes, I'll make a motion that we object to the annexation of the city of McDonough.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further comments or questions? All in favor? Okay, the objection passes unanimously. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move into our next item regarding Public Works, and the first resolution that is being presented is awarding a bid for right-of-way mowing and landscaping services, and we'll invite Mr. David Simmons up for that.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board.
Good afternoon.
All right, the first is for requesting approval to award a bid for right-of-way mowing and landscaping services. DOT, currently, we do mowing, but we also with the continually growing and adding more landscape medians and roadways, due to this increase, department is requesting a mowing landscaping contract to assist with the maintenance of the medians and right-of-way. Bid invitations were sent out via the Team Georgia Marketplace. 4 vendors responded. Lawns by Devlin LLC of Hampton submitted the lowest overall bid with a total cost of $63,755 to mow and landscape the medians and right-of-way 3 times each month on the designated roadways, and up to 2 mowing cycles in May, depending on when we're able to get the all the paperwork, and funds are available in the DOT budget.
Okay, well, we've heard the presentation. Commissioner Holmes?
We had this discussion earlier about the tractors. Of course, this is something a little bit different. You just said 3 times a month. In the past, we were mowing the major commercial corridors every other week. So 3 times a month doesn't seem like it's going to do the trick for most areas in the county.
A lot of the median stuff, we just thought, even before, I think last year, we requested prices for 3 times a month and 2 times a month. We went with 2 times a month, and we did the same thing again, and on this one, we were going to try the 3 times a month, particularly for like Jonesboro and Fairview. We thought the medians might look a little better if they get touched 1 extra time.
So 3 times a month, they will hit the entire county?
They will hit the roads on the list on about the 3rd page. It's the same roads we mowed last year.
Okay.
It's not for the entire county, it's just for those high-profile corridors.
got it.
So
Okay.
yes, it'll take care of the 138 Fairview
I can read
and
it if you
Jones.
want.
And David, if you could just read those. for the
Yeah,
commission.
Hudson Bridge Road between Jodeco and I-75, the roundabout and vegetated right-of-way, basically at 155 in Fairview, West Panola between East Atlanta and West Village between Fairview and Bowden, Panola between East Atlanta and Fairview from Cook to Fairview Memorial Gardens, the northern entrance, East Lake Parkway from 155 to 42, and State Route 138 West from the Clayton County line to I-75, and Jonesboro Road, the median only between the east side of 75 up to Kelly Road.
So let me jump in, and I was going to let Ron let the board know, but this is in addition to the crews that are already assigned within the respective districts. Right now, there is a crew that's assigned to each commissioner district for maintenance, mowing, and all, et cetera. And so this contract will be in addition to the crews that are coming out. So if there's an issue where it may be an off week for this company, we still have crews that are going to be circling through each commissioner district to make sure that mowing is being done. But this contract is only for those high-profile corridors in which we were getting a lot of complaints about.
Yeah, this supplements the mowing that our county crews are doing as it is.
Okay, other questions or comments from the board?
So does that mean,
Okay, let's see, Commissioner Holmes, were you done? Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Clemens, and then I think Commissioner Barnes.
so does that mean that the county crews that have been assigned to those will be pulled off and be doing other stuff? Or they're gonna be doing it as well?
They are still assigned, you still have a district crew that is assigned to each district.
So those areas get double work?
Because these are more of our high-profile corridors where we're seeing more of individuals throwing trash, the landscaping, we're having to go out, fertilize, make sure the trees are trimmed. These are your major corridors within the respective districts. Now, one of the things I want the board to also understand is that we aren't able to fill all of the positions in DOT, and so what Ron did was give up positions so that we could hire contractors to come in and handle those corridors. But you shouldn't see any reduction to service within your specific district as a result of this. This is just in addition to.
Let me tell you the reason I'm asking, because 75 Jonesboro Road East, I think I saw on there, or I heard you say 75 East.
Yes, ma'am.
That
Where
is city-
there's a median.
Yeah, but that's City of McDonough. Why aren't we going west, which is all unincorporated Henry County?
We stop at Kelly. McDonough handles from Kelly eastward, and we handle Kelly westward to 75. Where we have a vegetated median, we're only doing the median there.
Medians only?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, on that road, on Jonesboro.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, other questions from the board? Commissioner Barnes?
Yes, who's doing the maintenance on 20, the roundabout on 20 and East Lake?
That's a good question. I really don't know. Because I was even thinking for next year's, we may have some roundabouts we need to look at possibly adding, but.
Well, as we put more of these roundabouts in, even the one in your district and mine at Lake Dow, and it's not mine, it's just the county's, but we need to look at all these roundabouts. We got one coming in District 2, and, you know, those things really get trashy looking.
If we are looking at roundabouts, it's on our list for our team meeting on Monday, to go ahead and get that out and get a list of all roundabouts, which ones have the vegetation, which ones don't, which ones going to require maintenance, and see what the opportunities are out there for us to get them all on one program for our roundabouts. So,
Why wasn't they included in this package? I
this is
mean,
the
why
yearly
was it
contract, and we have it, I guess, it was, I say an oversight, but as we get more roundabouts, we can add or take away, but they were definitely excluded from this list that they did on a annual basis.
And my other question, it pertains to Jonesboro Road. I mean, I ride out Jonesboro Road all the time, and you know, I know we paid a lot of money for a street sweeper, and I don't think the street sweeper's ever been out there. Even in District 2, when you cross 75, we got all those nice shopping centers, cigarette butts everywhere, the grass is growing up high, they need to be sprayed. It's just an eyesore, and we need to look better than we're looking.
And I will say, East Lake and 20, it does appear to be getting maintained, because I never look at it and think it looks unsightly. But yes, this is the same list we used last year. I kind of made a mental note, or probably a comment, we need to look at expanding this next year and maybe even bringing it in March instead of May. But we had to tweak some language due to some issues we had on previous contracts.
Okay. Any other questions or comment? Commissioner Clemens, and I've got one too.
David, I would really like to see a plan. Is there no way to amend the scope of work of this to add the roundabouts or to add that west side of Jonesboro Road? And if not, then I would really like to see a formal plan put together for that, because everybody in the county goes to the shopping plaza or the Home Depot and all of the restaurants right there on Jonesboro Road. And as Gary has said, I know he and I are constantly battling the issue of people complaining about that corridor.
Okay. Yeah, and I would think, and often when you've got commercial adjoining the road, they themselves mow their frontage, but that doesn't mean you still won't have complaints. But I would say, in my mind, Target probably handles, or the Henry Town Center does a lot of their own mowing, I'm sure, up towards the edge of the pavement. But, yeah.
Yeah, he's talking about the amendment. It's getting off the ramp and going, it's the stuff that's in the right of way and the medium there. So it's the same thing that we're talking about. It's just, I guess people getting off the interstate, they're throwing trash. It's just, it's bad there.
Yeah. And I would say east of Mount Olive, that's typically our county mowers doing it, because it's more conventional two-lane road without a median type mowing. East of probably McDonough Christian Church and kind of the Vinings shopping area.
So can we amend it, or can you get a formal plan?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a bid. So the challenge is we did bid this out, and so we would have to rebid it to add those additional roads, because the cost is based on this list of projects. So if we're wanting to add the roundabouts and any additional roads, we would have to rebid this out and include those roads in it. We can't just modify it, because his cost is set on the roads that are listed.
Okay. Well, then David is good at getting a plan. Just get us a formal plan.
Now, one other option we do have is that we can, if we want to award it to multiple contractors, we can, if it's the will of the board, if you all want us to proceed with looking at adding the roundabouts and some additional roads, then we can certainly have staff look at doing another proposal or another
I was
bid
thinking
just
we
for
could do
that.
another bid for the add-ons, and
We
it
could
would come
do that.
back as a separate contract.
Yep.
It might be the same contract, maybe
It may
the
be the
same
same
loan company
provider.
gets it if he can cover it all, or if they can cover it all.
Wait a minute, okay, so Commissioner Clemmons, are you done? And then
Yes.
we'll go to Commissioner Holmes. Commissioner Holmes?
We are in May, and, you know, grass started growing in March. Next year, is it possible that we can do this a lot earlier? I mean, I think I've been on this board almost 10 years, and I've been asking the same question for about that same period of time,
So, yes, sir, and what we've done in the interim is we've allowed our district crews to maintain the current grass. One of the things that we've talked internally about is going away from this contract and maybe letting our current crew that maintains our county facilities look at some of these high-profile areas, and then have someone else come in and maintain some of the smaller county facilities, because we're trying to look at how can we reduce some costs, but make sure that we're providing that service. But you're right, this is certainly something that we probably need to look at much sooner rather than later.
keeping our corridors maintained and clean is a big deal when it comes to quality of life. So I don't think that's an area where we need to be looking at cutting costs, considering all the complaints we get on a regular basis. So whatever we need to do to make sure that the entire county is maintained, specifically the major corridors, that would be great.
All right, any other comments? Okay, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
So move.
Okay, we have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, the resolution passes forward. Okay, we'll now move to the next item, which is a resolution to award a bid for cement stabilized base reclamation, construction, milling, patching, and resurfacing on our various county roads.
All right, on this one, seal bids were solicited through the purchasing department for bid 19-33 for a project to improve various roads by milling and resurfacing or by cement stabilized base reclamation, construction, and resurfacing. Bid invitations were sent out via Team Georgia Marketplace. 2 vendors responded. C.W. Matthews of Marietta submitted lowest overall bid with total cost of $3,623,163.31. As a copy of the bid tabulation is attached. Completion time for this project is 180 calendar days after notice to proceed, and there is an item for liquidated damages for any days thereafter. And C.W. Matthews Contracting has satisfactorily completed other resurfacing and reclamation projects in the county. There are 14 roads, approximately 12 miles slated for improvement in the contract, with 3 of these roads, about 3.6 miles, intended to be improved by cement stabilized base reclamation, construction, and resurfacing, and the remainder of the roads, 11, at about 8.4 miles, are intended to be milled and resurfaced. Reclamation and resurfacing of roads is funded via 2019 LMIG with 30% matching funds from County DOT, as well as SPLOST 4 resurfacing funds. And this resolution also authorizes the chair and/or county manager to approve change orders less than $50,000.
Okay, we've heard the presentation. Is there any questions or comments? Commissioner Barnes?
Yes, David, it's Wilson Road, is that full depth?
Yes, sir, it looks like it's going to be full depth. Yep.
What's the width of that road?
The width is, I think it's between 20 and 21 feet wide.
So is the plans to take it out to 22?
In the bid, the questions that came back through in the bidding process, they asked which roads we were intending to widen. We listed Hemp Hill if we reclaim it, and that's kind of what we're looking at doing. We did not list Wilson, so I know you mentioned that you recently that when you mentioned Wilson, you'd said you wanted to widen it. We would just have to talk with the contractor. Hopefully, the unit prices would cover that.
All right, any other questions? Commissioner Clemmons?
Yeah, and I want us to, if we could look at this, the bid tabulation results, and I just want to know what do we have in place that we can start to identify bids that are looking like they're padding the bid because the same company keeps getting it. And of course, C.W. Matthews, everywhere in the county you see them. But if you look at the bid tabulation results, can somebody explain to me why where it says Bitumus Tack Coat 413 1,000 come down to 413? You see where it is?
Yes, ma'am.
David, why is it that C.W. Matthews would only spend $137 for that, but then Atlanta Paving would spend $68,600 to make a big difference for C.W. Matthews to be able to get this bid.
That's a good question. I don't know how accurately I can answer it. It's, I don't know if CW has plentiful quantity of bituminous tack coat, and maybe Atlanta Paving was going to have to buy it from somebody else, or just CW put their money in other bid items, quite frankly, would be my thoughts.
Yeah, so I just wanted to bring to David's attention that since you're over that department now, look for bid padding. People getting a job and over and over getting it because they're padding the bid, because that's a huge difference right there. And I would really be concerned about that, and did we question that? It happens a lot, and that's something that I'm really concerned about happening, and are we paying attention to that kind of thing? So I just wanted to bring it to you all's attention that this is happening in our county, and this is why the same people keep getting stuff. They're padding the bids. They're padding the process.
Other questions or comments from the board? Okay. Hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
Move.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Okay, the resolution passes. Okay, now we'll move into a public hearing, and we'll invite up, again, Mr. David Simmons to present a resolution to request an abandonment and declare surplus of a portion of Campground Road.
All right. This is a request to abandon and declare surplus a portion of Campground Road Extension right-of-way as shown on the attached plat marked Exhibit A, and more particularly described on the attached plat as the Tract 1 in the amount of 64,561 square feet, which is basically 1.482 acres, and Tract 2, which is 3,350 square feet, which is 0.077 acres. Campground Road Extension as part of a SPLOST project was realigned to the west, leaving a section of surplus right-of-way to the east of the realigned and paved Campground Road Extension. The area requested to be abandoned and declared surplus does not serve the general traveling public. The abandonment has been publicly advertised in the Henry Herald on April 24th and May 1st. All adjoining property owners were notified by certified mail.
The presentation, are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, Commissioner Thomas.
Has it been determined that these tracks are no longer usable in any form or fashion? Are they in a way connected, or are they just tracks separate and apart from each other?
Basically, this right-of-way was set up years ago in the 90s when they did parts of Eagles Landing. They set aside right-of-way for Campground Road Extension that I think at the time they thought it would be more north and south in this area directly across from Oak Grove Road, which you can't see, but Oak Grove is immediately south of Jodico. But when the project was done, and it was determined to be a better idea to take Jodico Road and basically just turn it into Campground Road Extension, which is this curve you see here. Over in here is about where Peach Drive is, and Jodico is more east and west. So we basically just didn't end up using that portion of the gray area north of there. We did use that right away through that area. So we're looking to abandon that. It's not needed, or wasn't used for the project, so it does not appear to serve the traveling public's interest.
Not really usable space is what you're saying?
I'm sorry?
Not really usable space is what you're saying?
It wasn't used for the road project. That's why we're bringing it in for abandonment.
Okay. Other questions? Other questions from the board, Commissioner Barnes?
David, I was just curious, when is Campground Road Extension going to be open?
I don't know if Rocky's here, is he? I think it's this summer, I believe. I don't know specifics, but probably
July.
Okay. Other questions from the board? Okay. Hearing none, this is a public hearing, and therefore anyone wishing to be heard will be given a total of 3 minutes regarding this abandonment resolution. So we now invite the public up to make their comments. Again, there will be 3 minutes per person. Seeing none, hearing none, we'll ask once more. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this? Okay, well, that concludes our public hearing on this abandonment resolution. So now we'll, if there are any other questions from the board, we'll move. Okay, any questions, Commissioner Thomas?
It says abandoned property, and usage was later determined. Can it be revert or not?
Okay, well, a question, and that may be a question for our county attorney. The question was if it's abandoned or we pass a resolution, can it be reversed?
So the process would be like this, that, and I'm looking at the map to try to make sure I have a good feel. So if you abandon right-of-way and you own the underlying land, which in this instance we do, then you could commit that land back to right-of-way purposes if you so choose. The next resolution in this, however, is a resolution authorizing us to dispose of the property, which means to sell it. So if we sell the property, then we would no longer own it. We would no longer have the right to put it back to public use unless we bought it again. So in this instance, we have some roadbed that today serves no purpose, and if we get rid of it, we will sell it and turn it into money and put it into the general fund and spend the money. Now, I can tell you that the adjoining landowner in this instance is on the map, it's called Jodico Mesquite, and I presume that's the owner. We acquired an awful lot of right-of-way from that property owner, and part of the deal that we made, that the board approved a year ago or better, probably a year and a half ago, part of the deal we made with them was to abandon that portion of the right-of-way and offer it up to sale, for sale, because what we've done, I'm going to come over here. What we've done by aligning the road where it's aligned is we have created this little piece of property, this little triangle, that probably has no functional use today. We didn't pay for that piece of property. Typically, if our road project eliminates use, we will buy the property if we leave you without use. So they own here, they own here. Our goal is, we basically traded out, and I couldn't give you the details because I don't recall any of the precise dollar figures, but we traded out the chance to get this property back so they can consolidate this property into a usable whole. And you'll see another resolution in a little while where we're doing the same thing. We've got an old piece of property that we acquired that we no longer need, and we're going to sell it. We're going to give the board the opportunity to sell it, put it back into functional use, and back on the tax rolls.
That makes sense for them to be interested in it. Okay.
Okay, other questions or comments from the board? Okay. Hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
I move a motion to approve it.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussions or comments? All in favor? Okay, the resolution to abandon has been approved. We'll now move to the next public hearing, and this is regarding the sale of the such stated property. And so, any additional comments from David?
I was thinking it may be a little redundant, but it's basically, this was hinged on the one that you just passed. So this request is to authorize sale of the declared surplus property shown in Exhibit A per OCGA 32-7-3, 32-7-4, subsequent to the county's receipt of an appraisal. And the area in question available to be disposed of is Tract 1, the 64,561 square feet, and Tract 2, the 3,350 square feet, as shown on Exhibit A. And I don't have the appraisal yet. I'm actually trying to get the appraisal ordered. So if it's approved, then we'll have an appraisal and we can sell it based off fair market value.
Okay, we've heard the presentation. Is there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, we will enter into the public hearing. And again, there will be 3 minutes available to anyone who wishes to come and speak on that. Again, we call anyone wishing to comment on the sale of this stated property, please come forward. Seeing none, hearing none, that ends our public hearing. And now we'll move into further comments or questions from the board. Not, the floor is open for a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Any further discussions or comments? All in favor? Okay, the resolution to sell is approved unanimously. All right, we'll now move into the next item, which is a resolution authorizing the chair to sign a transportation enhancement agreement for funding between Henry County and Georgia Department of Transportation for the Panola Mountain Greenway Trail Path. And we'll invite up Mr. Simmons for that presentation as well.
Okay. This is, again, this is GDOT sent a request to the chair to sign the Transportation Enhancement Agreement, also known as the TE agreement, for the funding for the Panola Mountain Greenway Trail Path. Henry County is required to have 2 copies of the TE agreement signed and returned to GDOT. This resolution is to authorize the chair to sign the TE agreement and other items included in the checklist between Henry County and Georgia DOT for, and that last line should be the Panola Mountain Greenway Trail project. Any questions?
I'm sorry. Any additional information, Mr. Simmons, or, okay.
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All
sorry.
right, so we've heard the presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
To get this project started, and I know there's been word that it was going to start sometime in April. Now we're in May. Can you give me a timeline on when we can expect everything to get moving?
The work we're doing here is set up based off when I talked with Moreland Altobelli, who GDOT hired to run these TE projects. They typically say it's a June let, so they told me we're setting up for a June let, but it sounds like it would go out for bid in either June or July. I think this is to authorize the funds, so
we'll go out for bid.
Yes.
And then when will we expect construction? And what will happen first? Give me the timeline.
Well, with it having federal dollars in it, it's a larger bid package than normal, and it probably has some to do on the length of how long this is taking also. So if the bid goes out in June or July, it's probably out to bid 1 or 2 months, and then it comes back into purchasing. And I haven't done one of these before, but I think we've got to go back through Moreland/GDOT to get the okay to move forward, to come back to you guys to bring it in for you to approve the bid.
Sure. Can you discuss some more detail regarding the timeline?
So, because it's federal dollars that's tied to the project, we will have to get GDOT's final approval on awarding that contract. Once the board authorizes this agreement, we'll provide that back to Moreland Altobelli, and I'm thinking that June or July, as David has indicated, will be the time frame for when we'll be able to award it. What we'll do, because this project has been ongoing for some time, is make sure that we let the purchasing team know that we want to make sure that we're pushing it, and if we can have a quick turnaround in terms of the bid process and the review by staff, we can get it back to the board. Once the board awards the contract, then we'll issue a notice to proceed to the contractor.
Okay. Is there anything else that you guys that they're going to need from the county after this process is over?
There should not be anything else. I think, David, we done our last, we've acquired all the parcels.
Yes, the right-of-ways has been acquired, and so really about all we're doing now, the last thing we're doing is the bid package, which purchasing worked on. Basically, Moreland sent us some stuff we'd used before when they did Henry Paths out in front of this building, and we modified some areas and sent it back to them for review. I sent that back to them while I was sitting in here earlier this morning.
Now, will the bridge be built over 155 first, or will the trails be built first?
Not sure how the contractor will want to approach it, but I would think, to me, that's the easiest bridge to build on this project, which probably means something will go, Murphy's Law. But as far as accessibility and all, that's one of the easier ones to get to. But there's 3 bridges. As you know, we've had to break it into 2 phases, depending on. So we'll have a second phase we'll need to start getting rolling that will hopefully get it on over to Fairview Rec Center as its final terminus.
Yeah. Thank you.
There should be no hiccups with just moving through the process and let's go ahead scheduling a groundbreaking for it.
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right, other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
So move.
We have a motion to
Second.
approve in a second. Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Okay, the resolution passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, all right, well, we'll invite up Mr. David Smith now to present a resolution awarding a contract pricing for janitorial services for the courthouse buildings.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair.
Good afternoon.
Members of the board, Henry County community. What you have before you is a request to award an annual contract for janitorial services for the #1 Courthouse Square and 1 Judicial Center at John Frank Ward Boulevard in McDonough. We are, Henry County is a participating member in TIPS USA. TIPS stands for the Interlocal Purchasing System. It's a competitively priced purchasing cooperative that we are a member of. And from that cooperative, we selected Kimco Services. They are the current supplier for TIPS USA janitorial services, and they provided a quote to us for 5 days per week of janitorial services at an amount of $348,000 annually for both Courthouse Square and the Judicial Center. The award will be for a 1-year contract and 2 mutually agreed upon extensions to Kimco Services. Should you decide to award this bid today or approve this resolution, Kimco can actually begin their services on June 1st of this year. Little background before questions. So we currently have a janitorial service that's providing services for us throughout the county. We're working with them. We've had several complaints regarding their services. That's for several of the buildings throughout the county. At the Courthouse Square, those services are provided by, I think it's the Sheriff's Office, has trustees providing that service. And so for not only the cleanliness of the building, the safety and security of the personnel that work in that building, we're recommending that we award this to an outside vendor. And the dollar amounts are provided for in the facilities maintenance budget. What questions do you have?
Okay, we've heard the presentation. What questions do we have from the board?
One of the other bids in the package, just this one.
We just selected Kimco Services from the National Purchasing Cooperative.
So there again, it wasn't bidded out.
This one was not bid, we did go. And my logic behind this one, Commissioner, was my objective was really efficiency in acquiring a contract for the safety and security and the cleanliness of that building.
But this is $29,000 a month, and we didn't bid it out for janitorial services. So I'm very concerned, if we're gonna put aside some tractors that need to clean up our roads, then I think we definitely need to have this bidded out as well. So I would like to make a motion that we bid this out properly. I mean, someone is already cleaning the building, so I don't know what the urgency would be on this one.
So once again, this National Purchasing Cooperative goes through the same process as we would do in our purchasing group.
We understand.
Okay.
Commissioner Clemens, currently there is no cleaning service from an outside agency being provided at either of the courts.
I understand that it's being cleaned now and we're not paying anything, okay? We're not paying anything, and now we're gonna spend $29,000 new money, and it wasn't bidded out. So that's fine. I still want, y'all don't have to try to convince us that we don't need to bid it out. We're not paying anything now, but we wanna spend $29,000 new money and we did not bid it out.
So it certainly was not to convince the board, a rationale behind why not bidding it out. But I think the next item that the board takes action on is we did bid out all of the other county facilities. And we went through a bidding process, and here we are today where we're going to have to rescind that bid because of the caliber of work that we're looking for. When we start bidding these services out, and you talk about your judicial center and your state courts, we have to make sure that we're bidding it out to groups that have certain insurances in place, and make sure that we have groups that this is what they are accustomed to doing. We have not been successful at all in any of our bids for cleaning services just for our administrative functions, because either the provider can't find any individuals that can pass a background to come in and actually work in the facilities, or they're just not able to do it because of the low bid amounts that they're submitting. When we do it through a bid, we have to go with that lowest bidder. And sometimes when we go with that lowest bidder, that's the service that we get. The only reason that we proceeded with this method is because this is a company that this is all that they do. This is what they specialize in, coming in, cleaning out facilities, and we knew that there was a sense of urgency because we've heard from the courts that they weren't pleased with the current level of services being provided. So it's not to convince the board otherwise, it's just this became a sense of urgency.
So I still have the floor, right? So yeah, so my concern is that we are saying that we bid it out, the other parts of the county, we went with the lowest bidder, just like we just talked about the lowest bid. So we just, again, we have a lot of issues in our procurement process, in our procurement department. We go with the lowest bid. Lowest bid is not always the best bid, because that's what you're saying happened. But it still goes back to us. What did we do in place? And when we looked at the bids, that we looked at, what had they done before? Had they had a county of this size before? Did we look at recommendations letters from the other communities like ours that they do? So there's some things that could be put in place that we're not blaming them after we made the decision and we made a bad mistake. But to go back and look at Kimco and just say we're going to just award it to them without a bidding process, I just don't think there's a sense of urgency. So I do understand it's nothing on you guys, but there's no sense of urgency not to go back and get it right this time. Don't say that we bidded it out wrong, so we're not going to bid this time, we're just going to go with somebody else. I think that we need to look at it, and we need to make sure this time around, when we bid it out, we really look at past performances, references, and all those things, just like you hire. We hire good people because we have those things in place. We need to hire people that we give this type of money to as well.
Other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Wilson and I think Commissioner Barnes.
For you to reach out to maybe the state agencies and see who cleans their buildings. Because they have secure.
Kimco is a part of the
So they
National
clean all the
Purchasing
state
Cooperative that
buildings as
cleans other
well?
buildings.
Commissioner, and then we'll allow you to speak. Okay.
And so we reach out to these agencies in the state and see who cleans their secure buildings. I'm with Commissioner Clemens. I think we need to reach out to other cleaning companies other than this one, because $30,000 a month, that's a lot of money.
Okay, David, you were just speaking, so you can respond.
So there were two. One is a response, the other is a question. The question for Commissioner Clemens is, do you not then want the purchasing group to be efficient in terms of utilizing companies that have already been vetted by our purchasing cooperatives that we're a member of, and go through that process on our own?
I want us to learn. I want us to put somebody in place that know how to do it without having to just depend on the state. That doesn't mean that they can't bid on it. Those cooperatives still have an opportunity, and you can give them extra credit for saying that they have that. But you still should go through the process, because what we want to do is we want to make sure that we open up opportunities throughout the state of Georgia for everybody to be able to have opportunities in Henry County. So I'm not saying don't go with them, but I want somebody in place that's going to do the job and not just make it easy. And that's happened in the past.
And then in response to Commissioner Wilson's question, this company does provide services to other state agencies. It was a part of their recommendation, or if you look at their references, it's in their package.
Okay, we have Commissioner Barnes, then we'll come to Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Clemens and Mr. Wilson. We've talked about doing this. We talked about bidding these things out. We got a policy in place, and for some reason our staff's not following those policies. And we need to bid these things out, and I think you can write that bid out in a way that allows us to do away with the agreement on a 30-day notice if for some reason they don't follow this, and maybe we have background checks on all the employees, but I'd like to see us at least bid this thing out. along with everything else.
Something that they have not failed to follow any policies. The policy approved by the board is what they're following. We can bring that back and get it changed by the board. But they have followed the board. They're not doing anything to break policy. I just want to make that comment.
All right, Commissioner Thomas, and then I have a comment, and then Commissioner Clemens.
Did I hear you say that you used a company that would have done what we would have done internally in the selection process?
Yeah, we're a member of several purchasing cooperatives, and they go through the process where these vendors, they submit their information to them, and they've already been vetted, which allows our department to be more efficient in the selection if they've already been vetted by another company or
Now,
cooperative.
That's where I have sincere concern, that we have a professional purchasing department that is supposed to be overseeing and managing millions of dollars. But you're telling me that we're constantly having to use a third party to do the vetting process to tell our people what to do. I have a huge problem with that. And not only that, when you have another barrier between us and the actual vendor, that's something else. They can put in the criteria from that company that they must meet before they get to us, which very well may eliminate some of the smaller company, minority company, women-owned companies, and veteran-owned companies in our community. That's happened across the board. Lots of people are doing them, and now they're getting rid of them. We do not want to create any other barrier between us and small businesses to provide services to us. So if you're saying to me on a consistent basis that you're having to use a third party to vet and select people, to tell our people who to hire or to who to give bids to, then we need to look at the whole department because we don't have qualified people in place.
Well, any other comments?
No, I'm finished.
Well, my statements are, I have confidence that our employees are doing the right thing. I think what we're debating right now are practices and policies that have existed now, and we're saying that we want to revisit. This is the same conversation that we had with some other items early in today's agenda, and it may be that we need to sit down and have conversation to educate and to also reinstate the confidence that everybody needs to have in this process, which means that we may need to update some policies or the way that we look at things so that, again, we're looking at how do we support our local businesses. So that is what I'm hearing from it. Again, I don't think that anyone is doing anything that is outside of integrity. I just think that the policies are definitely outdated, and that's what I suggest that we continue to work towards. And what can we do potentially to understand what's happening and to make recommendations that will come back before this board. Okay, Commissioner Clemens.
And I just think that if we bid it out, I think somebody will definitely clean the courthouse for less than $348,000 a year. I think somebody will definitely clean the courthouse for less than $29,000 a month. $29,000 a month to clean that, I think is extreme. And I think this is one of those projects that should be bidded out just to see what we get.
Okay, any other comments from the board before I call a question? Okay, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
I would like to move that we remove this agenda from the, table this agenda and have it bidded out for the services if we're gonna add the courthouse.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussions or comments? All in favor? Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're now moving to the next item regarding technology services, and this one will invite up Mr. Skip Floyd to make the presentation regarding a resolution regarding budget amendments for Tyler project reimbursement from E911 for their computer aid dispatch software and the building department Tyler software solution of unallocated building department permit fees. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair, board members. The item before you is a budget amendment to reimburse from E911 and the Building Department for their portion of the public safety and the ERP software respectively. The Building Department cost for their portion of the software is $376,360, and I want to put this out. Just kind of give a breakdown of the cost between the two. That money will come from the building department's unallocated permit fees. The other half of the resolution is for the CAD, or computer-aided dispatch software for E911, which is in the amount of $370,530, giving us a total amount of $746,890 for both departments. And I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, well, we've heard the presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, seeing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
Move to approve.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussions? All in favor? Okay, thank you. It passes unanimously. Okay, you may move to the next item that
Thank
we
you
have.
so
And this
much.
is a resolution to approve purchase of equipment for public safety and building and planning review departments.
Now we get to spend the money we transferred.
Okay.
Okay, this is for purchasing of public safety hardware upgrades. The item before you is a resolution for that transferred monies from the previous resolution in order for us to purchase some equipment for the public safety software and mainly just the public safety software. Currently, right now, we're going to try to purchase 204 Tough Books and vehicle docking stations to be used with the mobile CAD in the police, fire, and sheriff vehicles using ProLogic state contract for a total of $663,563.04. We're going to upgrade the current police records equipment computers to bring them up to compliance standards for a total of $1,793. We're going to purchase 13 Dell Optiplex computers for the fire department using a Dell state contract totaling $16,445. We're going to purchase 34 Apple iPad tablets with tough covers and expanded storage for the building department and code enforcement to use with the Tyler inspection software using NJPA contract with CDWG totaling $22,819.30. The total for this purchase is $704,620.43.
Okay. Well, we've heard the presentation. Are there any questions from the board? Commissioner Wilson.
Skip, when we're going to have all this ready to roll out?
We're hopefully going live with the public safety software towards the end of June. I have a feeling we're probably going to miss that deadline a couple of weeks. We're covered up. Plus, we're doing the sheriff records, everybody at one time. So we're close. That's why we're trying to buy this equipment now. I wish, honestly, would have got it a couple of weeks ago, but you know, you get on the agenda when you can. But you know, with technology, you don't want to buy this much equipment and have it sit on a shelf because you never know when the processor changes, technology changes so fast. So it's almost a just-in-time kind of thought process with the equipment. But anyway, we're pushing towards a hopefully before September that we get everything rocking and rolling.
All right,
with
thank
the
you.
public safety side.
Okay, other questions? Commissioner Thomas?
Your items that you'll be upgrading, the salvage items, where will they go to? Where will you redistribute them, clean them up, or what are you going to do with them?
Normally, we clean them up if they're still viable, they're still workable. We'll use them as spares. If they're DOA or out of life, and a lot of our equipment is so old it's pretty much end of life, we remove a hard drive and destroy it, and then sell the hardware as scrap metal.
Okay.
And I have probably some of that coming up pretty soon on a board resolution to have it declared as scrap.
All right, other questions? Okay, hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Okay, the resolution passes unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll now move into the Board of Commissioners items, and we've got one from Commissioner Thomas, and it's a resolution authorizing and directing the county manager to implement the goals and strategies identified in the county retreat held on February the 11th through the 12th. And we are expecting our county attorney to make the presentation.
So you will recall on February 11th and 12th of this year, the board and your your sort of key leadership team participated in a missioning retreat facilitated by the Hudson Strategic Group. At the end of that retreat, or actually a few weeks thereafter, you were given from Hudson Strategic Group a document which was referred to as a summary of the Henry County Going Forward Strategic Plan. And the resolution before you today follows up with some of the discussion during that retreat, wherein the board expressed its desire to establish this Going Forward Strategic Plan and then set the county manager on the path to execute the plan. And that's what the resolution today does. What the resolution today does would authorize and direct the county manager to move forward with executing the strategic plan formed during that retreat.
Okay, well, we've heard the presentation. Are there any questions or comments? Commissioner Thomas? No, I'm sorry. Commissioner Holmes, and then
I
we'll
just
come
had
to
a
Commissioner.
quick question. The next couple of items, Commissioner Thomas' name is identified and my name is identified as, these are our items. This item right here is a county-wide item. We're talking about mission and vision for everybody. So it should be all of us. I mean, this has never been done before. And then the next item is a regional item that's going to impact the entire county. So this is not my item. This is an item that's going to benefit Henry County and an item that's going to benefit our citizens as well. So I'm not exactly sure who made this decision, but it's not really a good idea if we're all working together as one.
Understood. And that's...
And I'll make a comment in regards to that. Again, this is wish we had made this adjustment when the preliminary agenda went out, but I totally agree that everything that this board votes upon is, in my opinion, the majority will make the decision. And again, it goes back to the fact that it is a county decision. So again, so duly noted. Again, when the agenda is preliminarily presented, we just need to make sure that it doesn't come across this way, because I too have not seen it this way myself. But again, I didn't change it because I didn't hear any other comments about it being presented the way it was. So, okay, Commissioner Thomas, and then I've got some comments.
And I do accept the comments made from Commissioner Holmes. That is correct. The retreat involved everyone, and it took the whole team to work together to come to a point where we can start looking at how to put forth a strategic plan to move this county forward. And we did come out of there with some things that I think we didn't expect and some things we did expect. But we do have a map of such to help us stay focused on where we're going as a county. And we are still in the process of receiving some additional information from the Hudson Strategic Group through our county manager and our deputy county managers and some of our department heads as well. So this simply says to us and to the county manager to look at what we've done, what we've invested in, what she's still involved in now, and make sure she helped guide us to accomplishing the strategic plan that's been outlaid here. So I'm certainly hoping that the entire board, just like we participated in this and we have already invested in this, will say it's time to move on. We don't want it to go on the shelf. We don't want to forget about it. We hope through this process, it puts her and her team in a position to continually say, hey, let's look at where we're supposed to go, pull out our documents, keep them fresh in our minds, and keep us moving forward, and not just have it sit to the side and forget it took place. So I'm asking the board to support this resolution. I'm definitely asking our county manager to use it to help guide us along the way, the deputy county manager to call us into guidance of what we're doing by putting this resolution before us today.
Okay, and my comments are, I want to commend at least the opportunities that the board did have. In my opinion, I know since I've been here and serving in this role, this is probably as close to a vision, mission statement that this board has come close to. And I also say that even when you look at the strategy, it at least identifies some items that we hear from our constituents that say that are important.
but it also put a focus on how do the services be delivered, and more importantly, it does take us into a forward mode, in my opinion, because again, a lot of the challenges, in my personal opinion, is that Henry County is kind of, again, trying to come up to speed on some things is because there has not been a synchronized vision, mission, strategy, and really the challenges we still have are going to be what are the priorities, because you can't get everything done all at the same time. So there's still much more work to be done. The county management team and staff are going to be very key to the success of this. I do agree that we should not, we invested 2 days and also money into an initiative, and there's still much more work to be done to help us implement, at least with priorities, things that we need to do for the future of our citizens and also for the long-range prosperity of Henry County. So I do agree that there's still much work to be done. I'm just glad that we at least came up with something that has moved us in a forward direction as a Board of Commissioners that puts us closer to a vision and a mission and a strategy that obviously needs more work. So those are my comments. Any other comments?
Yeah, I have a comment about, I don't have a problem with the resolution, but I do have a problem with the Exhibit A, and what we see on the back is that being the strategic plan for us. If you look on the back of that, this page, it says Henry County will focus less on citing economic advantages and battling competitors, but more on creating, I mean, that's not our strategic plan, is it?
No, well, that part of what I said, there's still much more work to be done on this. Basically, the thing that I am in support of was that we sat here and it's basically through a technological statement, but you're right, I think that there are some much more work to be done.
And let me say this, the reason I'm saying that is because when I got on the board, oftentimes I went back to look at resolutions, what the boards prior to us had voted on, and if we vote on this as it is presented today, a board after us would look at this as being our strategic plan. So I think that if we vote on it today, we need to clean that up, and because that's not our strategic plan.
I think what,
Yes, okay, well, let me make sure, Commissioner Clemens, any other further comments about that? Yeah, because we definitely need to pay attention to Exhibit A, because it is part of the resolution, so I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments on that?
I wanted to say that it is a working document, number one. It's not the final document. Even though it's stated, it is a document to say, get our county manager who will lead and continue the conversation to put us where we need to be. So this is a working document, not the final document itself when you see that wording in the back on the strategic plan. Because she is still going through she will be working with the Hudson Strategic Group through December, I believe, on different items to finalize the document to present to us. So she is, in essence, and her administrative staff are still working on documents to present to us.
So I think what you're trying to do is to just make sure that the county manager is providing the board with periodic reports, not necessarily adopting the strategic plan, but as she's going through this, she will do that. So Patrick, can we don't need this Exhibit A and this Exhibit B in here as if this is our strategic plan. But I think the goal of this is just to say that there's a resolution in place to say that our county manager will.
I'll say she's referring to these documents because she will need the map.
Well, I mean, that's what she should know that. She'll know that anyway. She's aware of that.
Okay.
But I just don't want this to become part of the resolution, this stuff. And why do we need a resolution for that? I mean, Sherry know what to do, don't she?
So this is why I answered Mr. Holmes' question, why it was presented the way it was presented. Right. This was a request of a commissioner. So okay. I don't have any real ownership over this. Obviously, none of us prepared the exhibits. Those were delivered to us by the Hudson Group. And if they don't reflect the board's going forward desire, I don't mean this harshly, but I don't know what that desire is. So I would need to be told how to prepare a document that does in fact reflect this board's going forward mission. But if what your desire is to take a little bit of a step back and say that the county manager is authorized and directed to continue working with the Hudson Group or something like that, we can certainly make that revision. Yeah, I'm happy to do it however you want.
And report to us periodically, right? That's
absolutely. And the whole goal there again, for this document or this process is not to stop.
Right.
And we're empowering her to say, even when we seem to get off track, to pull this document and pull us back together and say, here's where we're headed. It's a working document. And at some point in time, we should come to some form of some consensus to say, now it represents us.
Right.
Okay? Not now, but that's what the goal is, to get us to that point. Now, if we don't say or give her that directive, basically we're saying to her, at your will, whenever you can, do something. This says no. We want a periodic report. We want you to continue to work on this and bring us back onto this sense of guidance to make sure we get to a point we have a document that represents Henry County.
So can we make the whereas on the strategic plan that she will help us to get to a strategic plan and a strategy map, but not these be the strategic plan and the strategy map?
Absolutely.
Okay, we've got Commissioner Wilson, and then I've got another comment as well.
I've been involved with strategic planning for years. This, to me, is a rough draft to even get us in that direction. I can't vote on something like this when it's not even close. Now, does it have some good things in it? Absolutely, but I think this needs to be, this thing needs a lot of work. Even when we get down to it says a Henry County mission statement. That's more of a vision statement. I'm not sure that our vision statement, a mission statement should be, it needs to be something simple that everybody in this county that works here could go out and try to achieve that same goal every single day. So I'm not sure that that we're ready for any type of document to be voted on to move forward. So that's just my statement.
Now remember, you're not voting on the documents that are passed. You're simply empowering her to continue to work to get us to a place that we can craft out a vision statement, a mission statement, a map, which giving her permission to continue that work and not just put it to the side and not do anything. That's it. Now, we've got a suggestion to take off the attachments, which is fine. We can take off the exhibits, and then that won't be a part of the resolution.
Okay, well, Commissioner Wilson, you still have the floor, so let's keep Mr. Wilson with the floor.
So I think we can move forward with this for a discussion only and take it out as a resolution, because we're a long way from a resolution.
Okay, we've got that comment. My comment is, well, first of all, since you're presenting, Patrick, will you read the resolution so that we all know what it is that we are at least on the table to vote upon?
You want me to read the resolution as presented, or as I understand what you have
Well,
said?
the resolution that we're supposed to be voting on.
Well, y'all have given somewhat contradictory instructions. I'm
Right,
not-
what I'm asking you to do is
To read the resolution
what is
that was
being
presented.
proposed right now, so
Okay.
that we are clear about what it is that is being discussed.
Okay. Whereas on February 11th and 12th, 2019, the Board of Commissioners participated in a goal-setting strategy and missioning retreat facilitated by the Hudson Strategic Group. Whereas the goal of the retreat was to identify and clarify the county's goals and to identify a strategy for achieving such goals. Whereas the entire Board of Commissioners, together with the county's leadership team, participated in the retreat. Whereas upon conclusion of the retreat, the Hudson Strategic Group prepared and presented a report entitled Summary Henry County Going Forward Strategic Plan, a copy of which is attached as Exhibit A. And whereas upon conclusion of the retreat, the Hudson Strategic Group further presented a strategy map, a copy of which is attached as Exhibit B. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Henry County, Georgia hereby authorizes and directs the county manager to implement the strategies and goals enumerated in the summary Henry County Going Forward and the strategy map. It is further resolved that the county manager shall provide to the board periodic reports outlining the plans established and progress made in implementing such strategies and goals.
Thank you. My comment is that this is a step in the right direction, but apparently we still got work to do regarding the strategy and the mission. So I would agree that we need to table the resolution, but definitely have more conversation about what
strategy and mission we have, because it then will give the county manager a clearer direction about priorities and goals. Any other questions or comments?
I think that we could say in the, that the Board of Commissioners, I'm looking at the last one now, therefore, that the Board of Commissioners of Henry County, Georgia hereby authorizes and directs the county manager to use the strategies and goals enumerated in summary Henry County going forward and the strategy map to create a strategies and goals and map for the county. I mean, that would clear it up, because we're all saying the same thing, that this is not our strategies, this is not a map, it's the beginning, and we need to create one. And this will just give Sherry the authorization that you don't have to keep coming back, we don't have to keep doing, you take what you've gotten from the thing and go ahead and give us a strategy map, and then bring it before us for us to vote on one. But right now, she's not empowered to go and create one based on the information that she's given from the retreat. So I think what Commissioner Thomas was trying to do is to say, you've had this retreat, you've spent money, this material and this information is out there, we're doing nothing with it. Let's empower our county manager to take this information, develop something, and bring it to this board.
Well,
So, and maybe we need to work on it, but I think that's what you're trying to do. If we can't, so we can do that by changing the now therefore, or we can, you know, work on that and present it back to us again. But I think that would kind of take care of it.
Yeah, well, my thoughts are, I think more of the work needs to be on the county, on the Board of Commissioners versus trying to put it on the county manager. I would like to see that last sentence say, now therefore be it, and it is hereby resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Henry County will, again, develop and a stronger strategy and goals to be implemented by the county manager. I think the responsibility is resting on the Board of Commissioners right now. And I agree that this was definitely a step. Those were my opening comments. I'm just glad that we were able to sit down and at least begin some conversations to at least get to this point. But obviously, we still have not, as a Board of Commissioners, clarified the strategies to give to the county manager to implement. Because I think that if she goes off and doing something and we haven't set the course, I think we're going to wind up where we are right now in confusion and outdated in some things. So, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to say that we spent money with a company, and this company, when you all brought it to me, this company has this great technology. We sat in there for 2 days, hours at a time. We all gave all of this information. This particular company had technology where they could take the information from each of us. So we had a serious 2-day retreat, and all of our information went into a system. After all of our information, this is for the public, after all of our information went into the system, these people took all of the information that we was given and say, this is what you all collectively have done. There's no need to keep meeting. All these keep meeting. It's been done. The work has been done. Now we just need to go ahead and take all of the information that was given from each one. And if you don't like it, run for office. But I mean, all this information has been done, and so it's time to move forward with it. So, I mean, we don't need to keep meeting. We've been meeting for 3 years with this leadership, and the top of the chain still hasn't gotten us to strategies. And we had to hire somebody, so now we're there. Take the information and do something with it. I think that's what you were trying to get done.
I think so. And we have a county manager.
We've heard any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, the floor is now open for a motion. And I will like to make the motion that we definitely accept this Exhibit B as a beginning to identifying our next steps. But again, I recommend that our resolution state that the Board of Commissioners identify strategies that can be clearer to the county manager so that she may go about, or he may go about, for further implementations and next steps. So I've made that motion.
What happened to the motion that I put on the table already?
Okay.
To change the bottom, so we just changing the motions now?
Okay, no. Well, let's thank you for the clarification. We'll go back and begin with the motion that
So I'll
Commissioner
restate it.
Clemens made. Yes.
Okay, I restated the motion that we would change the now therefore. So we have Exhibit A and Exhibit B in there, but now therefore, that the Board of Commissioners of Henry County, Georgia hereby authorizes and directs the county managers to implement the strategies and goals enumerated in the summary Henry County going forward. It was to create use the information from those. You got me, Patrick? I'll read it again. That the Board of Commissioners
I think I got it. I'm going to read it back to you how I have
Okay.
it. So let me read to you what I understand, and you tell me when I get it wrong, because I'm quite certain I will. Now therefore be it, and it is hereby resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Henry County, Georgia, hereby authorizes and directs the county manager to utilize the information obtained and findings enumerated in the summary Henry County going forward and the strategy map to establish strategies and goals to be presented to the Board of Commissioners for consideration.
Correct. Yes.
And
So
I will leave the last resolve to provide periodic updates in, because I don't think that's going to happen in
Right.
a month. I think it's going to take a
Correct.
while.
Okay, well, we've heard that motion. Is there a second? Okay, we got a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor of that motion? Okay, all those that are opposed? Thank you. I now would like to make a motion to leave everything as it is stated, but then to take that sentence that says, now therefore be it, and it is hereby resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Henry County, Georgia, identify strategies and goals from the summary Henry County going forward as priorities to authorize and direct the county manager for implementation. So that's the motion that I make. Is there a second? Okay, hearing none, that motion fails. All right, well, the resolution fails, so thank you. Okay, so we'll now move into the next item, which is a resolution approving the memorandum of terms for contingent development agreement between Forest Development Group and Henry County.
So I'm going to present a map on the screen as soon as I can pull it up. And I wonder, would it be better if it was a paper copy? Would it be better?
Do you have the initial map, the warehouse map?
I don't have that. Do we have it? Yeah, this might be better to give a progression. So, several months ago, the owner or the owner or his or her agent, I'm not sure which, filed a rezoning application to rezone roughly 300 acres up at the part where 75 and 675 depart into a project that looks like this. So to sort of give you bearings, you've got Interstate 675 here, Highway 138 is up this way, up north. Right here is Flippin Road. So this property was proposed initially for rezoning into industrial. I believe it was M3. Dante, do you recall? M2. And it was M2 and multifamily for purposes of a development that looks like this. Contained roughly 2 million square feet of warehouse space, roughly 300 units, roughly 600 units actually of multifamily property, and some small other sort of subsidiary uses. During conversations with the developer, and as the developer reached out, doing what developers frequently do is talk to people involved in the decision-making process, this plan materialized. So this plan, it's a little out of scale, but this portion of this property is roughly this portion of the property. Up here, City of Stockbridge. So the plan evolved over time and has turned into this plan. This plan shows single-family residences here, single-family residences here, which before were warehouse space and sort of subsidiary business space. Shows mixed-use property here, which would be office, retail, and residential together. Shows an arena, conference center, and subsidiary uses here. And then in this area, there's a section to be reserved for a future mass transit project and hotels and uses such as that. So as that project was developed, a proposal was made to the county to contribute to the county the property on which an arena conference center would sit. Roughly this property highlighted in pink, which would be green space, and some future mass transit property for purposes of exactly what it said, for the development of an arena or conference center. You had a proposal several months ago similar to this. The differences between these two proposals are generally the following. That this proposal, the previous proposal, called for the dedication of some $5 million, I think, from District 2 SPLOST allocation for road improvements. This project, or this proposed agreement, does not call for any contribution of funds initially. You obviously will have to build the site, build the property. There will obviously be development costs if it proceeds. But there's no obligation up front for any specific amount of money. Additionally, there would be a donation of the property to the county, both the conference center site and those other properties, the green space and related properties. And an obligation on the part of the developer to develop the remainder of the property generally in conformance with the site plan, with this site plan, which would again include your regional arena conference center space and the associated uses. It is all, your obligations under this agreement are as follows. You would accept the donation of the property. You would proceed with, as funds become available to you, you would proceed with the planning, design, construction, and implementation of an arena conference center. You would participate to whatever extent is appropriate in transportation planning and transportation improvements. We don't know what those are yet. What you have is a conceptual site plan. If you choose to relocate or to locate a conference center or to abandon this site and do something different, then the only obligation out of your pocket at this point would be to reimburse the developer for a feasibility study that he is obligated under the agreement to get at his expense. He is ordered, well, I don't know the status of his order yet. He has initially contracted with a company called, I don't remember the name of the company, but they are a national company. Sherry's going to give it to me right now. It is a national company engaged in the business of doing these. They're called Convention Sports and Leisure, LLC. They're primarily out of Minnesota and Texas. And there is a proposal in place for the developer to pay that group roughly $100,000 to conduct a feasibility study of an arena in part of an overall project like this, conference center and arena and the like. They, by all accounts, this is a major player in the world of these convention-type centers. They have, from what we've been able to gather just from sort of doing our looking into it, they appear to have a good reputation. They appear to do a lot of this type of work on a lot of big projects. So obviously this would be a feasibility study contracted for by the developer and provided to you before you would be obligated to move forward. So what we have in front of you today for your consideration is a resolution authorizing an agreement that would essentially be as follows. The developer would donate to the county unencumbered fee simple title to roughly 80 acres. It's 30 acres for sort of referred to as the municipal complex, and roughly 50 acres, which would be park and buffer areas. The county will, when you deem it appropriate, develop the municipal conference center site into a regional arena and conference center with whatever appropriate amenities that you consider to be appropriate. You would determine the schedule of development, and the developer would develop his portion of the property in accordance with his schedules. The developer would be required throughout that entire 300-acre parcel to donate to either the county, Georgia DOT, or whoever else it might be, appropriate right-of-way to develop the property in accordance with the site plan. That each party will cooperate and assist one another in obtaining approvals and outside funding for road improvements. And we specifically put outside funding to avoid you being obligated to fund the road improvements that would come about from this project. The developer is required to apply for and seek rezoning of the property, which he is doing, I believe, Thursday. It'll appear before the ZAB, so it'll come to this board at some point later. The developer will be required to commence the infrastructure development on the site within 6 months of the date of the rezoning. So what we don't want to happen is if this is a project that the board wants to see happen, we don't want to be sitting on our hands waiting on the developer to develop the other 200 acres of the property. He doesn't have to vertical construction develop, he would have to infrastructure develop. So putting in water, sewer, to the extent we're going to get it through that property, roads and things like that. That obviously, this is a very generalized proposal. We will need over time to identify what other easements are necessary, what other agreements might be necessary. We may have to have a water easement or a sewer easement over his property. He may need one over ours. We don't know what those are yet, but we all agree in this agreement to cooperate with one another on finding where those agreements are necessary and negotiate them as appropriate. Next is a feasibility study. Again, the developer is required to obtain and deliver a feasibility analysis within 120 days of the board's approval of the agreement. The agreement is contingent upon, meaning that you have absolutely no obligation to proceed whatsoever, upon the following: proper rezoning. He has got to still appear in front of this board as a result of a public hearing and obtain this board's approval to rezone the property. You would have to determine that funding is available to you from whatever source you would determine it's available to you, and we can talk about that in a moment as well. You would also have the right to make a determination solely in your discretion as to whether or not this project, being the county's portion of the project, an arena, conference center, and the like, whether it is economically feasible and whether or not it's an appropriate use of your resources. And finally, we put one that we have to confirm status of the title of the property. Obviously, if we're going to take ownership of property, we're going to do our due diligence, make sure the deed we receive conveys to us good marketable title to the property. The developer is only obligated, the only contingency on the developer's part, in addition to the zoning, obviously, would be that the feasibility analysis determines that the project would be economically feasible. He doesn't want to link his 200 and some odd acres to a conference center or arena if everybody thinks it can't happen. So we're going to find out from some outside source whether or not it could happen. Those are the general terms of the agreement. What you are required to do today, if you approve this MOU, is basically you're authorizing us to proceed with looking into this, is really what we're doing. We will get the feasibility study within 4 months. We would review the feasibility study, present it to the board, and you would then take next steps. Along the way, we will also be, if the board approves it, we'll also be looking into financing methods. You know, we've been presenting to you over the past several months a number of different tools, for the lack of a better word, for you to seek financing on various projects. And a project like this is one of those projects that one or more of those tools may be appropriate. The one we're kind of leaning towards, if you had to ask me today which one, assuming the governor signs the act that changed the Governmental Services Authority, I would probably recommend that to be your mechanism right now. But it is possible any of these other mechanisms may be achievable, either a general obligation bond, perhaps, probably not likely, but perhaps the Urban Redevelopment Agency. There's perhaps, but not likely, some lease purchase financing. I tend to think that because of the size of this project, that's probably not going to work. Likelihood is there would be a Governmental Services Authority type financing in place. And then you're also going to have to discuss management and operations. And we're a long way from having to make those decisions, but we're not a long way from being ready to start having those conversations. You can sort of tackle that creature by contracting with somebody to manage it on your behalf. You could tackle that by creating a separate authority. You know, a lot of places have convention center authorities or things like that. That may be an avenue you go by. But those are decisions that you simply aren't in a position to make today. I'm not in a position to tell you anything really about those different opportunities. This I say this jokingly a lot of times when it feels like people get ahead of themselves, and I'm not suggesting that any of your questions will be getting ahead of yourself, because any question is worthy of discussion. But we literally are on step one of a 10,000-step process. Very similar to Rocky's presentation about, getting funding. You've got to start somewhere. And a good place for you to start is a place where you have no obligation. There's no harm, no skin off your teeth, no impact to the county's fund, the county's treasury, the county's credit if you start walking down this path. It'll simply be work on the part of your county staff, and they're doing work anyway. They're here all day anyway, and they're going to do the work. So that's the presentation in front of you. I'm happy to try to answer any questions you might have. I know, as an aside, just today, I think Sherry told me she got an email from a convention center operator who's actually going to be operating 3 or 4 new convention center, conference center places throughout Atlanta. One in Savannah they're planning that's about a $160 million project in Savannah. I don't remember the other ones, but a number of other ones. I think they run the State Farm Arena, if I'm not mistaken. So there are people out in that world that engage in this type of business that have some level of interest in the county. We don't know what that level of interest is. We don't know much about that brand new contact we got, but we did get it. I wanted to let you know that. Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Holmes.
This developer submitted a DRI for the millions of square feet of warehouse space, and was going before the Planning and Zoning Board a few months back.
Right.
To move forward with that. They have committed to move away from the entire warehouse development to build a quality of life development that would pretty much change the entire landscape of I-75 and the type of businesses that we would attract to that particular area. Earlier today, Chairwoman Wood talked about the 17%. 17% of warehouses make up our economy. And I think that's the highest in the state. We've talked about diversifying away from the warehouses, and I think this would be an awesome way to do so. My question is, what happens if we say no as a board? Would they be able to bring that warehouse community back? If it comes back to the board, we're going to deny it. What is our culpability if they take us to court? I know that I was told that DHL offered them $50 million or something like that to build a huge warehouse in that particular area so they can get their semi trucks in and out. What happens in that case? Is there a possibility that we can lose and then we'll see that warehouse development in that area?
I would say that's always a possibility. My understanding, and Dante, you're going to correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that their original project, they submitted the warehouse space and the multifamily did comply with our future land use map.
Yes, it did.
And I don't know if y'all got to the point of preparing a recommendation or not. Did y'all? Did you?
Yes, we're at that point. Staff is recommending approval with a number of conditions based on highway corridor overlay,
Right.
our policies and all that.
So as I've often said when asked, when faced with the rezoning application that matches your future land use map, where your expert staff recommends approval, a denial is a hard thing to achieve. And, we've had this discussion before that there's a lot of ways you can handle rezoning requests. One, you can say to somebody no and slap their hand away like they're a kid reaching in a cookie jar, and then they're going to go reach for a candy bar and then for a milkshake, or you can give them the broccoli you want them to eat. And in my mind, intervening in a project with a project that you find acceptable is kind of like giving that kid broccoli before they go ask for a cookie and a candy bar and ice cream and milkshakes. So in my mind, you have an opportunity with a willing developer to abandon the worst, I guess it depends on perspective, to abandon the warehouse multifamily property and do something that may be more acceptable to the board. And when you have those opportunities, I think you should take them. I think you should at least explore them. Now, I'm not saying that you must enter into this agreement, but I am saying that there's no reason not to give yourself the best chance in the world to get the project that you want to see. So the question, I think, for this board is this the type of project you want to see? If it is, then let's take advantage of the opportunity you have. If it's not, then let it go and move on to something else.
I guess this is a question for Dante. Dante, have they begin the process of amending the DRI?
They've submitted the revised information to ARC for the DRI. I can check on the status to kind of see where they are at this point, but we have not received a notice of decision from them yet.
Okay.
And until we receive that, it cannot come to the Board of Commissioners.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Well, I've got a couple of questions and a statement to make. Again, we just went through the comprehensive land use plan update, right? And so we just approved that and obviously had an opportunity to change this because I think that this is a wonderful opportunity for mixed-use development. I think the location is phenomenal. My question now becomes, what would happen if the feasibility studies say that the arena is best suited somewhere else within the county? And what would that do to this agreement that we're speaking about?
So if the board decides not to proceed, well, let me
I'm
walk
speaking
back.
more specifically about the feasibility
Right.
study.
If the feasibility study suggests that this is not a good site for this arena or conference center, then we all go about our separate ways. No consequence, no harm. The developer has paid for a feasibility study, and that's okay with us. If, however, the feasibility study says this is an appropriate site, but the board decides, well, we found another site we like better, then the only obligation on your part would be to reimburse the expense of the feasibility study. So that's all you have at risk, and that risk is contingent on the feasibility study telling us that this is a good site. Doesn't necessarily have to be the best site, but it has to be a good site, because there's always a better site. I don't think anybody conducting a feasibility analysis would say this is the best site anywhere, because they're not going to risk their professional reputation on a site they may not know anything about. But I do expect you will get a feasibility study back that says either this is a feasible site or it isn't a feasible site. If it isn't a feasible site, we walk away, the agreement's over, done, we go home. If it is a feasible site and we want to go elsewhere, we simply reimburse, we have the benefit of the feasibility study, we reimburse the developer the cost, and we go home. And
Okay,
we go about our project elsewhere.
My next question really goes to staff. Is it possible that you all could do a feasibility study within 120 days? Because I would feel more comfortable if the process went through our procurement department for a feasibility study.
We could certainly solicit proposals and bring something back to the board. I think that's certainly doable for us within 120 days.
Okay, so that's my next question. And again, when we talk about the feasibility study, one of the things that I'm very want to make a note of is not just the location, but I'm trying to understand, again, what the cost is going to be, not just to build it, but the cost to operate and maintain it, and then what is going to be the taxpayers' responsibility in all of that. We're very grateful that at least the land is being donated. I think that's a really great thing, but the cost to build it and to definitely operate and maintain it forever, because we know that this should be similar to what I hope would be a Henry Energy Center of some sort, if it is feasible.
Yeah, so I'll do my best to address that. So the initial feasibility study you're going to get is likely to be sort of a broad strokes. Would this be a good location, and would one generally work here? You're not going to have in 120 days that level of a feasibility study. I think over time, it's possible, I suppose. I mean, it's easy. It's not easy, but I would expect that industry has a really good idea of the cost of building one of these facilities and the general cost of operating one, and they could come to some reasonable estimate about what kind of revenue could you expect, based on similar projects elsewhere. But I think, but that is, I do think that's a legitimate issue to be thought about, and again, I'm not sure you're at that point to really get reliable answers to those questions, but we can certainly task an analyst, a consultant, to at least provide initial estimates of those. But they're going to be, you know, they're going to look at another project, maybe the Gwinnett one or the one in Macon or the one in Marietta, and they're going to say, if it were here, here's what you'd be looking at. That's probably the way they do it. So
that's important information. I know at least. So again, I think it's great development. My question is just trying to understand that full picture of what the citizens would be responsible for once the business conference, and no matter where it is located, what is it going to cost our taxpayers, and what's that long-range plan? So that's my biggest comment about it.
Your goal in a facility like this would always be to make it self-sufficient, and you would typically.
I mean, I'm not ignorant to that standpoint, but I just want to understand what that is. And again, that's the type of feasibility study, whether you call it an analysis or whatever, but that is very important, in my opinion, regarding this. And that's why, again, I'm just trying to understand what this MOU does. I think it's great that if we had a good analysis about the cost of any conference center and the operation and maintenance. No, we got something in the capital list that says it's $90 million, but we haven't even looked at how much it's going to cost to run and operate it and what the taxpayers are going to be responsible for long range. So I'm definitely in favor of the zoning, no doubt. I think this would be a definitely regional impact, a game changer for Henry County. My question is, I want to know more about these costs of operating and maintaining and what impact it's going to have on the taxpayers. So, and again, I think that it would be good to have the feasibility study conducted through our team to go through the procurement process, whether we kind of refine the process that we have before or not, but I just think that we need to go through that. I think it's premature to not understand what that impact is going to be.
Where we're getting lost in this is we're looking at the direct impact, but you have to look at the indirect impact. What would having an arena and convention center in a particular area bring in terms of economic development, and how much would those businesses generate in terms of tax revenue, and how much would those businesses contribute to our tax digest? I think that's the bigger picture. You're talking about restaurants, you're talking about hotels, you're talking about trails that connect into Reeves Creek. As a matter of fact, the last plan I saw, they're calling the area Reeves Creek. So, we have to look bigger. And Madam Chair, you said earlier, Henry County missed the boat years ago. Now we have a board, we have an opportunity sitting in front of us where we can change the landscape of this entire county and attract those things that most citizens want. I got an email yesterday. Citizens are asking for Whole Foods. They're asking for Trader Joe's. Do you think Trader Joe's want to be in the warehouse community, or do you think they want to be on this development? So we got to think bigger than that. And I think moving forward with the feasibility study, and I don't have a problem taking the feasibility study through our people. This is a public-private partnership. They have committed to pay 100%, but if the county wants to pay $100,000, $200,000 for a feasibility study, as long as we can bid it out and move forward and allocate the funds immediately to get this thing done and get it moving, I'm fine with that as well.
Well, since you made a mention of my name, I would say that if we're open, I don't know if the developer is open to paying the county for the feasibility study. I mean, it's on the same property that we're speaking about, and if it doesn't pass in the feasibility study, then we can give him the money back, which has already been stated. The second thing is, I think you've definitely confirmed what I'm trying to say, is we've got to look at what potential revenues and everything else that is going to come in. I am definitely in support of the mixed use. I mean, we need it. It also has residential housing. It has a thought for transit and so forth. But I'm just saying, when you talk about a conference center, I just want to know what is going to be the end in mind of what our taxpayers are going to have to pay. There's other conference centers that we already have here as well, because there's going to be a bigger impact or some impact even potentially to that here. So
Again, I'm just saying, let's do it, but I definitely believe that if we can get the understanding of what the full comprehensive cost is going to be estimated for, long range, I definitely have no problems with it. I'm open that if this development literally just only has the development without the conference center, it is a no-go for me. You got my 1,000% in all this. But if we're gonna talk about something that's gonna cost taxpayers money down the road, I don't know what that amount is. Even if we do get revenue, we just need to understand what that is. So that is my position on that. So Commissioner Clemens.
I just want to bring us back to the resolution. We're not voting on the conference center because we've already voted to have one in the capital improvement plan. Is that correct? I have a couple questions. So in the capital improvement plan, we voted on some items, and the convention and arena center was in that. Is that correct?
So there was a list of projects that were included. We haven't brought to the board the financial part, but yes,
Right.
that was included in that
So
list.
today, we're not voting on the convention and arena center because it was already voted on in the capital improvement plan. So we know that we have that. We're not voting on this as a location. We're voting on a memorandum of understanding that if the feasibility study comes back, that this is it. Now, I think that we can add the option that if the feasibility study comes back and the board is not pleased with it, then we can do a feasibility study. But they're already paying for a feasibility study, so I don't see the point of us paying for it unless it comes back and we say, we do not think this is a good feasibility study. And we still have, and then we would have to come up with the money to do one. So we're not voting on the conference center. We're not voting on the location. We're not even voting on the zoning on this property now. I think we're just talking about this memorandum of understanding that costs us nothing so that we can move forward with making sure that they have something in place so that they can change their DRI direction. Is that correct? Okay. And I think the last time we were looking at it and we all voted, we were giving $5 million. This time we're giving nothing, and it's just a memorandum of understanding. So there's nothing that we're committing to other than if their feasibility study comes back, that we would look at it. And then even if it doesn't, we say we don't want it, we just owe them $100,000 for a feasibility study.
Is that if we had a warehouse development here, everybody would be all on board gun ho. You wouldn't have any objections. We have a project here that most people in the county would want. I would say 95%. Of course, you're gonna have your naysayers, but 95% of the people in this county, including the 75% that travel outside the county for work, want to see that type of quality development right here in their own county.
Okay, other comments from the board. Commissioner Thomas?
I just want to support this initiative going forward. We've talked about changing the descriptors for Henry County. This is our opportunity to do that within a big way. This arena, as stated, will draw all types of new professional jobs to this area. We're talking about bringing the arts to this area. We're talking about bringing a higher quality of life to this area, entertainment, music. We're talking about professional office buildings, professional medical buildings and services here. And we're getting a feasibility study that will cost us nothing. And we should go with what costs us nothing at this point in time and go forward. It requires nothing of us but to say, let's look at it. We're not committing any money today. It's just an opportunity to move forward.
Okay, other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Barham?
Yeah, I was just looking at the map here, and I'm looking at this exit ramp. Who's gonna pay for that? Well, I know we had a big discussion about exit ramps today.
Yeah, so to put it in context, 75, 675, here's Highway 138, here is Flippin Road, Walt Stevens Road. So obviously to get this make this project, anything you do here feasible, traffic is likely going to exit here. I don't know if I can zoom it in anymore, but there's a little exit ramp here to get to 138, 138. There's no exit at Walt Stevens, so your next alternate exit would be further south. That is, we don't know the answer to that question. So that's why we put into the agreement that we would all work with each other and cooperate in seeking approvals and outside funding for whatever we need to make this project work. So Well, I don't know. I mean,
Wait a minute, Commissioner Barnes got the floor right now, so let's hold that question and we'll come to it.
so
go
do
ahead
you
and
need
finish.
one? You know, I think that would be, I think people that know a lot more about arenas and conference centers would answer that question. But we understand, I think everybody involved in this process up till now understands that transportation systems are a problem. They are always an issue to be dealt with. And that's why we included in the agreement the provision that says, look, we're all going to work together to figure out how to do it. It doesn't obligate us to pay for anything. The hope is we take this project to the state sees the benefit of it, and they chip in something they might not otherwise have chipped in. But I mean, we had the big discussion how long it takes for these things to happen. So, you know, we don't know. I mean, I think that's the answer, but we expect it's a resolvable
But
problem.
if we're having difficulty with him on the new interchange on 75, and which is going to be very beneficial to the state, how is the state going to get involved in putting an exit ramp there? Is the developer going to build that exit ramp?
I don't have any idea what the process with the state is.
Now, one
Barnes has the floor, then we're going to come to Commissioner Clemens, then we'll go to Commissioner Holmes. Commissioner Barnes, you've got the floor.
I think this is a great project, and I would certainly rather see this development there go there more so than warehouses. But at this time, I'm just getting this thing, and it changed, I think, overnight last night. But I just can't commit any county money. I disagree with Ms. Thomas, and it's not going to cost us any money. It's going to cost us something, regardless. That's
Okay.
all I got to say.
Okay, Commissioner Clemens, then we go to Holmes, then Wilson and Thomas. Okay, Commissioner Clemens.
Commissioner Barham, I had the same question about the interchange, but I don't think that we have to have there's entrances and exits to get into this property without having a interchange. So, I agree. We can't get an interchange at Bethlehem. We may not be able to get an interchange there, but if you don't have an interchange, do people still have access on and off this property? The answer is yes. You don't have to have an interchange. So I would just eliminate that interchange piece, don't even look at that, and come up with another reason to disagree if you disagree. But the interchange is not it. And also on the, wherever we go, we're gonna have to pay some money. I think that the feasibility study comes back and we decide what's the best place to spend our money. But right now, we need somebody that'll give us a feasibility study. That feasibility study might come back and say, Henry County don't need no convention center. So at this point, let's get somebody to pay for a feasibility study and we can make a decision from there.
Okay, Commissioner Holmes. Let me go, you're done, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What is a DRI and what does it mean?
So that's what I've been trying to jump in to say, because I
And hold
probably
on,
could have.
is there a DRI for the project that didn't even make it to the tip?
So, two things. We talked about revenue sources beyond state allocations. Earlier this morning when we talked about the budget, I think Commissioner Holmes, you may have asked the question, is there funding in our budget for the creation of TADs and CIDs? TADs and CIDs are funding sources once created that can be utilized for groups or for service areas as a mechanism of either bringing money to the table or identifying a list of projects that they can put towards improvements. Now, this development went through what we call a development of regional impact, which is reviewed by the state and the Atlanta Regional Commission. The whole point of a development of regional impact is to identify what transportation improvements will be needed as a result of this development. And I can tell you that 110% of the time, whenever DRI comes before this board or any previous boards, those transportation improvements are put on the developer. So the need to discuss the transportation improvements, that's already being handled through that DRI. When Dante and his staff brings to you all for consideration the rezoning, you'll see a list of conditions that are listed that are as a result of this development of regional impact. It will get into whether additional signals are needed, if sidewalks are needed, if whatever the road infrastructure improvements that are warranted as a result of this development, it will be outlined. The only thing the board will need to do is if they act on it, make sure that that is conditioned to the developer. Because if we don't condition the developer, that does fall on the county.
If the DRI is approved, then this project will be at the top of the list in terms of priority for transportation funding.
So when a DRI goes through a process, the only thing the state will do is say, we find that this project is in the best interest of the state, therefore in the best interest of the, it stands for Development of Regional Impact.
Development of regional impact because of the size of the development.
So
correct?
based on the plan that was submitted to the Planning and Zoning Department, this development does trigger a regional impact.
Do we have any other developments like that in Henry County?
Yes, sir. I believe that the Jodico development went through a development of regional impact. Even the Crystal Lake development that's off of Jonesboro Road went through a development of regional impact. The Target on Jonesboro Road went through a development of regional impact. And the regional impact is, it looks at all of the uses that are being proposed within the development. It's the housing, it's the residential, the commercial, the office, and so all of that is taken into account.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Wilson, and then I've got a comment.
I think it's a good project, but I can't support something that may put taxpayers at risk. I know that's gonna be long down the road, but like we said earlier, somebody's got to pay for it, so.
Okay. Well, my comments are, given all the conversation, I think it's a great project, and understanding that the feasibility study, a lot of this is pending on the feasibility study. My request is that we approve what we have, but I would like to say that our county management team or our staff is very much involved in that feasibility study. I don't know what that looks like, but I'm just trying to give credibility to the feasibility study, because at the end of the day, outside of this development, I've got concerns about that same question about the feasibility study of any conference center, no matter where it may be in Henry County. But it states here that if it's not feasible, and I think I've got that clarity from the county manager, then that's a whole nother study. But again, the feasibility study needs to include a cost analysis, and I don't know what time it's going to take to do that. So that to me, and if it exists, then that's fine, but I'm just saying I need to understand the full picture of what the estimates and the potential impact to the county is going to be.
So if I may add, one thing that has to be done to get those questions answered is a feasibility study. That's step one.
Yes.
And what I'm hearing is that we want more in-depth information in terms of the cost analysis, the market study, and any other elements that would go into that. I don't think that we have the developer here with us this afternoon, but one of the things that myself and Patrick can do after this meeting is reach out and just ask for a copy of the proposal that the developer has solicited for the company that he's wanting to do the study. I think it's fair that you all are asking, what the cost will be, but I think we've got to get to the feasibility first to, one, determine if it's feasible. Because if it's not feasible, then this is null and void. But I think the other point is, if the board determines that, hey, this is not the location, then at that point we reimburse the developer the funds for this, and we proceed with another feasibility study.
That's fair for me.
And before you move on, Commissioner Barr made a good point about the change in the plan, and the colors are a little off, but this side over here was the plan that was initially released with the agendas. This is the actual plan.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I think what happens a lot of times is engineers and guys that design plans, they use a different software, and everything's layered. I think what happened when this one was printed, it didn't pull up all the layers, because you'll see the only difference is this section over here. The rest of it's identical. It's scaled a little differently, but that's the only substantive change in the plans, is it included that. And I think it was a layering thing. I really do.
Developer has communicated to me is that they may remove probably about 300 homes and add more Class A office space to this actual plan. So this plan could change again.
Okay, any other comments, Commissioner Holmes?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Clemens.
And Chair Wood, I want to say, what you just said is right here in the whereas. It says if the property is properly zoned for the use designated on the site plan, then in such event, the county desires to construct, if feasible, and Arena Convention Center, and then we won't enter a development agreement with the developer until the feasibility study is done. So I think that's what you were saying.
No, what I'm saying, I mean, I agree, I'm focused on the feasibility. I'm just saying that I want our procurement process to be involved in that feasibility study, similar to what we've been talking about earlier today. So,
We could
so that
certainly-
I'm saying if wherever it states in here, that I just want our procurement our team to be involved in the feasibility study. That's my big
So
thing.
if it's the board's desire, what we could do is amend the agreement, present it to the developer, and instead of saying the developer will obtain a feasibility study, we can say the county will obtain a feasibility study at the developer's cost, and have the same provision if we walk away, we reimburse them that cost. I mean, I'm happy to propose that. I mean, we would then be the client in the feasibility study.
I like June's idea of having the county manager follow the process the entire way. Let's just move forward. There is no commitment from the county right now. Let's get this process going, and let's make this happen.
Okay, so any further questions or comments? All right, so the floor is now open for a motion.
So I move to approve with Chairwoman's comments regarding having the county manager follow the process the entire way.
And I second it. Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, resolution passes with those amendments. Okay? All right, we will now move, let me get back to the agenda. Where in the world are we? Okay, now we are moving into the county attorney's section regarding a resolution to authorize the sale of a .42 acre strip of land located in Henry County.
So I thought I was going to get to sit down, but alas. So Commissioners, this is, well, that's as big as I can make it. This is very similar to the item that you considered earlier. Back several years ago, I would say 5 or 6 years ago, when right-of-way was being acquired for the intersection of Panola and East Atlanta Road, the county acquired this strip of property, which it no longer needs. So there's a couple of laws that govern how we dispose of these properties, one of which is we do this public hearing process like you did earlier. Another one is designed for pieces like this that, under the current zoning of the property, it is shaped and sized such that it could basically not be used for any purpose. When that's the case, we don't have to conduct a public hearing to abandon it, dispose of it, and all of that kind of stuff. The board can authorize that the property be sold. It has to be offered to the adjoining landowners. If an adjoining landowner doesn't want it, we can put it on the market. This piece of property is adjacent to a veterinarian's office up here. And again, because of the way the road realignment happened, the veterinarian's office only has access to East Atlanta, not onto Panola Road. So I feel like we've got a captive purchaser, a purchaser willing to acquire the property. It is our recommendation that you authorize me to obtain an appraisal, offer it for the amount of the appraised price to that adjoining landowner. If they don't want it, we'll either put it on the market or keep it in their inventory. But this is one of those little pieces of property. There's really no benefit to the county here. The intersection has been recently improved. You're not looking, I don't think, you're looking at any immediate or in near future, even long-term improvements to that intersection. You're probably done with the work out there. And it puts a piece of property back on the tax rolls back into productive use.
Okay, well, we've heard the presentation. Are there any questions? Hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion.
So move.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Okay, the resolution passes unanimously. Okay, well, we'll now move into our public comment section where our citizens are welcome to voice their concerns and opinions that are not listed on the agenda. They were requested to sign in advance prior to the beginning of the meeting, and each individual that is signed up will be granted 5 minutes for their presentation. And I look over to the county clerk
to identify, do we have any public comments?
We have two public comments today, Jennifer Perkins and Catherine Gilbert.
Okay, if you will come again and state your name. Address is not necessary, but if you'll state your name and begin your public comment. Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Perkins. I mentioned earlier a few reasons why we didn't move here, like traffic and roads and growth you are constantly adding that isn't helping with the said roads and traffic. The chief of police said earlier they can't keep up without having overtime. And I don't know how you think you can handle a major conference center or arena with the things the way they are now. Another reason we didn't move here is the way you do not embrace your history and the contentness against history. I'm telling you this in hopes that you will consider these things for other folks that are thinking of moving here as well. Another reason I'm here today is some folks have continually implied that my husband and his family are racist. Maybe not personally him, but reenactors or Civil War history buffs in general. And well, our fellow reenactors are more than just a group of people we hang out with. They are our family. And when you lump us all together and call us racist, I take offense. And I felt like I needed to speak up. The implications make me sick. We aren't a cult of hate. Someone said, folks show who they are. For the life of me, I do not know what we have done to show ourselves as racist. I'm not going to stand here and say all the charitable things I have personally done, or all the wonderful things any of us have done for others or our community, or the people that we love and consider family, just to prove myself, or to you, that I am not a racist or a bad person. As taught in 1 Samuel 2:3, talk no more exceedingly proudly, let not arrogancy come out of your mouth, for the Lord is God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. With that in mind, I'll show you who reenactors are. Sorry for the poor quality. We are fighters. We fight for what we believe in, whether in words, emails, or letters, or standing here in front of commissioners, or by phone calls. We fight for what we believe in by standing our ground and jumping through all the hoops like we had to put on the living history at Nash Farm. We didn't pitch a fit or tear up boxes or throw things just because we didn't get our way. We are family. We are following footsteps and looking up to others who have gone on before us. We pass on traditions. We are mothers, daughters, sisters, aunts. We are friends. We are fathers, sons, brothers, uncles. We band together. Besides being history buffs, we are history teachers. We are musicians and doctors and nurses. We are professionals. We come from all walks of life. We are newlyweds. Some of us have been married for decades, and some of us are still single. We are children, and we can be silly. We are ministers. We love the Lord. We care for others. We pray for others. We are patriotic. We have men and women who have or are serving in the military. We love the land, and we love Nash Farm. So please do not call us racist. We may be considered misunderstood several times, but not racist. I beg you to embrace the history. The era before, during, and after the war between the states were some of the country's darkest times. But think about the things you had to suffer through life, whether it was divorce, your own or your parents', a death in the family, or illness, or job loss, or anything that put a dark cloud over your own life. We don't know God's plans or why certain things had to happen, but in the end, it makes us who we are today. The history of the USA made what this country is today. We can embrace it, and we can make sure we do not repeat our mistakes, or we can continue stirring the pot of hatred and cause more divide. I know you're voted by the citizens of your respective districts. All of you are serving all of Henry County. I know it's been said earlier that you all need to come together for all the citizens. There was no need, and I thank you for the ones that are trying to come to that. And there was no need for an apology earlier, because I have heard today, where's my money? I need my grass cut. It wasn't the citizens' grass or the county's money. By operating selfishly like this, you lose more people thinking about moving into the county, and more folks will move out. Again, you need to come together for the citizens and make Henry County great again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Catherine Gilbert. I think many of you know me. I would like to address a few things that I had addressed a little bit earlier, but there were some comments made that were inaccurate, and I want to make sure that we get those straight. I have Gail Evans with me here, who is an employee of our library board, and I just wanted her support so that she makes sure I stay on the straight and narrow here. The Board of Ed does fund the library to a small amount. Granted, it would be much nicer if we had a larger amount of funding from them, and maybe that is something that with a joint meeting you might be able to help with. In exchange for that funding, the Board of Ed gets a seat on our library board. All staff, with the exception of 4 top echelon positions, are county employees. They are paid by you. So when you leave them out of the remediation from the recession or continue to keep the recession cutbacks going, you are cutting your own people back. All of the rest of your employees have reached pre-recession or are back to where their levels should be. Our library employees, not so much. It's been brought up on several other occasions regarding the possibility of having the schools open for Saturday hours with their libraries. Well, that opens up a whole lot of other issues. First of all, I don't know whether the schools have the library media staff to be in those libraries that would be willing to work on Saturdays. Education, school, media, school staff don't necessarily like to work on weekends. The suggestion about crossing guards and whatnot, school pays for those crossing guards. They pay the police department, sheriff's department for the SROs. So you'd have that situation. The library's internet is available 24/7, 365. If you're parked in our library at 12:01 a.m. on Saturday night, you can get internet. Now, I'm not saying that we have a lot of people parked in the parking lot at midnight on Saturday, but believe me, on Sundays, Saturdays, evenings, there are people in the particularly Stockbridge and McDonough library parking lots that are using the free internet because they don't have it at home. To assume that everybody in this day and age has internet available to them at home it's just totally inaccurate. Libraries are also meeting places, and libraries provide services that many people don't even realize. We have had, our library staff has put on small business training groups. They have done work, most recently when one of the big warehouses closed down. They worked with the outplaced employees free of charge to get them up to speed with the new age of computer resumes and moving forward from that standpoint. And actually, I may have the figures slightly skewed, but I believe there was something like 12 individuals who were helped to find jobs from that closing down through library efforts from our people. We provide so much beyond just books on shelves. It is absolutely imperative that we continue to support the libraries and that we open them and bring them back to the level of service that they provided to this county prior to the reception. 7 days a week, half day on Sunday, full day Saturday, and weekdays. I appreciate your support and listening to me, and I hope that you will give favorable consideration to the issues that we have brought up regarding library funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, that concludes our public comment, and now we'll move into the approval of our minutes for the April 16th regular Board of Commissioners meeting. So at this time now, we'll open the floor for a motion for approval.
Motion made.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or comments? All in favor? Okay. The minutes are unanimously approved. Are there any commissioner comments at this time? Okay, I have two, maybe three. Just quickly, I know since our last meeting, the Water Authority has resubmitted a request to this Board of Commissioners to have the joint meeting. So again, we'll look to our county manager and county clerk to help us schedule that sometime, maybe in July or so, or after we get through millage rate hearings is what the request is on that. And I do ask that when we do look at that, I know the county manager asks for us agenda items, we just need to look at stormwater overall as we have that joint meeting. The next thing I'd like to note is that regarding the strategy that was presented today, that was a major great step for this board. And again, my position, and I request that of the board, that we help identify some strategies and priorities that will enable us to, again, to help us move forward, because the vision statement needs to be adjusted. We understand that this is a working document. So my request is for the board to at least come together one more time just to talk about priorities as it relates to the expectations of the county management team and their staff. And then my last comment is from the Board of Health. I don't know if anyone made a note, but Henry County was noted as one of the counties within the whole metro Atlanta area that had the least rabies issues here. So we've had a team that has been working really hard to keep us safe and healthy here in the county, and I just wanted to recognize Vince Farrer and his team for doing that. So are there any other comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Clemens?
I know we have an executive session scheduled. I would like to see if we can not have it since it's 4 o'clock.
Okay, well, we'll get into that in a few moments. So we have a recommendation to eliminate the executive session. So when we get to that, we'll revisit that. So thank you, Commissioner Clemens. Okay, any other comments from the Board of Commissioners? Okay, it sounds like we got a vote going on now here. Okay, so County Manager, do you have any comments?
I know it's late, but I do want to make the board aware of just a couple of things. On this Friday at 10 a.m., we are having the ribbon cutting for our Henry Cares Wellness Center. If you all are available, we would certainly like to have you all there. We'll go from about 10 till 2, but we'll cut the ribbon at 10 so that we can give the employees an opportunity to visit in the Wellness Center and then meet with our providers who will be on staff as well. And then I wanted to take the time to recognize some employees who went above and beyond over the long weekend we had during the Easter holiday. Rocky referenced it, but we had about 8 inches of, I was getting ready to say snow, but rain within 2 hours. And Ron Burkhalter, Rocky Romero, David Simmons, and Johnny Barkley not only worked that entire weekend, but they were actually out on Easter Sunday patching our roadways. And they were trying to address every concern and issue that came in. We do still have some roads that are closed, and we're working expeditiously to get those roads completed. But I did want to take the time, and I'll certainly recognize them in another meeting because I know it's been a long morning. And then finally, I normally don't get into public comments, but I wanted to make the board aware of 2 things. During the public comments, and I hate that the individuals from the library have left, but I'll certainly follow up with them as well. There were some comments made that the Board of Education pays for our school crossing guards, and that is solely funded out of our general fund budget. So I wanted you all to be aware of that so that when you're getting comments or if you're receiving comments from constituents or from the libraries, you are aware of that. And then finally, I did state in my presentation earlier that, because I think Commissioner Barham asked the question, if the library individuals were county employees, and they are not county employees. The county provides a supplement to our libraries, DFACs, and our health departments. And as part of those supplements, those agencies get to determine where those funds are being utilized. Now, they probably do take some of the funding to pay salaries, but we do not have any library individuals that are on our county payroll. And so I wanted you all to be aware of that as well. That's all of my comments for this evening.
Okay. All right. Regarding our upcoming meetings and events, May 14th at 9 o'clock, we have a call workshop meeting. And I just want the board to make a note that this is regarding SPLOST 5 and the proposed FY20 budget. And if we want to postpone some discussions today, that could be another long day. So keep that in mind. And then on May 21st at 6:30 p.m., we have a regular Board of Commissioners meeting. And on June 4th at 9 o'clock a.m., we have a regular Board of Commissioners meeting. So at this time, I know there's been already almost a motion and a second to not have an executive session. County Attorney, do you have something that can wait until May the 14th, or you have to have?
I can certainly wait, yes.
Okay, and I know our Deputy County Clerk had some matters, and we had some other personnel things, so we'll move those to May 14th during an executive session. So let me make sure, at this time, we heard a motion and a second to postpone discussions for today's executive session to May 14th. Is there a further discussion on that? Hearing none, the floor is now open for a motion to make that postponement. We got a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay, hearing none. At this time now, we call for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Yeah, well, okay, I think you're standing and it's done first, second, third, and fourth. All right, good discussion, board. I thought it was a good dynamic discussion today.